Chapter 965. Female Literature. He was definitely not someone who spoke without thinking. For him to be able to say such words, it meant that he had absolute confidence in himself. Bareface continued, "You'll only know after you try. Does that mean you're not completely confident?" Liamo said, "Aina's Shura Stupa is too domineering. It's a pity that he didn't use it completely that day. Otherwise, I would have been able to see his limits and even find his flaws. At that time, he wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of me." Liamo was truly confident. If someone else had said this, they would have been bragging. But it was Liamo who said this. Bareface knew that Liamo definitely had this ability. The heavens were actually very unfair. Aina, for example, had such talent at such a young age. She was practically invincible as she moved unhindered. No one doubted whether he could become a blue mask Shura. Everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before Aina became a blue-faced Azura. He was someone who had received the heavens' attention. And for Liamo, the heavens were undoubtedly unfair. His strength was very strong, and his combat strength was terrifying. He was even confident that he could defeat Aina. Unfortunately, his talent was too poor. Yes, it was talent. Such a powerful blue mask Shura was actually unable to become a blue mask. Liamo had stood at the peak of the blue mask Shura for decades. It had been such a long time. He was clearly only a step away from that step, but in the end, he was unable to break through that step. This was his sorrow. It was like a curse, and the one who cursed him was none other than the supreme god of Shura. He didn't know why the great god of Shura was targeting him. Sometimes, even Bareface wondered if he would have gone crazy if he were Liamo, or if he would have given up on himself and given up on cultivation to enjoy life. But Liamo didn't. He had never given up on making himself stronger. Even if the chances were slim, it was still the same. After so many years, his battle prowess increased step by step, but his realm did not loosen in the slightest. When he became famous, Aina might not even have been born yet. By this time, Aina's reputation had long surpassed his. "Sigh, Liamo, I know your battle prowess is strong, but so what if you can defeat Aina? Don't forget, there is still Su Yen with a mysterious background." This was a fact. There was no need to mention Su Yan's strength. Aina had already proven Su Yan's strength. That was an expert who wasn't any weaker than Aina. In fact, he might even be stronger than Aina. Facing the combined forces of these two, Liamo did not have the slightest chance no matter how powerful he was. Liamo obviously knew this as well. "Liamo, you go fight with Aina later. I will capture Su Yen," Bareface said directly. Liamo nodded and said, "Okay." Bareface thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Liamo, I know you don't believe in fate. In fact, I don't either. If we Shura believe in fate and believe that everything is arranged by God Shura, then it will be sad. So, no matter what, we have to rely on ourselves. This might be a chance for us to break the curse." Bareface continued, "Losing a son to me is naturally very sad and angry, but you don't know, at this time, I am very excited because I see hope." At this time, Liamo suddenly looked up. "Yes, I see hope. I watched the battle between the two through special means. I am sure that the green-faced Shura called Su Yen must have an inheritance, the inheritance of a king." At this point, his eyes were burning with passion. Whether it was fighting for the position of the city lord or fighting hard, in the end, he only had one goal, and that was to become stronger. Only by making himself stronger would he be able to achieve all that mattered. And now, he saw this opportunity. That was Su Yen. He was the best of the blue-faced Shura and had reached the peak of the Shura general. He was only one step away from the position of Marshal Shura. However, this step was something he had been unable to cross. This time, he saw the inheritance on Su Yen, and it was very likely that it was the inheritance of a king. He believed that Kina Shio must have seen this, so Kina Shio must have tried to recruit Su Yen. Whether it was to obtain the inheritance from Su Yen or to recruit Su Yen, it was a good thing. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Bareface to make Su Yen submit, but it was also impossible for him to give up like this. In that case, he would snatch it. Wasn't the Shura always like this? The inheritance of a king? I know. Li Mo's expression had already become excited. Brother Su Yan, do you see this long river of blood? This long river directly runs through the entire city. It is said that the place where it originated is the core of the Shura realm. Although this is only a rumor, it still made it the holy land of Blood River City. You must have thought that Blood River City got its name because of the Blood River King, right? You are wrong. Qin Xiu spoke frankly to Su Yan. It is because of this river of blood that Blood River City exists. Back then, our king comprehended the Tao in this long river of blood and directly reached the sky in one step, becoming the king of the Shura. Even Aina had a look of yearning in her eyes when she said this. After all, this was the king of the Shura. How many Shura regarded it as the end of their life? But there were too few who could reach the other side. Aina dared to say that he would definitely become a blue-faced Shura, a Shura general, or even a Shura marshal, but he did not dare to boast that he could become the king of the Shura. This path was truly too arduous. Su Yan understood why he sighed. The king of the Shura was equivalent to the human Tao master. To some extent, it was even more difficult than becoming a Tao master. Since ancient times, there were countless people with amazing talent who died and fell one by one, but they were unable to achieve anything. Looking at this long river of blood, Su Yan was also moved. He felt that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying power hidden in the long river of blood. This power had a great majesty to him. In front of such power, he actually felt that he was so small. Of course, this was not what shocked Su Yan the most. What really shocked Su Yan was that he felt a consciousness in this long river of blood. Although it was an extremely weak and faint consciousness, Su Yan was sure that his perception was not wrong. Moreover, even the Taishang sword's soul palpitated when facing the long river of blood. If there was no one in this place, Su Yan would definitely explore this long river of blood. But at this time, other than the throbbing and rueful emotions that he should feel, he hid all his emotions. The two of them were ready to continue their tour. But at this time, a strong aura suddenly came from afar. Aina, fight with me. A very old but deep voice came directly. At this moment, Su Yan found that Aina's body was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was very excited at this time, or rather, he was very eager. Su Yan probed with his divine telekinesis, and in his divine telekinesis, he saw a ray of light rushing over. The person who came was also an expert. He was a green-faced Shura, and his aura did not seem to be below Aina's. This surprised Su Yan. He originally thought that there would not be many green-faced Shura as heaven-defying as Aina. But at this time, another one appeared here. This was truly an accident within an accident. At this time Aina said, "Liam, you cowardly turtle, I really didn't expect that you would actually take the initiative to appear in front of me today." Su Yan naturally did not know about the grudge between Li Mo and Aina. But he could see that Li Mo was a powerhouse, and Su Yan also keenly felt that there was something strange about Li Mo. At this time, Aina transmitted his voice to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, you should return to Blood River City later. I will look for you later." His words surprised Su Yan. At this time, Aina continued, "This Li Mo is the #1 warrior of the bare-faced general. He is very strong, and is at the absolute peak of the green-faced Shura. I have provoked him many times, but he did not fight with me. But today, he actually took the initiative to come. I think you should know why he is here." At this point, if Su Yan still did not understand, then he could only be described as stupid. Obviously, this guy had come for him. The bare-faced general? This guy could not help but make a move on him? However, this was also a matter that gave him a headache. If he was not in Blood River City, he would not be sensed by the City Lord and the powerful Blood River King. Then, Su Yan would be able to display his strength without any scruples. He might even be able to directly kill this guy and devour his strength. Including Aganda, Su Yan had already devoured the strength of 6 green-faced Shura. This feeling of directly obtaining strength was really intoxicating. Even Su Yan felt that he was addicted. Of course, he actually understood that this kind of strength was definitely not the right way. If he was really addicted to this kind of devouring, his strength would certainly increase rapidly. but for the future, it would definitely not be a good thing. Of course, at this moment, he could not care so much. Okay, you be careful. This was Blood River City, so Su Yen naturally did not dare to act rashly. He still hoped to be able to get the help of the Blood River King. At this time, he directly went to the Blood River Tower. Chapter 966. Female Literature. The Blood River was actually not far from the Blood River Tower. With Su Yan's speed, it would not take long for them to arrive. Seeing that Su Yan had already moved, Aina was finally relieved. His gaze fell directly on Liam. Old thing, you even made a move for Su Yan. Unfortunately, other than you, the bare face has no one else to show, Aina said sarcastically. At this time, Liemo said directly, Aina, I know you're not an idiot. You should understand that if you join forces with Su Yan now, then I might die here. But you didn't do that. In the end, it's because your heart is too strong. Liemo directly saw through his thoughts. He was not wrong. Aina asked Su Yan to leave, not because he wanted to let Su Yan escape, but because he wanted to seize this opportunity. A chance to fight a big battle with Liemo. Back then, before he became famous, Liemo was without a doubt the strongest green-faced Shura under the Blood River King. He worked for the bare-faced general. After he'd become famous, one powerful azure-faced Azura after another had been defeated by him. Even the one known as Little Devastation had only been able to fight him to a draw. His strength was recognized by everyone. However, Aina was still unhappy. Because he had not fought with this person, and this person was Liemo. In fact, Aina was a perfectionist. He wanted to defeat all his opponents. Although no one thought that Liemo would be a match for Aina always felt that Liemo was a thorn in his heart. In the past, he had provoked him many times, hoping that he could defeat Liemo directly. However, this guy became a coward. No matter what, he did not accept the challenge. But today, this guy actually appeared. Of course, he knew that they were here for Su Yan. However, it didn't matter. The Blood River Tower was just nearby. With Su Yan's ability, entering the Blood River Tower wouldn't be too difficult. And now was the chance for him to have a big battle with the severe devil. The surging Blood River was right beside them. How delightful would it be to be able to fight against such an expert? Therefore, at this time, he had already displayed an extremely high fighting spirit. Liemo grinned. His green face was filled with vicissitudes of life and ferociousness. Huh, but you really are a cute kid. Liemo's words made Aina exceptionally angry. How dare he call himself a brat? Who does he think he is? Even if it was the bare-faced general, Aina would not put him in his eyes. Very good, you have successfully angered me. Shura appeared. After Su Yan, he once again took out his Shura blade. At this time, the sharp and powerful blade Qi expanded to the extreme. A powerful fighting spirit surged, and even the blood-red river began to boil. It was an invincible will, the most terrifying power. At this time, his aura was constantly surging, like boiling spring water. It was so violent, so intense, so insufferably arrogant. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, he wanted to kill. Kill! With an angry roar, the blade was revealed. The terrifying blade Qi turned into a whirlwind, rolling out. Like the water of the blood river, it pressed forward, never looking back. Liemo let out a soft cry. At this time, his palm changed, turning into a terrifying owl-like claw. Then he suddenly grabbed at the void and immediately, a blood-red mark appeared. Such a powerful force directly spun out. At this time, the terrifying and powerful aura was constantly changing. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was constantly spinning. That kind of sharpness could be said to be extreme. The first confrontation between the two was so domineering. The power that was stimulated by the two sides was not inferior to the battle between Aina and Su Yan yesterday. It was even stronger. In an instant, the confrontation began. The blade and the claw met, and the two forces turned into two terrifying beasts that began to kill each other. Such a violent movement almost spread throughout the entire Blood River City. The eyes of the experts all focused on this place. Aina, who is he fighting with? Is it Su Yan? The two of them are fighting again. At this time, everyone was boiling. The Shura was belligerent. And such a powerful battle, for them, made their blood boil more than a feast. Although it was only a confrontation between the green-faced Shura. But even the green-faced Shura paid attention to this place. Just as the two people began to fiercely fight, Su Yen was not in a hurry to leave. After he left this place, he stopped directly. His gaze fell on the two people fighting. He was not purely watching the show, but the battle of the Shura in the school. Although he had analyzed a lot of things from the inheritance imprint, unfortunately, there were some things that were not comprehensive enough. Since he had already started to learn, he would not miss any opportunity to learn. Of course, at this time, he was not in a hurry to leave, but there was another reason. That was, he clearly knew that someone would not be willing to let him leave at this time. Su Yen. At this moment, a voice interrupted his train of thought. This voice was calm and indifferent, but it was imposing without being angry. Suddenly, a powerful divine soul shockwave attacked him. The Shura was not good at the spiritual power. At least under the same conditions, if it was a pure spiritual power contest, compared to the experts of the Wuji world of the same realm, they were at a disadvantage. But this person's spiritual power was very strong. If Su Yen was just an ordinary green-faced Shura, he would have been immediately invaded by the spiritual power. But now, it was different. When the spiritual power entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness, it did not cause the slightest ripple and was directly swallowed without a trace. However, Su Yen still pretended to be a little surprised, and then immediately got rid of it in the next moment. Who is it? Although he was questioning, Su Yen did not seem to be very flustered. Because Su Yen had already discovered this uninvited guest. Su Yan's spiritual power was invisible and very powerful. For Su Yen, as long as he was not facing the Shura King or the existence of Shura martial level, he would not be discovered. If Su Yen guessed correctly, this person who appeared at this time was the bare-faced. This was indeed a powerful green-faced Shura. At least, compared to Aganda, he was obviously much stronger. If Su Yan's estimation was not wrong, his strength had almost reached the peak of the general-level Shura. This was a very terrifying and difficult person to deal with. Compared to his son, the difference between him and him was like heaven and earth. To be able to break free from my spiritual power so quickly, you are indeed not simple. No wonder you are so bold, you actually dared to kill my son. At this time, Su Yan's vigilance against the Shura in front of him had once again increased by a level. His son was killed by him, so it was reasonable to say that he should hate him very much. But at this time, he did not seem to care at all, and just looked at him very calmly. This was a very terrifying enemy, without a doubt. At this time, hatred was a very powerful force, and he could even control people's minds. And people who could control hatred were really terrifying and difficult to deal with. Is it the bare-faced general? Su Yen asked directly. Yes, it's me. You can still be so calm after seeing me, I appreciate you more and more. If you hadn't done something that I can't forgive, I wouldn't have had the heart to kill you. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you, come with me. If so, I can make you suffer less. After saying this, the bare-faced general did not say anything more. He directly stretched out his palm and immediately grabbed Su Yen. This Blood River city, in the end, was still the territory of Nuwa Rusty, and he was the city lord here. He was afraid that he would not be able to hide from this guy. If it was a real confrontation, the bare-faced general would not put Nuwa Rusty in his eyes. But he had the support of the Blood River city. In this city, the bare-faced general was definitely not his opponent. Therefore, he had to be fast, to use a thunderous attack, to directly subdue Su Yen, and then leave in the shortest time possible. With this palm stretched out, Su Yan's surroundings immediately lost color. The aura of this power was not obvious, and it was even suppressed to the extreme. But the majesty revealed was terrifying, and it was simply suffocating. This kind of power, except for the word terrifying, was almost impossible to describe. This kind of powerful power was almost like the light of time. Aina's Shura Stupa was actually very terrifying, but compared to this power, it was almost nothing. This was the difference between the two. After all, The blue-faced Shura and the blue-faced Shura were on two different levels. Humph, don't think of resisting, your strength is not bad, and you may even be a threat to the blue-faced Shura, but in the hands of this seat, do you think you can overturn the heavens? As one of the strongest Shura generals under the Blood River King, the bare-faced general naturally had absolute confidence in himself. Not to mention a blue-faced Shura, even if it was a blue-faced Shura, he would be able to directly defeat him with this attack. At this time, a strong sense of crisis surged in Su Yan's heart, and Su Yan felt as if he had fallen into an endless dark space. The bare-faced general's palm actually swallowed the surrounding light. Su Yan knew that this was a critical moment, and he did not dare to be careless, so he directly activated the power of the Shura mark. During this period of time, Su Yan had been analyzing this power at all times, so that his control of the Shura mark became deeper and deeper. Suddenly, the red spear appeared in his hand, and then the power of the mark immediately rushed out, causing the red spear to turn into an extremely terrifying flame snake. Chapter 967. Female Literature. In the darkness, a crimson light burst out at this moment. That crimson light seemed to be a fearless pioneer that wanted to break through all restraints and destroy all darkness. The power kept trembling, and it was almost incomparably powerful. Even the palm of darkness began to tremble slightly at this time. What kind of power is this? It can actually shake my dark Shura palm. It's really amazing. You really do have the inheritance of the Shura king. Su Yan's power made his heart burn even more fiercely. Su Yan's resistance was strong, which meant that Su Yan's inheritance was even more powerful. This was exactly what he wanted. He immediately used an even more powerful power. The power of inheritance is indeed powerful, but it's a pity that your own strength is too weak. A man's wealth will arouse the envy of others. Why do you have to resist? He immediately flipped his hand, and the power of darkness became several times heavier. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt that it was extremely difficult. No, if this continues, I won't be able to escape from his evil clutches. According to Su Yan's estimation, if this were to continue, he would be suppressed by the other party in just a short moment. However, it was even more unworthy to reveal his original power at this time. Because once he was discovered, his entire plan would be ruined, and he would be in even more danger. Moreover, at that time, Su Yan would not only have to face a blue-faced Shura, but also the entire Shura realm. No matter how terrifying his power was, it was impossible for him to fight against someone from the Shura realm. At this time, he kept thinking about his final strategy. No, I can't just give up like this. He was also very clear that if he fell into the hands of this guy in the end, his end would not be too good. The inheritance mark, then I just have to gamble. At this time, Su Yan directly changed his mind, and at this time, a light appeared at this time. That ray of light condensed into a special symbol, but this symbol appeared to be very incomplete at this moment. It was the mark of King Shura. In the Shura realm, if one became the king of Shura, they would have their own royal seal. The inheritance imprint that Su Yan obtained was just like that. Of course, after such a long time of inheritance, this imprint had lost a lot of its power. In these fields, Su Yan was constantly analyzing and nibbling away at the power of this strand of power. Of course, the power contained within was still precious to Su Yan. But no matter how precious it was not as important as one's own life. At that moment, he directly sent out a palm strike. At the same time, he let out a furious roar. Bareface, you old dog, you want to capture me? You must be dreaming. The Azura seal was directly thrown out by Su Yan. At first, Xiongmian was still ridiculing Su Yan for overestimating himself. At this time, he still wanted to struggle. He wanted to see what kind of means Su Yan had to be able to escape from his power. But in just a moment he saw it clearly. King Shura seal. At this moment, he was simply torn apart. The struggle in the Shura realm is very cruel. Even the high and mighty Shura kings have fallen. In Xiongmian's not short life, he once saw the death of a Shura king. Therefore, he was lucky enough to know the King Shura seal. Although he knew that Su Yan might have the inheritance of King Shura, he never thought that he would have the King Shura seal. This seal is the most precious thing of King Shura. Su Yen, a mere green-faced Shura, can get such a precious thing. Sure enough, the heavens are unfair, everything is bullshit. However, at this time, he wanted to laugh out loud. If he gets this thing, although it won't be able to reach the sky in a single step, it will be enough for him to do whatever he wants. At that time, he might be able to break the shackles and become the Martial Shura. And his subordinates, Li Mo, can break the curse and improve again. But his dream didn't last long, because at this time, he suddenly found that the Shura seal released a light at this time. At first, he didn't notice it because he was shocked by the King Shura seal, but now he finally saw it clearly. Detonation. What did you do? At this time, he finally roared in anger, but in his anger, there was also fear. Yes, at this time, he was really afraid. Of course, he knew what Su Yen did. He actually detonated the King Shura seal. The King Shura seal is the core of a Shura king's power. There is no doubt about how powerful it is. But at this time, Su Yen actually detonated such a powerful power. This guy, is he crazy or stupid? Is he courting death? Damn it. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that Su Yen would do this. At this time, he suddenly felt a deep sense of fear. The boldness that Su Yen displayed caused his entire person to be extremely shocked. But at this time, it was too late. Su Yen roared again, "Ha, old dog, I told you if you want to capture me, Su Yen, it won't be so easy. So what if you're a blue-faced Shura? Su Yen can still kill you." At this time, Su Yen was so crazy, so hysterical. His voice was drowned out by the terrifying energy fluctuations. At this time, Li Mo and Aina, who were fighting on the bank of the bloody river, were all shocked. A terrifying aura appeared out of nowhere. Their attention immediately fell on the place where the terrifying vitality was concentrated. At this time, Li Mo anxiously shouted, "General!" He didn't understand why such a terrifying power appeared in this place, but he knew one thing, and that was that even General Shura couldn't withstand such a terrifying power. It was really too terrifying. Endless light was constantly rioting, and the boundless power was like a terrifying storm that kept spreading. Even the bare-faced general would die. What? That bare-faced guy actually made a move himself. At this time, Aina heard this and immediately understood. Bare-faced guy actually made a move himself. The Blood River King had set a rule that only blue-faced experts and above were allowed to make a move in Blood River City. It was because of this that he felt that Su Yen would be safe and sound if he left alone. Even if bare-faced general sent out more blue-faced experts, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Yen. And he himself could take advantage of this opportunity to fight Li Mo to see who was better. But in the end, he underestimated bare-faced guy's determination. He actually made a move himself. Although such an action was not betraying the Blood River King, such an action was already an extremely serious violation of the law. How dare bare-faced? And what made him even more panicked was the sudden burst of power. What the hell was going on? Such a terrifying power had already surpassed the power of a blue-faced Shura general. That aura of nirvana made him completely panic. This terrifying explosion spread out, and it was unknown how many lives would be lost. In fact, in the Shura world, life was not worth much, and a lot of people died every day. But the problem was that this was Blood River City, a city built by the Blood River King. If this city suffered such a blow, the Blood River King would definitely be furious. "How dare you?" At this moment, an extremely angry voice sounded. Aina naturally recognized that it was Qin Rua's voice. At this time, along with this voice, a red light appeared. The strong red light at this moment was like a huge sliding cover directly shrouding down. A powerful and terrifying force had covered everything in an instant. At the same time, the Blood River seemed to be inspired at this time, and the long river water at this time actually went against the sky, directly towards the sky. The endless river water at this time formed a huge water dragon. The water dragon crossed the sky, constantly circling. A terrifying and powerful force surged and immediately drowned everything. The boundless waves continued to roll. Qin Rua. At this time, Aina showed a worried expression. He knew that Narue was relying on the power of the Blood River City to suppress this terrifying power. He wanted to suppress this terrifying power. He was the city lord of Blood River City, and naturally shouldered the responsibility of protecting this place. However, he was also clear that although he could use the power of Blood River City, Qinrua would still have to suffer a heavy blow, and even pay a huge price. When he was fighting against the human race, he was injured. Although he survived with the help of the Blood River King, and even his cultivation stabilized at the level of a blue-faced Shura, the injury had never been cured. At this time, if he consumed so much power, his injury would relapse. Although it would not necessarily take his life, it would certainly destroy his life. At this moment, the entire Blood River City seemed to have come alive. That powerful force had already manifested into an endless majestic aura. Under this terrifying aura, everything was suppressed. The mark of the Shura King was almost completely boiling, and then the most terrifying destructive force would erupt. But at this time, it was actually forcibly suppressed. Such power was simply terrifying beyond compare. The power of the Blood River. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the midst of the power, was shining. He felt the powerful power of the Blood River, and at this time, he knew that he was saved. Just now, he had actually reached a point of desperation. So in desperation, he did the most crazy thing, and that was to detonate the Shura King seal. In fact, his purpose was not to kill the blue-faced Shura bear with the Shura King seal, but to attract the attention of the city lord and even the Blood River King. Chapter 968. Female Literature. At such a time, if he didn't want to expose his true strength and wanted to survive under Bareface's hands, this was the only way. In fact, when Li Mo had just appeared, Su Yan had already started to plan. Aina had asked him to enter the Blood River Tower, but Su Yan didn't do so. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he already knew that Bareface had arrived at that time. If he only cared about rushing, then he might even be attacked from behind by this guy, which might even lead to his death. Su Yan didn't want to die, so he didn't leave at that time, but stayed where he was. It seemed stupid, but at that time, he was already prepared. Of course, he couldn't have calculated everything. That was Bareface's powerful strength. Therefore, he had no choice but to take the risk and make such a terrifying move. Everything just now was really dangerous. If something went wrong, he would be in trouble. However, Su Yan wouldn't easily seek death. If there was no other choice, he could only expose himself and then use the regal sword escape to leave here. Fortunately, this time, he was the winner again. The city lord of Blood River City really intervened, and his strength was so terrifying. Even the explosion of Shura's royal seal was forcefully confined. At this time, Su Yan's heart was trembling with fear. Such a thing was simply playing with his heart. If he was given another chance, he wouldn't dare to do it. At this moment, the river of blood had sealed everything within. Whether it was Su Yan or Bareface, they were already unable to move. At this time, Nana Ray finally appeared. Blue Mask Su Yan, how dare you? At this time, Nana Rue's complexion wasn't good. Just as Aina had said, he needed to expend too much strength and pay a huge price to activate the power of Blood River City. This directly damaged his foundation, so it would be strange if his complexion was good. You two dare to disobey the king's order, both of you come back with me. The power of the Blood River swept over, and an extremely powerful force rushed over at this moment, and then both of them were swept up. The Shura's royal seal was also taken away by Blood River. Ina, Limo, you two get the hell over here as well. Immediately after, Rusty's voice rang out again. At this moment, the entire Blood River City was trembling with fear. That power just now was too terrifying. In fact, at this point, many people still did not know what had happened. At this time, Bareface was very angry. He looked at Su Yan and wanted to swallow Su Yan. As for Su Yan, he had a calm expression. On his cyan face, there was even a cold smile. Old dog, if you can't kill me this time, I'll make you pay the price in the future, Su Yan said provocatively. At this moment, he didn't care at all. Even if the seal of Shura was no longer under his control, he didn't care. When he detonated the seal of Shura, he was already prepared to lose the Shura's royal seal. Moreover, before this, his analysis had already reached a certain point. At this time, he simply closed his eyes and rested, as if he had forgotten everything around him. Seeing Su Yen like this, Bareface was even more angry, but he was helpless. At this time, his power was firmly imprisoned by the Blood River, and he couldn't even move. The reason why he couldn't compete with Rusty was because in this Blood River city, Rusty was simply half Ashura's king. This time, he had truly witnessed the terrifying might of the Black Dragon King. At this time, he was naturally very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Now, Rusty was simply an invincible existence. With the terrifying majesty of Blood River City, half Ashura's king was definitely not empty words. At this time, Rusty was in a rage. If he directly killed him, then he would be too wronged. Although he knew that Rusty was very cautious, he and Rusty had always been enemies, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it were him, he would definitely not let this go. Therefore, at this time, he didn't dare to say anything at all. He simply closed his eyes and waited for the follow-up. Of course, in his heart, he knew very well that he was in the wrong in this matter. After all, he had violated the rules of the Blood River King. However, he also had his own excuse, and that was his son was dead. The concept of family in the Shura world was not as important as the concept of the Wuji world. But after all, his son was dead, and it was impossible for him to be indifferent. Time passed bit by bit amidst the silence of the crowd. Not long after, suddenly, a huge movement was heard. They saw that the Blood River had disappeared, and they had actually arrived in a dark and gloomy cell. The atmosphere in this cell was incomparably oppressive, and it gave people a very bad feeling. Su Yen sized up his surroundings, before closing his eyes and concentrating once again. He did not seem to be worried about what had happened to him. But at this time, Bareface roared directly, "Rusty, you old man, how dare you treat me like this?" Su Yen didn't know the meaning of this prison, but Bareface knew very well. This was the place where the serious criminals of the Blood River City were imprisoned. The defensive power of this place was extremely strong, and what was more rare was that there was an extremely powerful and terrifying prohibition here. This prohibition would emit a gloomy aura, and then constantly corrode the vitality of the people imprisoned here. Even some people with stronger cultivation would feel pain here. After all, the power that tortured the vitality was very vicious, and had an extremely terrifying destructive power to the physical body. If an ordinary Azura were to come here, their cultivation would definitely regress without much effort. If time passed, it was possible that he would die here. This was a place where serious criminals were imprisoned, and Bareface was a Shura general under the Shura king. According to reason, he shouldn't be imprisoned here in any case. But at this time, he actually did it, and Rusty actually did it. For Bareface, this was the biggest insult. This was definitely Rusty taking the opportunity to take revenge on him. Even Bareface couldn't sit still at this time. But at this time, he had no other way. It turned out that Rusty had already sealed Bareface's power with an extremely powerful force from the beginning. Of course, Su Yen was the same. At this time, he was a blind bear locked in a cage. He roared again and again, but except for the echoes here, there was no other sound. In the end, he finally swallowed his anger for the time being. "Damn it, Rusty, you old bastard, I will definitely make you pay the price, definitely." At this moment, his eyes fell on Su Yen. "Damn you, green-faced Shura, you are ruthless. You even dared to detonate the Shura's royal seal." He also resented Su Yen. If Su Yen didn't resist and detonate the Shura's royal seal, he would have already succeeded in his plan. He would have captured Su Yen, obtained the Shura's royal seal, and started his new path. Hearing his words, Su Yen suddenly opened his eyes at this time. "You old dog, why do you keep barking? You are not tired, but my ears are tired. Can't you be quiet?" Towards his enemy, Su Yen would not be the least bit courteous. He directly mocked and ridiculed them. "Stupid boy, you are still so complacent at this time. Don't you feel that the gloomy power is eroding your body? Maybe you don't know, then let me tell you. This is the absolute prison. As the name suggests, this is a hell of despair. Here, you will enjoy pain bit by bit. The aura here can corrode your body bit by bit and disintegrate your power. At this time, the bear wanted to continue to speak and let Su Yen know fear, but Su Yen had already spoken. Okay, don't be so complacent, as if you are not locked in here. Are you stupid? If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut. You. The bear was angry again. But at this time, he didn't know what to say. In fact, Su Yen was right. At this time, it was better to save his energy and talk less. After all, at this time, his fate was in the hands of others. At this time, he finally calmed down. After a while, the blue-faced Shura really couldn't bear this anger and finally said, "Humph, boy, if I go out, I will kill you." This sentence was calm. Su Yen, in Nara's house, Aina stood beside him. "Are you all right?" Aina was very concerned at this time. He could see that after this, Nara's vitality seemed to have weakened a lot. Narua was a powerful blue-faced Shura, but at this time his vitality was only comparable to that of a green-faced Shura. This showed how great the loss this time was. At this time, Narua waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I won't die for the time being. This is fate." In fact, Aina didn't like Narua's words, but for some reason over the years, Narua had become more and more convinced of fate. Maybe all this is the arrangement of Shura, so Aina, you don't have to be sad. Aina and Narua had a special relationship. In fact, the two of them were like father and son. At this time Aina said, "It's all my fault. If I didn't want to fight with Liemo, maybe this wouldn't have happened." At this time, Aina felt very guilty. Narua had been suppressing the battle desire in his heart. If he couldn't control the desire to fight, he could only become a tool in battle and eventually lose himself one day. Chapter 969. Female Literature. But that was never the thought in his mind. In his opinion, fighting was a Shura's natural instinct. A warlike Shura was a real Shura. If a Shura didn't even want to fight, then it was really sad. But today, he found that his belief was wrong. If he didn't fight Liemo and stayed with Su Yen, maybe Xiong Mian wouldn't show up. At this time, Na Xiao shook his head and said, "Okay, Aina, you've never been such an indecisive person. In fact, you and I both know that Xiong Mian is determined to fight this time. So what if you're here? He'll still fight by force." Na Xiao knew Xiong Mian very well. In fact, the people who know you the most are not your friends, but your enemies. He knew Xiong Mian's character. Once Xiong Mian decided to do something, he would never give up easily. The reason why he let Liemo lure Aina to fight was to distract Aina. Xiong Mian just didn't want to completely fall out with Na Xiao. But he would never give up his plan because of this. So even if Aina didn't separate from Su Yen, Xiong Mian would still fight. To him, this was just a change of circumstances. From the beginning, I guessed that Su Yen should have a powerful inheritance. I didn't expect it to be the inheritance of a Shura king. The inheritance of a Shura king was very precious. Generally speaking, after a Shura king died, the Shura king's seal would disappear from the world. Only very few Shura king seals could be passed down through special methods. Bloodline inheritance was one of them. Of course, no family would say that they had the inheritance of a Shura king's seal. The Shura king's seal was very precious, even for a Shura king. When a Shura king got another Shura king's seal, it was possible for him to master a second power, or it could make him stronger. No matter which one it was extremely rare. The Aganda family had passed down the Shura royal seal for many generations, but they had always kept it a secret, not daring to leak it. They knew very well that if this matter was made public, the Aganda family would be destroyed in an instant. A blue-faced Shura was a symbol of power. A blue-faced Shura was enough to protect a medium-sized family, but it definitely couldn't protect the inheritance of a Shura king. Shura's seal. That's right, I really didn't expect it. No wonder I felt an extremely terrifying power from this guy when I was fighting with him. It was as if there was an endless abyss. Aina sighed. When he fought with Su Yen, he did not hesitate to use his strongest trump card because he sensed Su Yan's danger. That was why he wanted to use his greatest strength to directly defeat Su Yen in a single strike. Now that he thought about it, he immediately realized that the terrifying power he felt from Yi Shiwen actually came from this. That aura was so terrifying that it was simply terrifying. It turned out to be the Shura's seal. If that was the case, then it made sense. However, he didn't know that the terrifying aura he felt from Su Yen came from Su Yen himself, not the Shura's seal. After all, the Shura's seal had always been in a state of being analyzed by Su Yen. At this time, Aina suddenly said, "Yi Shiwen, the Shura's seal is an excellent opportunity for you." When he said this, his heart started to beat faster. The Shura's seal was the inheritance of the Shura king. If Yi Shiwen could refine the Shura's seal, then not to mention the lost vitality and old injuries, even breaking through a new realm wouldn't be a big deal. This was a great temptation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shiwen's face immediately darkened and he scolded, "Presumptuous! Xiao is talking nonsense." Yi Shiwen's face was very serious and even dignified. It could be seen that he was very angry at this time. If it was in normal times, as long as Yi Shiwen showed an unhappy look, Aina would admit his mistake. He respected Yi Shiwen very much. But this time, facing the extremely angry Yi Shiwen, he took a deep breath and said, "Yi Shiwen, I'm not wrong. If you refine it, then shut up." Yi Shiwen shouted angrily again, and then he said, "You have to remember that everything we have was given to us by the Blood River King. So what if the Shura's seal is given to me? At most, it will make me stronger. At most, I will have one more martial Shura. But what if the Blood River King gets it?" But Aina seemed to have guessed that Yi Shiwen would say this. At this time, he still wanted to say something, but Yi Shiwen continued, "You are a short-sighted person. Why don't you think before doing things? As I said before, everything you and I have is given to us by the king. Only with the king's permission can we obtain it. If the king doesn't allow it and I take it, then I will be digging my own grave." Yi Shiwen had to admit that Yi Shiwen had seen through everything. He had been injured for such a long time. Being able to recover his health was a huge temptation for him. Moreover, as long as he refined the Shura's seal, it wouldn't be as simple as recovering his strength. It might even make him a Shura marshal. If the Shura god took pity on him, he might even have a small chance of breaking through and becoming a Shura king. This was an unimaginable temptation for any Shura. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, Aina would have swallowed the Shura's seal himself. But Yi Shiwen didn't think about it at all. Because he was very clear about one thing, and that was that today, they were able to have such status and such treatment because of Blood River King's bestowal. Putting aside the so-called loyalty, the Blood River King was the most powerful person in the world. If he really refined the Shura's seal, what would the Blood River King do when he found out? Perhaps in a fit of rage, he would only die. He clearly knew that this was just a broken Shura's seal. Even if it was complete, so what? How could he be a match for the Blood River King? And if he died, then what was the point of everything he had done? It wasn't wrong to want to become stronger, and it should be the pursuit of every Shura. However, this must be established under one condition, and that was to be able to survive. If he couldn't even survive, then what was the point of talking about all this? Aina was still too young. He was still too impulsive. But Rusty wouldn't. He had seen everything with his own eyes. At this time, Aina finally fell silent. His body was trembling slightly. Everything, in the end, still depended on strength. He wasn't strong enough. So even if the Shura's seal could help Yi Shiwen recover and make him stronger, they couldn't use it. But if he was strong enough, then he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The Shura's seal? Just kill a Shura king and take it. At this moment, Aina's heart was incomparably firm. Become stronger, he must become stronger. If he couldn't become stronger, then everything was just empty talk. I will definitely become stronger. Yi Shiwen, there will be a day when we don't have to live by the whims of others. After Aina finished speaking, he left without looking back. Rusty heaved a sigh. He had long regarded Aina as his own child. Seeing Aina like this, he naturally didn't feel good in his heart. Aina, I don't know how long I can live. I just hope that you won't lose yourself in your own pursuit of power. At this time, Yi Shiwen's face became even older. Such a state was simply unbearable. He calmed his aura, and then his expression became solemn. Then, his power began to condense. When the power was condensed bit by bit, a small blood river suddenly appeared in front of him. Although this blood river was very small, it was quite charming. Soon after, the blood river rolled, and then a vague image appeared. "Great Blood River King, your servant Yi Shiwen pays his respects to you," Yi Shiwen said in the most respectful tone. At this time, the vague shadow opened his eyes. "Yi Shiwen, you don't have to do this. I said that this is the privilege I gave you." The shadow's voice was somewhat ethereal, but also very calm. However, Yi Shiwen was still very respectful. At this time, the Blood River King said, "Yi Shiwen, you used the power of the Blood River, and not a small part of it. This caused your vitality to be greatly consumed. Tell me what happened." His tone was very indifferent, and no one could see any emotion from him. At this time, Yi Shiwen gently raised his hand, and a faint blood light appeared, and wrapped in the blood light was a seal. It was the Shura's seal. "Great King, I found a Shura's seal. I offer it to the Great King." Yi Shiwen still said calmly. He didn't have the slightest reluctance, but was full of indescribable sincerity. The vague shadow's aura changed, and then his palm moved slightly, and the Shura's seal flew towards him. "Shura's seal?" "Yes, it is indeed a Shura's seal. Although it has lost most of its power because of the bloodline inheritance, it is still precious." "Yi Shiwen, tell me what happened here," the Blood River King said calmly. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to hide anything. He told the Blood River King everything that happened after Carlet and Arthurs entered the city, and then after Su Yen entered the city. Chapter 970. Female Literature. After some time, Nakare finally finished his story. Just by telling this story, he was already slightly out of breath. For a blue-faced Shura to reach such a state, it could be seen that he was at the end of his rope. At this time, a bloody light suddenly shot out from the blurry shadow. "Nakare, you did well. This is my gift to you. Your life force is fading too fast, even I can't do anything about it. However, this Shura's royal seal can make you stronger." The Shura King suddenly said. Nakare prostrated himself on the ground and said respectfully, "The Shura's royal seal is something that you, the Great Blood River King, should possess, but it's not something that a person like me can bear. Nakarue is a person who deserves to die. Thanks to your special treatment, I've been able to live for so long. I'm already satisfied." The Blood River King was silent. Finally, he said, "I'll keep this royal seal for now. Don't worry, since I've said it, I'll definitely do it. I won't absorb the energy here. Once I've comprehended the energy of this king's seal, I'll bestow it to you. Of course, before that, I'll have to meet Su Yen. Since he and Bareface are both in the absolute prison, let them stay for a few more days." Nakarue said, "Your will is everything." At this time, he finally chose to leave quietly. The Shura's royal seal. Interesting, it seems very interesting. After Nakare left, the Shura King let out an extremely strange laugh. "King of Destruction, you think that your battle strength is unparalleled, but this time, I don't know if you can keep being proud." The surroundings became quiet again. After Nakare left, he immediately went to rest. He had used up too much energy. However, the Blood River King's bloody light made his body feel much better, and even his life force became more vigorous. Compared to his current physical condition, this was actually a drop in the bucket. However, in reality, this was already a very rare thing. To be able to directly increase the vitality of a blue mask Shura, one could see that the Blood River King himself was extremely powerful and terrifying. And at this time, Su Yen was suffering in the extreme prison. At this moment, Bareface no longer spoke. Instead, he guarded his mind. He was also resisting the pain of the absolute prison. This absolute prison was indeed worthy of being called the Hell of Despair. That sinister and cold aura kept seeping in, and his physical defense seemed to be unable to stop it at all. Even the blue-faced Shura's powerful physical body could not defend against it. He could only rely on his powerful strength to minimize the damage that this terrifying aura could do to him. In the end, Bareface was still very powerful, so when he began to seriously resist the sinister aura, the damage that the sinister aura was able to inflict on him was greatly reduced. However, Su Yan's strength was not comparable to Bareface's. The degree of invasion of the power of the cold air was much greater than that of the Bareface. Therefore, the pain that Su Yan was enduring was naturally much more intense than that of Bareface. However, Su Yan did not give up at all. He continued to circulate his qi of the Most Supreme. The power of the Most Supreme was the most powerful and mysterious power. The cold air kept invading Su Yan's body, bringing him intense pain. However, it also made Su Yan stronger. His power of the Most Supreme was actually analyzing this power and continuously devouring it. This change was simply delightful for Su Yan. In the depths of his body, the dragon qi was gradually recovering. The dragon head trembled slightly. The cold air that entered Su Yan's body was actually directly assimilated into the dragon head after being converted by the power of the Most Supreme. Time passed little by little, and the accumulation of the aura became even more powerful. Su Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength was unknowingly increasing. He was naturally overjoyed to be able to increase his strength. In comparison, so what if he had to endure some pain? His power continued to circulate, causing more and more cold air to enter his body. He had almost forgotten about the terrifying pain. Unknowingly, 2 days passed in a flash. The speed at which the cold air gathered had increased significantly at this time. Most of the aura gathered towards Su Yan. Su Yan was like a magnet, constantly absorbing the aura. The gloomy and cold air in the absolute prison was already very heavy, and at this moment, it became even heavier. Another day passed, and the cold air grew at a rate that was more than 5 times faster than before. At this time, Bareface finally opened his eyes again. Damn it! Why is this cold air growing so fast? Even for him, it was already very difficult for him to resist at this time. Then his eyes fell on Su Yan. He found that the cold air around Su Yan was more than 10 times thicker than his. He sneered, this kid has such strength. Although it is rare, it is nothing in front of this cold air. It seems that he can't resist, so the cold air is surging towards his body. I'm afraid he will freeze to death here. At this time, he was naturally gloating. Being able to see his enemy suffer was simply the greatest enjoyment. However, he did not know that the cold air here had become so dense because of Su Yan. He thought that the powerful cold air that could kill Su Yan had made Su Yan stronger. If he knew about this, his expression would definitely be very interesting at this time. Damn it, it has been almost 4 days, but Na Xiao still hasn't let me out. Does he really want to use this opportunity to kill me? At this time, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He was obviously extremely angry with Na Xiao. But now, he was at the mercy of Na Xiao. Other than waiting and blocking the cold air from harming him, there was nothing he could do. In this way, Su Yan concentrated on cultivating, while Bareface waited anxiously. Another 3 days passed. On this day, the door of the extreme prison was finally opened. A weak light pierced through the darkness, and Bareface immediately opened his eyes. It was clearly such a weak light, but at this moment, it was so dazzling to Bareface, but also so intimate and warm. After a while, he finally got used to the light. Under the weak light, he saw 2 people. One of them was Aina, and the other was Li Mo. Seeing Li Mo, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Na Xiao did not dare to do anything to him. After locking him up for a few days to vent his anger, he was forced to let him go in the end. At this moment, Aina and Li Mo had already arrived before them. Under the orders of the Great Blood River King, I summoned Su Yan. After saying that, Aina walked to Su Yan's side. Looking at Su Yan, Aina frowned. At this moment, Su Yan was wrapped in a thin layer of white frost. He looked extremely wretched. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the extreme prison was. Seeing Su Yan in such a state, he could not bear to see it. He did not waste any more words. He unshackled Su Yan and immediately lifted Su Yan up, preparing to leave. At this moment, Bareface coldly snorted and asked directly, "Why are you still not letting me go?" He was also very uncomfortable in this place. Although he was not as miserable as Su Yan, he was definitely not feeling good at this moment. This hyena brat was really outrageous. He thought that he had Na Xiu's support and had been summoned by the Blood River King. He had never put Bareface in his eyes. If there was a chance, Bareface would kill him. However, Hyena did not stop. He only said, Bareface General, I did not receive an order to release you. I'm afraid you will have to stay here for a few more days. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Impossible, Hyena, don't use your position to avenge private grudges. Bareface was extremely angry, but Hyena did not care at all. At this moment, Li Mo bitterly smiled and said, General, please calm down. Hyena did not lie. The Blood River King personally gave the order for you to reflect in this extreme prison for a period of time. Bareface immediately froze. Just like how Na Xiu had absolute trust in Hyena, Bareface also had unconditional trust in Li Mo. Li Mo would definitely not lie to him. Bareface forcibly suppressed his anger, but after thinking for a moment, he calmly sat down. All right, I do need to reflect properly. Although this place was very painful, but at this time, Yi Shiwen felt relieved. Blood River King had asked him to reflect here, and although he had to bear the pain, but this also showed the attitude of Blood River King. At the very least, he would not continue to investigate. For Bareface, this was actually a good thing. After all, what he did this time had already violated the Blood River King's rules. If the Blood River King was in a bad mood, it was possible that he would kill Bareface. Although Bareface Shura was a blue-faced Shura, his value in the eyes of the Shura King was unknown. This was how the world was. In the eyes of more powerful people, one's life was actually not worth much. When the powerful people were in a good mood, they would naturally give you kindness. However, when they were in a bad mood, they could directly take everything back, including your life. It was because of this that all Shura wanted to become stronger. Because only by becoming stronger could one truly control one's own destiny. Limo, don't worry. Since the king has made such a decision, I will not be in any big trouble. You don't need to worry. However, keep an eye on Na Xiu for me. See what he does. Chapter 971. Female Literature. Looking at Su Yan's current appearance, Tenere could not help but sigh in his heart. The absolute prison was an extremely terrifying place. Once, there was a blue-faced Shura who froze to death there. At that time, he was really furious, so he directly made this decision. But now that he thought about it, Su Yan's actions at that time were not necessarily wrong. After all, at that time, his life was under great threat. As such, he had no choice but to act. At that time, he thought about the situation a few times and found that no matter what, Su Yan seemed to be in a situation where he would definitely die. But Su Yan directly released the Shura's royal seal, which was the last way to survive. That was the Shura's royal seal, which was extremely precious to every Shura. If he asked himself honestly, even he himself might not have done better than Su Yan in the situation at that time. After all, the Shura's royal seal was very important, and everyone knew its role. Whether it was a person or a Shura, there would always be a chance. For example, at that time, many people would think that they still had a chance to struggle and escape from the other party's pursuit. For example, many people would think that even if they were captured by the other party would not dare to do anything to them. After all, they had already been summoned by the city lord at that time. But they did not know that any kind of luck would not necessarily save them, but it would definitely become a rope that would take their lives. If they were not careful, they might directly die. And Su Yan's decisiveness saved him. If he did not do so, there would really be a threat of death. And he did so to survive in the midst of death. Of course, Tenere felt that Su Yan did not have such thoughts. After all, the situation at that time was too sudden. Even if he was meticulous, it was impossible for him to think of so many things in such a short period of time. The reason why Su Yan was able to do so was most likely because of his nature. Su Yan killed Black Bear in public, and it was under the circumstances that he knew that Black Bear was the son of the Barefaced General. It could be seen that he was like most of the Shura, acting based on his emotions and killing decisively. Subconsciously, Na Xiu felt that Su Yan and Aino were the same kind of people. After his anger passed, he didn't have much resentment towards Su Yan. On the contrary, he admired him a lot. The frost on the surface of Su Yan's body was already very serious. Although Su Yan's body was constantly swallowing and refining the cold air, it could not prevent the cold air from harming his body. Of course, this injury did not penetrate deeply and only remained on the surface. At this time, Na Xiao gently waved his hand and a breath like a spring breeze gently floated over. The layer of frost on Su Yan's body quietly melted at this moment. Aina was a little worried about Tan Na Xiao. He knew that Tan Na Xiao was very fragile at this time. He was afraid that Tan Na Xiao would not be able to withstand such power. At this time, Na Xiao said, "It doesn't matter. You don't need to worry so much. I'm not that fragile." After this power, the frost on Su Yan's body gradually dissipated. Na Xiao looked again and then said, "This boy's body is very strong. No wonder he can compete with you. Let him rest for a few days, and then I'll let him see the king." The two of them ordered the maids to take good care of Su Yan. Of course, at this time, Ellen had also come over. When Su Yan was attacked that day, Ellen was at a loss. After all, she was simply too weak. Compared with many strong people, she was simply a small ant. Fortunately, Aina brought her back later, so she was not in danger. At this time, Aina and Na Xiao left, so she naturally began to take care of Su Yan with peace of mind. As for the maids, they were there to help her. In fact, this was another test for Ellen. Su Yan's current appearance made her feel uncertain. In fact, for her, the Aganda clan was no longer a threat to her. If Su Yan died now, she would regain her freedom. When Su Yan was locked up, her thoughts were in chaos, and she was frightened by her own thoughts. She hoped that Su Yan would die, but she also hoped that Su Yan would live. The two of them had already left. Another day passed. Just as Ellen was in a daze, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes and then calmly asked, "How long has it been?" Su Yan's voice was so calm that he did not look like a dispirited patient at all. It was as if his injuries were not on his body. Ellen was startled by the sudden sound. The next moment, she immediately knew what had happened. She hurriedly said, "Master, it's been about 8 days." 8 days? "Ha, time really flies," Su Yan muttered to himself. "Ha, time really flies." Ellen looked at this man with frostbite all over his body, and her heart was not calm at all. Aina had said that such injuries were extremely painful, and that she had to focus on taking care of him. Aina originally wanted to call Linda, but Ellen found a reason to stop him. He was already in such a state, and if Linda was here, then there was no need to talk about it. At this time, it would be terrible if they accidentally revealed anything. However, Su Yan was still so calm under such terrible injuries, as if these injuries had nothing to do with him. This was a very painful blow to him. At this time, Su Yan moved slightly. "Master, your injuries are very serious," Ellen reminded him in a low voice. At this moment, Su Yan smiled gently and said, "It's fine." Just as he finished speaking, a wave of power gently spread out. Ellen saw a ray of light that could be seen with the naked eye covering his body. Following this, the extremely terrifying frostbite actually began to slowly heal. This situation could only be described as miraculous. Ellen had seen City Lord Rusty personally use his power to help Su Yan, but the effect was not as good as Su Yan's power. At this moment, Su Yan smiled. "It's been 8 days, so it's about time. Ellen, my injuries are no longer serious. Go and call Aina over," he ordered calmly. In fact, during these few days, he had been in a semi-unconscious state. His body was unconscious, but his mind was awake. As such, he roughly knew what had happened outside. Of course, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, City Lord Rusty had displayed the terrifying power of a half-step king. Ellen tried to calm her mind and walked outside. Not long after, Aina arrived with Ellen. "Ah, Brother Su Yan woke up so quickly. I really admire you." His words were true. The injuries on Su Yan's body were very serious. Even Xiao Xiao had said that they were very serious. According to City Lord Rusty's estimation, Su Yan would need at least 6 days to wake up, but Su Yan had already woken up on the second day. This could be considered a miracle. Aina, that day, I'm sorry. I had no choice. After all, I felt that if I was caught by that old dog Bareface, I wouldn't have a good ending. Su Yen said directly. Aina said, we sure do things according to our own thoughts. If I were you, I would do the same. There are only Shura who fight for their lives, and there are no Shura who beg for mercy. However, that day it was my fault. If I hadn't thought of fighting with Fierce Devil, perhaps the situation wouldn't have reached that point. The two of them chatted and laughed. Soon, the tense atmosphere disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Su Yen said, "By the way, how is Bareface? Has he already come out?" In fact, he knew that Bareface had not been released that day, but he had to ask this question. At this time, Aina said, "Don't worry, this old thing won't come out so easily. Humph, this guy is really bold. He dared to disobey the order of the Blood River King, and openly attacked in the Blood River City. Although the king won't kill him, he won't let him go easily. Right now, he is still in the extreme prison. The taste of the extreme prison is not good." Su Yen said, "That's good. Finally, my heart is balanced a little." Ha! The two of them laughed heartily. After laughing for a while, Aina said, "Brother Su Yen, since you have woken up, then take a good rest. The king may need to see you for the Shura's royal seal." Su Yen nodded solemnly and said, "Okay." At this time, City Lord Rusty frowned. He naturally knew that Su Yen had woken up. At this time, Aina came out and immediately asked, "How is it? How is Su Yen now?" Su Yan's recovery was too fast. This was greatly out of his expectations. According to reason, even if his estimation was wrong, it shouldn't be so wrong. But later on he thought about it. Su Yen was someone who had obtained the Shura's royal seal. There was nothing wrong with him. Even the king had said that the royal seal of the Shura was passed down through the bloodline. This meant that Su Yen was definitely a descendant of one of the Shura's kings. If not, it was impossible for the royal seal of the Shura's royal seal to be passed down. The royal seal passed down through the bloodline was most likely passed down by the Shura's kings before they died for the sake of their descendants. Since it was done for the sake of their descendants, then there was naturally some kind of restriction in the royal seal. If their descendants died unexpectedly and the royal seal was taken away, then the royal seal would naturally sense it and directly self-destruct. He felt this point himself. When he took the royal seal of the Shura, if it wasn't wrapped in the power of the Blood River, the royal seal of the Shura would have been destroyed immediately. Chapter 972. Female Literature. This was because after a long inheritance, the power of this imprint had disappeared too much. If this power was at its peak, it would be impossible for him to suppress it no matter what. Moreover, the Blood River King had personally said that this imprint had been passed down for a very long time. Therefore, the possibility that Su Yen was the extraterrestrial demon that Carlet had mentioned could be ruled out. However, he would never have thought that the most important evidence that could rule out Su Yen as the so-called extraterrestrial demon was the biggest loophole that Su Yen had exploited. Su Yen had the power of the highest. After the power of the highest devoured the inheritance imprint, it analyzed his power, causing the bloodline restriction that the highest had left for his descendants to be ineffective against Su Yen. Forget it, he will meet the king tomorrow. In front of the king, no disguise can continue to exist. Why should I think so much? Immediately after, Rusty mocked himself. It seemed that he was getting older and closer to death, so he was becoming more and more paranoid. He put away all his thoughts. At this time, Aina came over. "His recovery is not bad, right?" Aina said, "Well, it's really amazing. In terms of recovery power alone, I can't compare to him." When Aina said this, he felt unbalanced in his heart. He was already a monster and abnormal in Shura, but he still couldn't compare to Su Yen. The last battle between the two of them did not determine the winner. However, Su Yan's attainments in Shura fire undoubtedly crushed him, and at this time, his recovery power was also stronger than his. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he already knew in his heart that if it was a real life and death battle, Su Yen might be the final winner. Su Yen could be so ruthless and bold when facing Bareface. This was definitely not something that could be done just by impulse. Su Yen must have gone through countless battles to be able to cultivate such courage. No wonder he found Su Yen so pleasing to the eye. He and himself were the same kind of people. You really appreciate him. All right, everything will be decided after he meets His Majesty. At this time, Su Yen began to meditate. He said to Ellen, "You should go back to the Blood River Tower with Linda later." He was about to meet King Shura, so it was impossible for him not to be nervous. The strength of the Blood River King was truly too terrifying. The strength that Rusty displayed that day was all thanks to the arrangements of the Blood River King. It already possessed such a terrifying amount of power. If he was the one using it, how terrifying would it be? Su Yen didn't know, but in the face of such a powerful existence, no matter how cautious he was, he couldn't be too cautious. Now, he was able to conceal his human aura. Even the blue mask Shura wouldn't be able to detect anything out of the ordinary. But what about King Shura? He had reached a whole new level. When he faced Xing Tianrua, he thought that with the existence of the Godslayer sword intent, he would be able to injure him. At the very least, he would be able to leave safely. Unfortunately, in the face of such danger, he couldn't even move. This was no longer a difference in power, but a difference in essence. It was an indescribable feeling. But now, King Shura in the Shura realm was definitely not weaker than Xing Tianrua. In fact, he was even more powerful. It must be known that Xing Tianrua was still injured at the time. The only thing Su Yen could rely on now was the power of the Most Supreme. He constantly circulated the power of the Most Supreme to conceal the aura of his soul, hiding it in the deepest place. At the same time, Su Yen kept hypnotizing himself. He kept telling himself that Su Yen was a Shura, not a human. As for what kind of past he had, it didn't matter. As long as he was a Shura and didn't belong to the forces of other Shura kings, the Blood River King shouldn't make things difficult for him. While Su Yen was quietly meditating, Ellen returned to the Blood River Tower. When she entered the Blood River Tower, Linda was sleeping. Ellen sighed. This Linda was really heartless. However, she suddenly felt a little strange because she found that Linda's strength seemed to be somewhat abnormal. She seemed to be stronger than before. She knew Linda inside out. Ellen had never liked this woman. She was lazy, cowardly, and greedy. Her strength definitely wouldn't increase like this for no reason. But according to Su Yan's instructions, Linda should be staying in the Blood River Tower. At this time, Ellen suddenly felt uneasy. She immediately turned around to leave, but at this time, Linda opened her eyes. As usual, she rubbed her eyes and said softly, "Ellen, you're back." Everything was the same as usual, without the slightest difference. But this time, Ellen didn't hesitate at all. She directly turned around and wanted to leave. But when she turned around, she found that there was only endless darkness behind her. "Sister Ellen, why are you leaving so soon? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Linda's voice was a little sluggish and a little evil. Ellen knew that she was imprisoned, and the power that imprisoned her came from Linda's body. But this was definitely not something Linda could do. At this moment, a blurry shadow suddenly appeared beside Linda. "Ha, you're very loyal to that Su Yen. But no matter how you struggle, it's useless. Come with me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you easily. After all, I'm not that bored. I just want to know where this kid came from." At this time, the one who attacked was Arthur's. Carlet and Arthur's had been in Blood River City for so many days, but they didn't make any movements. Every day, they lived in seclusion, as if they came to Blood River City for sightseeing. As for them, Rusty naturally didn't feel at ease. There were blue-faced Shura watching them. As long as they made any movements, Rusty would use the power of thunder to directly suppress them. In fact, these days, Carlet and Arthur's didn't have a good time. At that time, they suspected that they judged Su Yen as a human because of Blood River King's mind bewitchment, so they didn't dare to make any movements. But after all, these two people were top Shura generals. A few days of quiet thinking was enough for them to sort out their thoughts. What's more, their king, Shura King Pamye, had told them to follow their own thoughts. The way of the heavens would guide them. Therefore, They finally believed that Su Yen was most likely the mysterious extraterrestrial demon. Since this was the case, they naturally wanted to find out the truth. It's just that Su Yen was too high profile recently. He completely showed his strength and youth. For such a young expert, and a very talented one, Rusty would never let him go. He had entered Rusty's vision, so it was very difficult for them to make a move on Su Yen. What's more, suddenly, a violent turmoil appeared and Su Yen was directly taken away by Rusty, which made their plan even more useless. But after all, these two were very smart people. Since they couldn't catch Su Yen, they would capture Su Yan's two maids. If these two maids were Su Yan's, then they should know about Su Yan's background. If they really didn't know, then it wouldn't be much of a loss. Ellen was taken to the City Lord's residence by Aina, leaving Linda alone in the Blood River Tower. According to Su Yan's instructions, she shouldn't have left the room. But she still left the room. At that time, she just wanted to go downstairs to take a look. After all, the terrible explosion and fluctuations that day were really shocking. She told herself that she would never leave the room, she just wanted to go downstairs to take a look. The handsome waiter of the Blood River Tower knew her, and the people here respected her master. They would never do anything to her. So, in the end, she still took a step forward. But she didn't expect that when she went downstairs, she would find a very handsome male Shura. His smile was warm like the sun, and his eyes were so gentle, but there was a bit of melancholy in them that ordinary male Shura didn't have. So, she couldn't help but walk towards him, and then said a few words to him. Needless to say, what happened after that was Arthur's method. Arthur's easily took control of Linda, and Ashura's devil's will was stepped into Linda's soul. As long as Linda fell asleep, he would be able to find his answer from Linda's heart. Unfortunately, Su Yen had already made arrangements, and the heart-locking seal successfully prevented him from spying. In Linda's memory, everything was very normal. But Arthur's felt that there must be something fishy about this. His rational judgment came to the conclusion that Su Yen was just a powerful wandering Shura, and then he kidnapped Linda and Ellen to become his maids. He told himself this, but his intuition told him that there was something wrong with Su Yen. And most importantly, the King of Destruction said to follow his intuition. Arthur's was very patient. Since he couldn't get any information from Linda, he waited for the other maid. Su Yen seemed to pay more attention to the other maid. After waiting for a few days, his opportunity finally came. Ellen finally returned, so he immediately made his move. Although Ellen's strength had increased with Su Yan's help, how could she compete with a blue-faced Shura? He was quickly subdued, and Arthur said, "Poor female Shura, I will get the answer I want from your soul. I hope my intuition is wrong, otherwise, you will suffer." Chapter 973. Female Literature. Su Yen followed closely behind Rusty, moving forward step by step. At this time, his mind had completely calmed down. Last night, Su Yen had thought of countless countermeasures. However, no matter which one it was, he rejected them all. The other party's strength was too strong, which gave him a huge amount of pressure. It was impossible to have a foolproof plan. But in the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. There was never anything foolproof in this world. In short, it could be said to be calm. As Su Yen walked, he found that his surroundings had unknowingly changed. Previously, it was a very quiet road, but at this time, there was suddenly the sound of flowing water. At this time, he seemed to be in the middle of a big river. At this time, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. He held his breath and followed Rusty. After a while, the surrounding environment changed again, and at this time, there was already a bloody light soaring into the sky. He could feel the changes in the river with every step he took. Every step he took was the same. At this time, an invisible pressure also directly oppressed him. Su Yen tried his best to calm down his aura. He guessed that at this time he should have reached the Blood River. He remembered that Aina had once said that the Blood River was the place where the Blood River King achieved Tao. Su Yen. Right at this moment, a calm and dignified voice was heard. An indescribable power spread out bit by bit at this moment. That power formed a ripple. The ripple moved until it was in front of Su Yen before it stopped. Su Yen looked ahead quietly, feeling the terrifying aura. At this time, an extremely strange and powerful will began to move towards Su Yan's soul. Soul exploration. Sure enough, as he had expected, the Blood River King would definitely explore his soul. At that moment, in the deepest part of Su Yan's soul, the power of the revered sword soul was directly activated. In truth, this was a clash between Su Yan and the Blood River King. If the Blood River King discovered that something was wrong with Su Yan's soul, then for Su Yan, even if it wasn't a calamity, it would still be extremely dangerous. The speck of blood-red light began to evolve and then surged endlessly, as if it wanted to enter Su Yan's memories. Su Yan had been preparing for this moment. When he first entered the Shura realm, he killed Cole and his retinue of the Aganda family and read their memories. With this as his foundation, he continued to hypnotize himself, telling himself that he was a Shura, a native Shura. The sound of the surging river became louder and louder. Su Yan's consciousness also became thin at this time. A voice kept calling him into a deep sleep. The figure of the Blood River King began to appear. At this time, he was checking to see if there was anything wrong with Su Yan. At this time, a ray of light suddenly flashed. It was almost like a bolt of lightning. The sudden appearance of this light caught the Blood River King off guard, and he withdrew his divine sense. At this time, Su Yan still hadn't woken up, as if he didn't know what had just happened. What a powerful will, to actually drive me out of his divine sense. The Blood River King's expression was very ugly. But soon he calmed himself down. That power was very strong, but he was sure that it was the power of the Shura. Such a powerful force had already reached the level of the Emperor of the Shura, or even higher. What was the origin of this kid? In truth, before Su Yan's arrival, he had also suspected Su Yan. After all, he was very clear that at that time, a human had entered the Shura realm. But now, he no longer had any doubts. That powerful and unfamiliar Shura power made him not dare to doubt. The Emperor of the Shura realm was indeed a very powerful existence, but he wasn't invincible. Above the Emperor of the Shura realm, there was the Emperor, and even the mysterious and incomparably great Emperor Shura. The power in the depths of Su Yan's soul was much stronger than he imagined, and even he couldn't bear it. This terrifying power made his heart palpitate. No wonder he could obtain the seal of the Shura realm. This kid was actually someone else's chess piece. I don't know which powerhouse arranged this chess piece. Powerful, really powerful. The Blood River King sighed. Even for him, the seal of the Shura realm was a precious thing. But for the Emperor of the Shura realm, it wasn't necessarily precious, and for the Emperor of the Shura realm, it was even more so. The Blood River King calmed himself down a little, then he gently snapped his fingers. At this time, the surrounding Blood River trembled slightly. At this time, the sound of the waves was no longer dull, but had an indescribable lightness. "Wake up, Su Yan." Not long after, Su Yan opened his eyes. He looked at the Blood River King and said, "Greetings, great Blood River King." Su Yan's respect made the Blood River King very satisfied. At this time, in front of Su Yan, the blood light condensed into a face. "As expected of the inheritor of the seal of the Shura realm, you're really extraordinary. Very good, you were able to fight to a draw with Aina. It's really rare. Are you interested in joining the Blood River City? As long as you join the Blood River City, I will give you the same treatment as Aina, and I will make you stronger." The Blood River King didn't waste any time and directly threw an olive branch to Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan said, "Do you still have the seal of the Shura realm?" "Seal of the Shura realm? Hee, if you want it, take it." At this time, the Blood River King directly threw the seal of the Shura realm to Su Yan. It was obviously a very precious thing, but at this time, it looked like trash. "This is your seal of the Shura realm. I won't hide it from you. This king has already studied this seal of the Shura realm and obtained a new power system from it, which is of great help to this king. If it wasn't for the terrifying power of the Shura realm that suddenly appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the Blood River King definitely wouldn't be so polite to Su Yan. But at this moment, everything was different. Originally, he said that he would bestow the seal of the Shura realm to Gina Xiu, but at this time, he had already forgotten this sentence. Gina Xiu was just a subordinate. Even if he was very loyal and useful, he was still a subordinate. After all, a subordinate was still a subordinate. To put it bluntly, he was just a subordinate, and the Blood River King didn't care too much about him. However, the Su Yen in front of him was different. There might be a supreme expert hiding behind him. In any case, it was extremely important to be on good terms with Su Yen. More importantly, as the powerful Blood River King, he already knew that the two subordinates of the King of Destruction seemed to want to make a move on Su Yen. This couldn't be more interesting. The Blood River King was very strong, but he had to admit that in terms of combat strength, he was inferior to the King of Destruction. However, if the King of Destruction wanted to court death, it would be very interesting. This king has accepted your kindness, so naturally, I won't treat you unfairly. This is a medicinal pill that this king obtained in the human world back then, the Soaring Tear Dragon pill. You can take it. This medicinal pill has unimaginable benefits. As he said that, he immediately ran over to Su Yen with the medicinal pill. Su Yen took the medicinal pill. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his hand, an indescribable fragrance wafted out. However, Su Yen didn't continue to care about the medicinal pill. Instead, he asked directly, "May I ask, Blood River King, is the human world very rich? Does it have rare treasures that our Shura world doesn't have?" A slightly surprised look flashed in the Blood River King's eyes. That's right, the human world is indeed incomparably rich, but wanting to enter the human world is not an easy matter. These matters are not something that you can pay attention to at the moment. Remember, if you want to enter the human world, you must become a blue-faced Azura. Therefore, join my Blood River City. Su Yen thought for a moment, then said, "Okay." Just like that, Su Yen officially joined the Blood River City. The Blood River King lightly nodded. Then a power appeared, and Su Yan's figure slowly disappeared like a withered leaf. "Interesting, I can't see through you. Shatter, Shatter, I really want to see your bloody appearance. It will be very interesting." Su Yen reappeared in the City Lord's mansion. Such a method was really powerful. In the eyes of ordinary Shura, this was probably a godlike method. However, Su Yen knew that this was just the use of space. Shura kings and Dao sovereigns were on the same level. One of the important signs of Dao sovereigns was that they understood the true meaning of space. So it wasn't difficult for the Shura king to understand this point. However, just now I clearly couldn't resist his soul search, but he suddenly retreated from my knowledge sea. Why is that? In fact, this was what Su Yen couldn't figure out. Although he made a lot of arrangements, but when he really faced it, he found that he was still too naive. The power of the Shura king was really not something he could deal with at the moment. At that time, he almost activated the bright moon and blue lotus in his knowledge sea, and called out the soul-subduing seal and the four directions seal at the same time. But at that moment, the Blood River King directly retreated from his knowledge sea. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared. If it weren't for me, do you think you can stand here safely at this time?" The voice was so cold and arrogant, but at this time, Su Yen showed a hint of surprise. "Godslayer sword. You actually woke up." The Godslayer sword fell into a deep sleep during the last Dragon King's calamity. Su Yen originally thought that this time it would be a long sleep, but he didn't expect that the Godslayer sword would wake up at this time and help him through the crisis. Chapter 974. Girls' Literature. Resurrection? If you want to put it that way, it's not wrong. But boy, you actually came to the Shura realm. That's really surprising. However, the Shura realm is a good place. The Godslayer sword's voice was a bit off. Unlike before, the Godslayer sword sounded a bit more emotional. At this time, Su Yen directly asked, "You said this is a good place? Have you been to the Shura realm before? If not, why would the Godslayer sword say something like that?" At this time, Su Yen spoke again. What scared him away was an extremely terrifying power from the Shura realm. Otherwise, why would Blood River King not attack? That power was triggered by the Godslayer sword. Could it be? At this point, Su Yen already had a guess in his heart. At this time, the Godslayer sword directly said, "Well, boy, don't make wild guesses. I killed countless strong people in the past, including the Emperor of the Shura realm." It's not strange that I can release the power of the Shura realm. Su Yen did not have any doubts about this sentence. The God-Slayer sword's power was unparalleled. It was even supreme, but Su Yen did not understand how strong the power was to be able to shatter the God-Slayer sword. Well, boy, you don't have to think too much about it. During this time, your strength has increased a lot, but it's a pity that you're still too weak. If you meet a real strong person, you'll die, the God-Slayer sword said disdainfully. Hearing this, Su Yen did not deny it, because he knew that it was a fact. Just like before, if the God-Slayer sword did not make a move at the last moment, he would have been in a very dangerous situation. But you can turn yourself into a Shura realm. That's a good idea. The great, ha. This time, the laughter was full of pride. Su Yen was sure that the God-Slayer sword must have gotten what it wanted from the great. At least it must have seen something different. Otherwise, its attitude would not be so strange. However, this had nothing to do with Su Yen. At least not yet. Su Yen did not have the strength to intervene. I want to improve my strength, but it's not something that can be done overnight. Su Yen frowned. In fact, his strength was improving fast enough. But he knew that it was not enough. Unless he wanted to stay in the Shura world for the rest of his life, the growth of his strength was still too slow. Isn't it easy to improve in the Shura realm? That's killing. As long as you keep killing, you can solve the problem. Isn't this the so-called Shura realm? In the Shura realm, kill to pave the way. As long as you can bear the killing, your strength will naturally improve. The God-Slayer sword's words made Su Yen frown again. Then what should I do? Su Yen asked. The God-Slayer sword seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. He smiled and said, if I remember correctly, the Shura realm seems to have a tradition, that is the Shura arena. That should be a paradise for killing. But so many years have passed. I don't know if those stupid Shura arenas still exist. Su Yen nodded and said, okay, I understand. I will ask them about this. At this time, Su Yen had already agreed to join the Blood River King. Since that was the case, it was normal for him to make some reasonable requests. Su Yen had already left under the guidance of the maid. At this time, the Blood River King was with Aina and Tenna Rusty. The Blood River King said, Tenna Rusty, Su Yen has already joined me. You have to pay attention to him. If he has any requests, as long as it's within your ability, satisfy him. Don't worry about anything else. The Blood River King directly ordered. Hearing the Blood River King's words, Tenna Rusty immediately knew that Su Yen had already received the Blood River King's approval. Moreover, it was the kind of approval that was extremely important to him. Su Yen's strength wasn't bad, and he was very young. It was certain that he would be favored by the Blood River King. As long as there was no problem with his background, the Blood River King would definitely nurture him. However, Tenna Rusty didn't expect that the Blood River King would actually value Su Yen to such an extent. At this time, the Blood River King continued, oh right, I have something to tell you. I returned the Shura's royal seal to Su Yen, so I can't give it to you. However, I will think of a way to solve your problem, so you don't have to worry. The Blood River King had just finished speaking when Aina spoke. King, didn't you promise to return the royal seal to Tenna Rusty? At this time, Aina didn't even address Tenna Rusty respectfully. Tenna Rusty immediately shouted angrily, shut up. He should have expected this, but Aina spoke too quickly. It was so fast that he couldn't stop him in time. At this time, he was already covered in cold sweat. Aina actually dared to question the king's decision. He was courting death. However, he didn't want Aina to be in any danger, so he immediately knelt down and said, Great King, Aina didn't mean to say that. He definitely didn't mean to question your decision. Please forgive him. After saying this, he actually prostrated himself on the ground. At this time, Aina was furious. The Shura's royal seal was very likely the key to Tenna Rusty's survival. But the Blood River King had clearly promised. But why did he change his mind at this time? Tenna Rusty's body even began to tremble because of anger. The Shura King didn't continue speaking, but his gaze had already landed on Aina. He didn't use any power, but his gaze was incomparably heavy. Aina trembled even more. At first, it was because he was unwilling, but now he couldn't help but tremble. At this time, he felt as if he was being suppressed by a large mountain. The strength that he was so proud of couldn't even withstand a gaze from the king. This made him angry, but also made him feel pain. After a long time, the Blood River King said indifferently, "You're unwilling? Very good, very good. It's a pity that you're still too weak, so you don't have the right to question my decision. Promise? If I'm willing, then it's a promise. If I'm unwilling, then it's nothing. Aina, do you understand this principle? If you want the Shura's royal seal, then you can rely on your own strength to get it. If you're strong enough, then it doesn't matter even if you take my Shura's royal seal." When he said the last word, an extremely terrifying aura directly erupted at this time, and the powerful force turned into a storm at this time. The extremely terrifying aura directly blew out. Aina couldn't stabilize his body at all and was directly blown away. However, after he flew out, a blood-colored wall suddenly appeared behind him. He directly sank into the blood-colored wall and couldn't move anymore. At this time, Tenna Rusty was already crawling on the ground, begging. At this time, the Blood River King said, "Don't worry, I won't blame Aina. He's still young. However, Aina, I'm not talking nonsense with you. Is being invincible in the green-faced Shura very powerful? No, not at all. Do you naively think that because you're a green-faced Shura, the other party will also fight you as a green-faced Shura?" At this time, Aina gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your teaching." How unwilling was he? He was obviously very angry, but he still had to say words like, "Thank you for your teaching." He was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. He was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to accept this. The Blood River King said directly, "You're still too weak. Aina, soon, the Shura arena will be opened. You should enter it. If you can survive, your strength will be able to take another step forward. Of course, if you can't become a green-faced Shura in the Shura arena, then even if you come back, I will kill you. I don't want to raise a useless person." After the Blood River King finished speaking, his body disappeared on the spot. Then the enormous majestic aura also disappeared. Aina's body fell to the ground. Even at this time, his body was still trembling. Damn it. He kept roaring, wanting to vent all the unwillingness and anger in his heart. At this time, Tenna Rusty had already walked to his side. His face was very cold, even ashen. He said directly, "Do you want to kill yourself and then kill me? If you can't control your heart, then what's the difference between you and a beast?" After saying that, Tenna Rusty left. Aina breathed heavily. Finally, he said directly, "Blood River King, very good. Aina, will definitely personally dig out your Shura royal seal." When Su Yen returned to his room, he found that someone was already waiting for him. It was actually the waiter of the Blood River Tower. At this time, when he saw Su Yen, the waiter directly walked over. "Greetings, Lord Su Yen," he said very respectfully. In the beginning, he didn't have any respect for Su Yen. After all, there were many green-faced Shura who went in and out of the Blood River Tower. There were even green-faced Shura members. But after that battle, he clearly knew that he had to maintain the most sincere respect for Su Yen. There was no other reason. It was because of Su Yan's strength and because of Su Yan's potential. At that time, he speculated that Su Yen would definitely be valued by the city lord. He didn't know if he could soar to the sky, but he knew that such a person was definitely not someone he could provoke. Chapter 975. Female Literature. "It's you? Why are you looking for me here?" Su Yen asked directly. He didn't hate this waiter, but he didn't like him either. The waiter naturally saw the meaning in Su Yan's eyes, but he didn't care. He only smiled and said, "My lord, this lowly one has come this time because I have something to tell my lord. That is, your two maids have left the Blood River house. Because they are my lord's maids, this lowly one did not dare to stop them. I originally thought that the two ladies were tired of staying in the house, so they went out for a walk. However, they have not returned for a day. If they were ordinary people, the waiter wouldn't care if they were alive or dead. Not to mention maids, even the death of the Blood River Tower's consecrator wouldn't have much to do with him. However, These two ladies were different. They were Su Yan's maids. Because Su Yan was important, they became important. Hearing the waiter's words, Su Yan immediately frowned. These two ladies actually left the Blood River Tower. He had clearly ordered them not to leave. If it was just Linda alone, it would be fine. After all, she didn't seem to be very obedient. However, after getting along with her for a period of time, he clearly knew that this woman, Ellen, wouldn't act recklessly. Now, even she was missing. Su Yan nodded silently and said, "Thank you." The waiter immediately beamed with joy. It was as if being able to receive a word of thanks from Su Yan was the greatest kindness in the world. "It's fine, it's my honor to be able to serve you. If you don't have any other orders, then this lowly one will take his leave." "Oh right, sir, this lowly one has already sent people to inquire about the two ladies. If there is any news, this lowly one will report it to you." Su Yan nodded and the waiter left just like that. After the waiter left, he was still thinking in his heart. "Looks like my eyes aren't bad. This fellow has indeed obtained the city lord's appreciation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be living in the city lord's mansion. Another hyena." At this moment, Su Yan directly sat down cross-legged. Then he began to think. He began to sense. He planted the heart-sealing seal in the souls of the two women. The heart-sealing seal was a variant of the puppet seal. It was not enough to turn people into puppets, but it was enough to control some of their thoughts. At least, it could control what they wanted to say and do. The departure of the two women made Su Yan feel uneasy. He immediately thought of many people, but in the end, he still decided to focus on the two subordinates of the King of Destruction. Ever since they had entered Blood River City, these two fellows had been too calm. However, it was not strange that these two fellows would pay attention to him. After all, the timing of his appearance here was too coincidental. Moreover, being so high-profile would naturally attract the attention of others. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, they would not suspect him based on this point. However, one should not forget that this was the Shura realm. The will of the Shura realm would cause trouble for him. Any doubts about him might be affirmed or even given guidance by the will of the heavens. Although the isolation of his aura had become stronger because of the revered sword soul, the malice of the will of the Shura realm towards him had also weakened. However, if the blue mask Shura had doubts in his heart, he could still receive guidance from the will of the heavens. The more powerful an existence was, the more favor they would receive from the will of the heavens. This was Su Yan's understanding of the will of the heavens. How troublesome! Su Yan exhaled and then said. At this moment, as if it had seen through Su Yan's thoughts, the God-Slayer sword spoke again. The more powerful an existence is, the more favor they would receive from the will of the heavens? Ignorant, but it's no wonder, after all, the word powerful is still too weak for the current you. Su Yan no longer paid attention to the God-Slayer sword's disdain, and directly tried to sense the position of the two women. This time, the sensing went very smoothly, almost without any effort. Su Yan was able to sense the existence of the two women. I can actually sense their existence so easily, As the saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be a demon. If the two blue masks Shura really wanted to hide the two women, then even if he had telepathy, he would definitely not be able to sense them so easily. Perhaps he could only vaguely sense a vague direction. But at this time, he could clearly sense their position. At this time, Su Yan did not stay any longer. He did not even greet anyone in the City Lord's mansion, and directly left here. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Su Yan immediately went outside. They actually already left Blood River City. Looks like they want to make a move outside the city. Their thoughts were not difficult to see through. If they were to make a move inside the city, then it would be a provocation to Blood River City. That Rusty's previous move would definitely cause them to be incomparably fearful. They deeply knew that in the city, in front of Rusty, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Therefore, at this time, they might as well directly leave Blood River City. This idea was not bad. Blood River City was built around the Blood River. It was also named after the Blood River. Within this Blood River, there must be a secret that Su Yan did not know about. Otherwise, this blood river would not have been obtained by the Blood River King, and even more so caused the revered sword spirit to waver. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, "This time, the opponent is the two blue mask Shura? Hee, Su Yen, let me comprehend the revered sword spirit one more time, and I will help you kill these two blue mask Shura. How about it? This way, you can easily absorb the power of these two blue mask Shura and make yourself stronger." Su Yen did not have any response to the Godslayer sword's proposal. "Damn it, don't be silent, don't tell me you are not tempted by my proposal? Your strength is really too weak, you are simply not the opponent of these two people, but if I make a move, then it will be different, I can help you easily kill these two people, how about it?" he asked again. As for the Godslayer sword's proposal, Su Yen did not consider it at all for the time being. He bitterly knew that the Godslayer sword was not a good person, he was not a philanthropist, and would selflessly help him. He wanted to come into contact with the revered sword spirit. The revered sword spirit was his foundation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Yen did not want to let anyone, no existence, come into contact with it. Not even the Godslayer sword. Ellen and Linda were just two maids, they were not important to him at all. If they died, then they died, he would not feel any heartache. To him, the death of these two women was actually a good thing. Originally, he had let these two women live because he was worried that his aura would leak out, so he wanted these two women to be his spokespeople, but now he had turned himself into a Shura, even fooling the Blood River King. At this moment, these two women had become a burden. Just like this time, they had become a means for the enemy to attack him. This was Su Yen's thought. Of course, if possible, he still hoped that Ellen could live, this woman would be a good helper. At this moment, Su Yen was not in a hurry at all. However, these two blue-faced Shura had lured him out, so they wanted to capture him, or directly kill him. However, it didn't matter. At this moment, how could Su Yen not want to hunt down these two prey? In the distance, Arthur suddenly opened his eyes. "He's here, he's not slow at all, I didn't expect this guy to be so protective of the fairer sex." He sneered, this guy actually chased after him like this surprised him. After he captured Ellen, he also tried to get Ellen to tell him what she knew, but just like what he felt from Linda, Ellen did not know anything. This was even more strange, so he simply tried to lure Su Yen out. In fact, he did not have much hope. After all, in the Shura world, many things did not matter, such as life. But Su Yen really came. "It's good that he's here, just capture him, but I don't know why the king asked us to bring him back. Such a brat should be killed directly," Carlet said. Just before they took action, they received the will of the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction actually asked them to bring Su Yen back. Arthur said, "Okay, enough nonsense, the king's decision is not something you and I can guess. I think we should increase the distance between us and the Blood River King. This brat might have already attracted the attention of the Blood River King. Every time I look at this blood river, it makes me feel uncomfortable." After he finished speaking, he directly flew to a more distant place, neither fast nor slow. Naturally, he could not fly at full speed, because if he did, he felt that Su Yen would not be able to catch up. The Blood River King's reputation was also very terrifying. Although the King of Destruction's battle strength seemed to be above the Blood River King's, that was only a contest between two kings. When facing them, the Blood River King could easily kill them. They did not know how terrifying the Blood River King's power was, so the best choice was to stay away from the Blood River. At this time, Su Yen, who was behind them, was slightly stunned. Are they trying to increase the distance between them and the Blood River King? Hee, this damn Shura's will, is it helping me? Su Yen felt that it was funny. Of course, he naturally understood the thoughts of these two people. They did not want to be watched by the Blood River King, but this was also his own idea. At this time, his speed became even faster. Chapter 976. Female Literature. At this time, in Blood River City, Tung Rui was standing in the city lord's mansion, looking at a place far away. Over there, Su Yan's figure was getting smaller and smaller. He really went. At this time, Aina said, "Are we really not going to help Su Yen? Didn't Blood River King already pull him into our camp? No matter what, this guy will definitely become a strong expert. If he dies at this time, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Although Aina didn't treat Su Yan as his friend, at least Su Yan gave him a good impression. Moreover, Su Yan was a rare opponent. If he died like this, he would still feel pity. Of course, the most important point was that Su Yan still had the Shura King's seal. If Su Yan died, the Shura King's seal would be lost. Whether it was taken away or destroyed, this was not something he wanted to see. Ting Rui said, "What? Have you forgotten the king's order? Whatever Su Yan wants, as long as we can do it, we will give it to him. Other than that, don't worry about him. If Su Yan wants our help, he will ask, but he didn't. Since he didn't ask, we don't need to care about him." Aina said, "Well, I'm going to cultivate. That guy, please don't die." He turned around and left. At this time, Ting Rui said softly, "Su Yan, what is your origin? Why did the Blood River King pay so much attention to you?" He had served the Blood River King for so long, so he knew a little about the Blood River King's temperament. If Su Yan didn't have anything that the Blood River King cared about, then the Blood River King would never deny his words for Su Yan. Therefore, when the Blood River King said that he would not give him the Shura's royal seal again, he did not complain at all. Soon, he could no longer look at Su Yan's figure. They were already completely out of his control, and perhaps they would soon be out of the control of the Blood River King as well. After a long time, Scarlet stopped. There were two women on both sides of him. He was quite lucky. At this point he said, "All right, that's enough." With such a long distance, no matter how powerful Emperor Shura is, it's impossible for him to project his consciousness here. Arthurs nodded and began to sense Su Yan's location. At this moment, his expression changed slightly again. "You're not slow at all. Although they have already slowed down their flying speed, that kind of speed is still very difficult for a green-faced Shura." However, Su Yan was still able to catch up with them, and it didn't seem like he was struggling at all. This showed how extraordinary Su Yan was. "What? You're not going to continue running?" At this moment, Su Yan's voice came from afar. The two green-faced Shura looked at each other. They both felt an indescribable sense of absurdity in their hearts. A green-faced Shura actually said such words. However, they soon understood Su Yan's meaning. Su Yan's words meant that he believed that they had the ability to kill the two of them directly. If he was really a green-faced Shura, he would not dare to say such words. However, that outer space demon could. It was said that this guy killed 5 of his comrades in the Shura cave, and even the ice marshal died. If that's the case, then you're really an otherworldly demon. Scarlet's eyes glowed brightly. No matter how he looked at this guy, he was definitely a Shura. His Shura aura was so pure. Moreover, he did not feel any rejection from the Shura world at all. The surging Azura aura constantly surrounded him, swallowing him in and out. Such a person was actually an outer space demon. This was really ridiculous. However, he had already admitted it. At this moment, Su Yan's aura began to gradually transform. The green-brown skin slowly disappeared, and a powerful aura began to slowly emerge. When that powerful aura appeared, a completely different kind of power directly appeared. A dragon-shaped aura that could be seen with the naked eye constantly wondered at this time. Human. At this time, there was no doubt about it. "Ha, you want to kill me? How stupid." Su Yan directly mocked. At this time, Arthur suddenly asked, "Why are you not suppressed?" Yes, he felt that Su Yan was not suppressed, but this was unreasonable. When they passed through the Shura cave and arrived at the everlasting world, they were suppressed by the will of heaven, so that they could only display 90% of their original strength. Such suppression greatly reduced their battle prowess. If they were not suppressed by the will of heaven after entering the everlasting world, then their battle strength would become even more powerful, and more people in the everlasting world would die in their hands. At this time, their hearts began to burn with passion. Needless to say, just obtaining this secret alone was enough for them to become rich. Haha, are you getting greedy? You really are not afraid of death. At this time, the scarlet scorching sun sword appeared. It's been a long time since I let you breathe. My old friend, I'll let you drink blood now. As Su Yan's words fell, the scorching sun sword hummed softly, and a sword chi directly burst out at this time. At this time, Carlet coldly snorted, "Human, you're too arrogant. This is the Shura world. Our strength will not be suppressed, not to mention you're still far from it." Facing Su Yan's sword chi, he directly punched out. He wanted to let this guy know the strength of the Shura world. A mere human dared to speak so arrogantly, he was simply courting death. His strength was so terrifying and powerful, and the power of that punch was the epitome of the word overbearing. When he swung his fist, Ellen and Linda had already been thrown aside by him. These two women were just bait to lure Su Yan over, and now that the fish had bitten the hook, what else was there for them? Moreover, by doing so, he might be able to attract Su Yan's attention even more, so why not do such a thing? At this time, Su Yan directly unleashed his speed to the extreme. His figure flashed, and he was already towards the two women. "Arthurs, stop him, this guy really has a tender heart for the fairer sex." Carlet disdained in his heart, this guy actually dared to be so distracted while fighting with him, this is the path to death. At this moment, his strength was so terrifying. The power of this punch, at the moment when it was about to collide with the sword chi, actually soared again. "Hee human, I will let you know what fear is." His fist force was like that of a ferocious tiger, roaring. This was what he was good at. When he punched out, there were already two streams of fist force superimposed on each other. At the very beginning, others would not be able to detect the trick, but by the time they really discovered it, it was already too late. The power of the two fist forces would erupt at the same time, directly dealing a fatal blow to the opponent. Even if it couldn't directly kill or seriously injure the opponent, it was enough to establish the upper hand. If Bareface was here, he would definitely be on guard against this move because he and Carlet were old rivals. Unfortunately, he wasn't here. Carlet knew that Su Yan couldn't possibly know about this move of his. It was as if he could already see the scene of Su Yan screaming in pain. Arthurs had already blocked Su Yan's path. It was impossible for him to escape. The two forces finally met, and just as he imagined, Su Yan's sword chi had been directly shattered at this moment. The powerful force directly swallowed Su Yan's body. "Enjoy the pain," he whispered softly. "Carlet, be careful." At this moment, Arthur's anxious voice came over. Carlet was greatly surprised, and at this moment he suddenly felt a tingling pain on the top of his head. Damn it! He didn't think much and immediately wanted to dodge. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast, and Su Yan's hand had already pressed on his head. Then, Su Yan suddenly exerted force and fell down at an incredible speed. His strength was constantly increasing, and at this moment, Su Yan's aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Su Yan's true realm was still 10 dragons, but his strength was much stronger than before. Although entering the Shura realm was a disaster for him, it also made his strength stronger, even stronger than when he faced Aganda last time. One had to know that these days, he had been constantly analyzing the Shura King's seal and obtaining power from it. The Shura King's seal was the inheritance of the Shura King's power. Moreover, in the absolute prison, he had devoured countless gloomy cold energy, and his strength was constantly increasing. In Blood River City, he sealed his true strength, then transformed himself into a Shura, and even did not hesitate to hypnotize himself. At this time, he finally began to use his strength without any scruples. At this moment, he realized that in this period of time, his strength had increased by so much. His strength had reached a terrifying level. That berserk aura was so terrifying that even he found it difficult to control it. At this time, although he was still 10 dragons, he was no longer weaker than those 3 essences Dao sovereigns. Su Yan's combat strength had always been far beyond his true strength. In the face of these 2 blue-faced Azuras, he didn't hold back in the slightest. Boom! A terrifying loud sound was heard. Fortunately, there was no one here. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died under this attack? Even so, it was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. This is so satisfying. At this time, Su Yan really wanted to laugh out loud. This was the feeling of being full of power. It was just too delightful. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to become stronger. It was because the feeling of being powerful was so wonderful, and the feeling of being invincible was wonderful. Let him go! At this time, Arthur's directly blasted out a brown power, which directly smashed toward Su Yen. Su Yen sneered, "You want to save him? Then come, let me see what makes you think you can save him." At this moment, Su Yen actually did not dodge. At this moment, there was a change on his face. The terrifying tricolored mask appeared once again. When this mask appeared, it meant that Su Yen had directly entered the most violent state. The power of the three hearts in his body began to pulsate. The demon god's heart, the great demon dragon's heart, and the Buddha's heart. During the period when he transformed himself into a Shura, Su Yen had even sealed these three hearts with the power of the zenith to prevent himself from revealing any flaws. Now that he had unsealed them, the three hearts immediately began to beat. As his strength continued to increase, this kind of beating became more intense. His blood circulation began to accelerate. Su Yan's strength had become even more terrifying at this moment. Shura was known for his physical body, and the blue-faced Shura's physical body was even more powerful. When the venerables of the infinite world fought with the blue-faced Shura, why were they generally at a disadvantage? The physical body was the most important factor. When the power of the Shura's physical body erupted, it directly broke through all obstacles, instantly arriving in front of the venerables, and then directly killing the venerables. In battle, the physical body was extremely important. The terrifying aura constantly trembled, and the most terrifying power was constantly swallowing at this time. The sound of a dragon's roar began to sound. At this time, Su Yen had begun to go berserk. At this time, the Godslayer sword suddenly sighed softly. It seems that this kid has been suppressed for too long, and now he's starting to get excited. However, I'll still give you a hand. At this time, an invisible Shura canopy directly unfolded at this time, blocking everything here. The Godslayer sword really had incredible power. When this Shura canopy appeared, it actually immediately blocked everything, as if this place had been cut out from the Shura world. At this time, the Blood River King's expression changed in the Blood River. Can't you feel the aura of a real battle? What a powerful power! It cut off my perception in an instant. Such a powerful Shura power, it's indeed a power above the Shura Emperor. The Blood River King naturally paid attention to Su Yen. In fact, when Su Yen left he had already noticed it, but his divine sense did not immediately follow. Instead, it stayed far behind him. It was only when the battle began and he felt the powerful fluctuations of power that he was prepared to pay attention to his divine sense. He wanted to avoid being discovered by the powerful will in Su Yan's body, but he did not expect that the powerful will would still discover him even though he was so careful. Moreover, the will used such a method to isolate the world from his divine sense. Forget it, forget it. It's better if I don't provoke such an expert. Ha, Shatter. Oh, Shatter, I want to see what you'll do this time. Are you going to watch your two subordinates die like this? The Blood River King chuckled. Those two blue-faced Shura were probably the top existences below Martial Shura. If these two Shura were his subordinates, he would be very unhappy to watch them die. He wanted to see what the King of Destruction would do at this time. The Blood River King was good at scheming, while the King of Destruction was good at strength. In fact, the King of Destruction had always had the upper hand in their battles. However, this time, the Blood River King saw a glimmer of hope. Even if he could not really do anything to the King of Destruction, it was enough to make him vomit blood. The stupid King of Destruction actually thought that such a powerful person, who was very likely to be chosen by Great Emperor Shura, was a human invader from outer space. This was really stupid. That human might have been killed by Heaven's will when he first entered the world of Shura. However, the King of Destruction could not be blamed for this. The martial Shura that he had painstakingly obtained was already dead. It was understandable that he would lose his mind. Su Yen discovered the Godslayer sword's actions and became even more unscrupulous at this time. The new power and the old power began to merge at this time. Chapter 977. Female Literature. At this moment, a black flame suddenly appeared around Su Yan's body. At this moment, the space around him began to fluctuate continuously, as if he was no longer in this world. Even Su Yen himself did not expect that when he used such a power, he would be able to increase his strength to such a level. The power of the Shura merged with the power of the original world, giving birth to a power that Su Yen was not familiar with before. This was a brand new power that was more domineering than ever before, so much so that there were even ripples of the void around him. Su Yan's gaze fell on Arthur's. It was clearly an extremely ordinary gaze, but at this moment, the most terrifying flames were burning in his eyes. The violent power rose up like a huge wave in the sea. At this moment, Scarlet was being suppressed in his hand, and the surging power seemed to be a terrifying radiance that could destroy the world. At this moment, that power was extremely terrifying. The powerful power surged, and endless flames burned and boiled at this moment. How is this possible? Arthur's was shocked. How could the power Su Yen displayed be something that a green-faced Shura could possess? Such power should not be contained in this world at all, because he was simply too domineering. Such power was almost comparable to the terrifying flames in the void. At this moment, Su Yen ignored Arthur's shock and roared, "Die!" Then, he killed these two guys and devoured them. For Su Yen, this was what he wanted to do the most at this moment. If these two guys did not die, they would be a big trouble for him. They were really too troublesome. After all, they were backed by the King of Destruction. When he faced the Blood River King, he had already experienced the terrifying power that could almost destroy the world. That kind of power was not something that he could resist at this time. He would never forget what had happened when that power had entered his mind. If not for the fact that the deity-slaying sword had awakened at that moment, he would have been dead by now. Blood River King might suddenly change his mind, but what about Destruction King? He wasn't confident at all. He knew very well that even though he had blocked Heaven's will and had the protection of the Godslayer sword, he would still be in trouble if a king was determined to kill him. Even if he could survive in the end, he would become the enemy of the world. The enemy of the world, this was not just a few words. Once his identity was exposed, he would have to pay a heavy price. What he wanted now was to enter the Shura caves and return to the infinite world. Su Yan's sword finally slashed down, and the terrifying power transformed into a dark shadow, directly enveloping the two powerful blue-faced Shura. If Bareface saw this scene, he would probably be scared to death. With the strength that Su Yen had displayed, it would be too easy to kill him. What was laughable was that he still thought that he could easily kill Su Yen. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly changing. The range of the dark shadow was growing larger and larger, and his combat strength was becoming more and more terrifying. It was rolling and unstoppable. At this moment, he was really terrifying to the extreme. Su Yan's eyes were burning with an almost indescribable will of invincibility. "Scarlet, hurry up and use your trump card, or we will die here." At this moment, both Arthur's and Scarlet were deeply shaken. Such powerful and terrifying power. It was almost enough to rival Marshal Shura's power. Not to mention them, even Blood River King was deeply shocked at this time. He did not expect that the power at this time would be so strong. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth was constantly changing. The terrifying power that was rolling and rolling had already made them breathless. At this time, the two of them no longer dared to hide anything because they knew that if they continued to hide, only death would await them. At the same time, a blue light burst out from the two people's bodies. This was the power of the blue-faced Shura's origin. The reason why the blue-faced Shura was so terrifying was not only because of their absolute suppression in speed and strength, but also because of their origin, such as the suppression of the Dao Sovereign's Dao Law. Normally speaking, this was an iron law. It was a rule that no one could break. But at this moment, this was no longer true. Su Yen had actually broken this iron law. At this time, the power was constantly burning and surging, and the terrifying light was constantly rotating at this time. The dark shadow was like a black hole. With every step it went, there was more despair. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly changing, and the aura of the two Shura's origin appeared, directly supporting a very special area in the dark shadow. Then, the power began to collapse little by little. This was a confrontation of two powers. Of course, if magnified, it was also a confrontation of two powers. The collision of the Shura's origin and the mysterious third power. Terrifying, really terrifying. At this time, even Blood River King began to faintly tremble at this time. The reason why he trembled was naturally not because of fear or dread, but because of excitement. He saw a new direction, a direction that he had never known before. For a king, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next level. Just thinking about the 4 words, Emperor of Shura, made people excited. The reason why the King of Destruction was so eager to start the War of the Two Realms was that he wanted to gain enlightenment from it, comprehend the endless laws of destruction, and find a new direction. He and the King of Destruction had always been at odds, and the two of them were in different directions. However, he had to admit that the King of Destruction seemed to have taken a step forward on the road to becoming an emperor. At this time, what he saw in Su Yan might be a power that was enough to surpass him. Because of this, his whole body began to tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt a terrifying and overbearing power in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness, which he suspected to be the power of Great Shura, he would have already made a move at this time. However, he didn't dare to do so now, so he chose to watch the show. He wanted to know where the limit of this power was. In just a short while, Su Yan's black shadow had already suppressed the Shura's origin of the blue-faced Shura. The fight between the two didn't last long. Even he couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that these were 2 blue-faced Shura, and they were the best of the best. These 2 people were almost invincible existences below martial Shura, but they still lost at this moment. Moreover, they lost so miserably. Die for me. At this time, Su Yan's whole body was trembling. Not to mention the other 2 people, even he was completely shocked at this time. Facing such a blue-faced Shura, he could naturally win, but his method was to use his speed as a breakthrough point and directly break through to the next level. However, at this time, he directly crushed these 2 people in an extremely domineering manner. This change in power was many times stronger than before. He was deeply aware of his own situation. During this period of time, he had indeed improved a lot, but unfortunately, this kind of improvement had not reached the point of a qualitative change. However, at this moment, he was almost invincible. The 2 powerful Shura were so weak in front of him that they couldn't withstand a single blow. They were completely crushed. There was no surprise. Su Yan's power was really terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, he felt that the 2 powers in his body had not been completely merged at this time. If he completely merged the Shura King's inheritance mark with his own power, the 3rd power would be completely born, and it would be an extremely terrifying power. Of course, at this time, Su Yan had to admit that the power of the Most Supreme was powerful and terrifying. This was because he knew very well that the reason why the 2 powers in his body could be merged with each other was because of the power of the Most Supreme. The power of the Most Supreme was really mysterious and unparalleled. It was no wonder that the God-Slayer sword coveted it so much. Of course, Su Yan had always been wondering deep in his heart. Logically speaking, the world of his previous life was very different from this world. In his previous life, martial arts were very lonely. Even he, who was known as a sword saint, was not worth mentioning in such a world. However, why would such a world have such a powerful inheritance? He didn't know all of this, and his power was still too weak at this time. Therefore, this question had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart, and he didn't even know if he would be able to find the answer one day. However, the most important thing now was to directly kill these 2 people. Only by dying would they be able to increase their strength to the next level. At this time, Arthur's and Carlet's faces were almost ashen. The 2 of them had directly used their origin, but they were still suppressed. How terrifying was this? At this time, a purple light talisman suddenly appeared in Carlet's hand. Great King, please save your servant. He almost made all of his voice come out from the depths of his throat. Then, an extremely terrifying aura began to rise wildly. This aura suppressed and destroyed everything. The aura spread and was unstoppable. Even the black light shadow was suppressed and seemed to dissipate at any time. How dare you? A flat voice resounded, and as soon as this voice resounded, everything in an area of 3 kilometers was actually transformed into powder. Chapter 978. Female literature. An enormous and terrifying pressure rapidly expanded. Such an unforeseen event was completed in an instant. Su Yen, who had previously held the absolute advantage, immediately felt an enormous pressure at this moment. That terrifying power that seemed to have materialized caused him to be somewhat alarmed. The berserk power rose at this moment. That power that soared into the sky was both strange and terrifying at this moment. This was a naked power. It wasn't wind or lightning, nor was it frost. Its existence was solely for the sake of destroying everything. This berserk power swept over, destroying everything in its path. This was the will of the King of Destruction. This was the ability that the King of Destruction had bestowed upon these two. After all, they had entered the territory of the Blood River King. It was impossible for the King of Destruction not to prepare an escape route for them. The strength of these two blue-faced Shura was indeed terrifying, but compared to the Blood River King, they were nothing. Not to mention the Blood River King, even if the number one warrior under the Blood River King made a move, they would not be able to withstand it. In order to prevent his two subordinates from dying, he had specially prepared such a method. However, the King of Destruction probably never dreamed that when his will of destruction was activated, it would not be facing the Blood River King, but Su Yen. At this moment, Su Yan's black light domain was constantly trembling. Clearly, he was unable to resist this power. At this moment, he simply did not have the strength to face a king. However, at this moment, the God-Slayer sword's voice suddenly sounded. The will of the Shura King? Good stuff. Su Yen could clearly hear a trace of excitement in his voice. The Shura King was a terrifying existence. However, in his eyes, it was merely a good thing. Of course, considering the valiant history of the God-Slayer sword, it was not excessive for him to say such words. At this time, the shadow of the God-Slayer sword suddenly spread out, and then a power directly formed a huge domain at this time. The area that had been turned into powder was completely surrounded by this terrifying shadow. Brat, fighting against the will of a king is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You better cherish it. I've already isolated myself from the surroundings. Whether it's that so-called bullshit Blood River King that's spying on us, or the owner of this will, there's no way for them to sense this place, let alone enter. Therefore, you can fight without worry. However, I won't help you. If you're not strong enough and get killed, I won't help you. Right at this moment, the Blood River King who was watching from afar was alarmed. He once again sensed that tyrannical and terrifying power. After that power appeared, his perception actually lost its function. Su Yen, Carlet, and Arthur's who were clearly still in his perception before had unexpectedly disappeared from his perception. The Blood River King's consciousness spread out, but he was no longer able to detect their location. What a terrifying method. I actually couldn't sense it at all. It seems that my guess was correct. How dangerous. If I had really made a move that day, I'm afraid that I would have died prematurely. The Blood River King was even more certain that there was a terrifying existence behind Su Yen. It might even be an existence on the level of Emperor Shura. King of Destruction, I'm afraid that this will of yours won't be able to return. Good, very good. At this time, he was naturally incomparably happy. One must know that even for a king like him, a strand of will was extremely precious. If one strand was lost, it would directly affect the strength of the main body. The strength of the King of Destruction was originally above him. However, if this clone was lost, although it would not be a fatal blow to him, it would still affect him. As the King of Destruction's enemy, the Blood River King was naturally happy. Moreover, if the situation was ideal enough, the arrogant King of Destruction would completely enrage this person. Then, perhaps today would be the day of his death. Since that person had already concealed everything, it was obvious that he did not want anyone to discover what was going on. The Blood River King very tactfully gave up the idea of perceiving the specific situation, and then returned his consciousness to the Blood River. And in another place, the space there was flickering like water waves that were constantly changing. It was a Shura cave in the Shura realm. This place was connected to the Wuji realm. Not long ago, the Shura king had used this place to open the passage between the two realms. However, it was a pity that his operation failed in the end. At this time, the King of Destruction was sitting there quietly. He closed his eyes and pondered, like an old monk. It was hard to imagine that the King of Destruction, who was known for his destructive power, would be so calm. It was at this moment that he suddenly frowned. Then he opened his eyes abruptly. In an instant, a light flashed, and an extremely terrifying light spread into the distance. The surrounding space began to fluctuate as if waves had suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the sea. My consciousness has been isolated. He was somewhat in disbelief. This consciousness was used to deal with the Blood River King, so its power was not weak. It was already able to last for some time in front of the Blood River King before his real body arrived. However, this time was different. His consciousness had just burst out, and he had not even sensed the specific location of his consciousness before it was directly isolated. It was not destroyed, but isolated. It was as if his consciousness was no longer in the Shura realm. The King of Destruction was extremely confident in his strength. Although the Blood River King was not weak, he definitely could not do this. This was something that the King of Destruction firmly believed in. Could it be that intruder? Impossible. Even if he wasn't killed by the Shura realm's will, it's impossible for him to use all of his strength in this world. Moreover, he's just a guy who isn't even a venerable one. The King of Destruction fell into deep thought. No matter what, I'll know when I see it. The King of Destruction snorted coldly. In the next moment, his body disappeared on the spot. Countless spaces fluctuated, and terrifying ripples spread out. The King of Destruction's destination was Blood River City. No matter what, this matter was definitely related to Blood River City. Therefore, he would know after asking. At this moment, within the mysterious barrier, Su Yen gripped the sword in his hand tightly as he faced the terrifying will. King's will? Alright then, come at me. I want to give it a try too. At this moment, facing this terrifying will, he directly launched an attack. Since he had chosen to fight, he had to take the initiative in his own hands. At this moment, Su Yen was in an absolutely excited state. The new power gave him greater confidence. This was a strange feeling, but it also made him feel incomparably excited. Su Yan's speed was very fast. At this moment, he turned into a ray of light and swept forward. The King of Destruction's will was not focused on this place. Instead, it was observing its surroundings. Everything here was too special. The existence of the invisible wall had directly cut off the connection between him and his main body. Even if the Blood River King borrowed the power of the Blood River, it would be difficult for him to do this. At this moment, Arthurs and Carlet directly called out, "Great King, this kid is strange. I think he's that otherworldly demon. Please be careful." At this moment, they were full of fear and even fear towards Su Yen. Even if the King of Destruction's will was standing here at this time, they still felt that the King of Destruction might lose. This was simply ridiculous. The King of Destruction's will did not respond to them. After all, a will was just a will and not the main body. This will was originally here to fight, so it was naturally impossible for it to have too many thoughts. At this moment, Su Yen directly slashed down with his sword. When the sword fell, that powerful and unfamiliar power appeared once again. At this time, the black sword light kept exploding at this time like lightning. When this power was in front of the King of Destruction, the King of Destruction's will finally paid attention to it. Interesting. In an instant, the King of Destruction directly punched out. His attack was so simple and domineering. There was no terrifying explosion, nor was there a powerful aura that could destroy the world. It was just a punch. When the punch met Su Yan's blacklight shadow, it immediately burst out with endless power. The powerful power turned into ripples and spread out. Of course, the King of Destruction won this attack. After taking this attack, Su Yan's body was pushed back several meters. He had to rely on the Scorching Sun sword to forcibly stop his body. However, at this time, Su Yan's body was really terrifying. After such a blow, although he looked ugly, he did not suffer much damage. Instead, the two auras in his body moved faster and began to fuse with each other. Again! This feeling made him happy. Of course, the punch from the King of Destruction's will had also caused him to feel fear. Such pure destructive power was truly frightening. If it weren't for the fact that the third power he had just formed was not weak and was very high-end in nature, he would have been seriously injured and wouldn't even be able to get up. After this confrontation, Su Yen was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more excited. He directly used the Godslayer sword technique. The powerful sword technique continuously slashed down, and the terrifying light kept shuttling back and forth. You want to defeat me? Dream on. At this time, the King of Destruction seemed to have finally been angered by Su Yen. He once again threw a punch, and a halo appeared. The faint halo directly moved forward and suddenly collided with Su Yan's body. Faster than Su Yen. This time, Su Yen was actually unable to achieve anything. Hee kid, you've always regarded speed as your advantage, but it seems that it's still not enough. Chapter 979. Female Literature. Yes, even in the previous world, Su Yan's most terrifying aspect was his speed. That was why he was invincible. In the battle against the blue-faced Azuras, it was his frightening speed that ensured that he was able to beat them to a pulp. But at this moment, Su Yan's speed was completely suppressed, without the slightest bit of luck. If it weren't for the fact that his power had just undergone a qualitative change and filled his body with a brand new power, Su Yen would have been in a lot of trouble. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze became incomparably solemn, as expected of the King of Destruction. Even though it was only a wisp of his will here, it was already so terrifying. Su Yen spat out the blood at the corner of his mouth, then calmed himself down again. But strangely, this time, the King of Destruction's will was indifferent and didn't follow up with another attack. If the King of Destruction attacked at this time, Su Yen would definitely be dealt a huge blow. Even if he wouldn't be killed directly, the injuries he would suffer would be even more severe. As expected, it's a power I've never seen before. Very good. The King of Destruction's voice sounded. He had already seen that the power in Su Yan's body was extraordinary, and it was because of this that he didn't attack directly. Otherwise, if he attacked at this time, it would be enough to cause more severe damage to Su Yen. But he didn't, because he disdained to do so. He was the King of Destruction, and also the King of Battle. You locked me in this space, so it seems that you want to fight with this will clone of mine. But if that's all you have, then I'm really disappointed. So, at this time, you have to use all your power. The aura of destruction became even more profound at this time, and the terrifying power became even more violent. In this sealed world, the power was rapidly expanding, almost reaching an inconceivable critical point. Su Yen could feel the depth of this power. However, Su Yen was not afraid at all. In this place, he could fight without any scruples. Fighting with such a powerhouse was exactly what he wanted. Su Yen needed to become stronger. Since that was the case, he would not back down in the slightest no matter what. His power began to roll down like clouds and mist. His aura continued to expand at this moment. The light was so terrifying that the black shadow actually appeared a little dazzling at this moment. The power of the two met in an instant, and the powerful aura was so magnificent at this moment. Another frontal attack. This time, Su Yen was still defeated, but he wasn't as miserable as last time. He even managed to launch a small counterattack. The intense pain spread throughout his body, but his fighting spirit soared even higher. To Su Yen, pain was no longer a form of resistance. Instead, it was the driving force that kept him moving forward. Only when he deeply felt this pain would he be able to clearly know that he was still alive. Only then would he be able to prevent himself from giving up. At this moment, his power surged again. At this moment, the circulation of the power of the zenith became even faster. The three hearts kept beating rapidly at this moment, and the interpretation of the king's inheritance imprint also reached the fastest speed. In this way, the power of Shura and Su Yan's own power continued to merge. His aura became stronger again, and for a moment he was actually able to compete with the aura of the King of Destruction. At this time, the two blue-faced Shura were extremely shocked. What kind of monster was this Su Yen? Damn it! Why didn't the great Azura god kill this foreign invader? Why is he still able to display such a powerful and terrifying strength here? What a terrifying human! This was the same thought that resonated in their hearts. As a Shura, and a powerful blue-faced Shura at that, they actually asked such a question at this time. In fact, at this time, they were already shaken. At least, it was no longer consistent with the will of the King of Destruction. Ashura should never be afraid, and the battle should always be fought to the end. If Ashura was already afraid, then he was no longer scary. This was the true essence of Shura. Now, they were officially born with such fear, which was why they complained to fate. But in fact, they couldn't be blamed for this, because everything about Su Yen was really difficult for them to understand. Of course, it was only their faith that had been shaken. They were still far from having their faith completely crumbled. After all, the will of the King of Destruction was still here. Although Su Yan's aura had skyrocketed at this time, it was only comparable to the king's aura, and he couldn't suppress it. At this time, Su Yan's power was so terrifying that the extremely intense light had risen to the extreme at this moment. At this time, the battle between the two had already begun. Their auras were constantly eroding each other, wanting to completely defeat the other. At this moment, Su Yan's power surged like a hurricane. At this time, the world had already collapsed. That power that was close to annihilation was actually so terrifying at this moment. At this time, the powerful power that was like thunder rolled. In Su Yan's eyes, a strong bolt of lightning directly reincarnated at this time. The boundary between the sky and the earth also disappeared at this moment. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Su Yan's body and the will of the King of Destruction moved at almost the same time. At this moment, the existence of space was meaningless. In just a moment, the power of the two people had already collided. The terrifying impact of the power almost became the most real suppression. The violent power was like the crazy impact of two seas. That extremely strong power surged crazily at this time. Under the continuous attacks of the two people, a long river of power appeared. Suddenly, Su Yen found that his power had reached a new level. Every time he attacked, there would be waves of dragon roars being released. Such a terrifying sound was like the impact of countless powers between heaven and earth. The world surged, and the wind and thunder moved. The sword chi was boundless and destroyed everything. The battle between the two people had become a battle of wills. And in the midst of the battle, Su Yan's aura also continuously rose little by little. This was really a crazy battle. Such a battle had long surpassed a kind of realm. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yen gradually gained the upper hand. In fact, at this time, Su Yen was already very miserable. The power of the King of Destruction was really domineering and boundless. The power of his fist was running wildly in Su Yan's body, trying to destroy Su Yan's body. However, the power of the Exalted in Su Yan's body was of an even higher level. That powerful destructive power brought unimaginable pain to Su Yen, but it could not really hurt Su Yan's core. This was because the power of the Exalted was devouring. The power of destruction was also a kind of power of Shura. After it entered Su Yan's body, the power of the Exalted began to analyze it and transform it into a new kind of power. Therefore, Su Yen gradually began to understand the characteristics of this power. Of course, it would take a long time for Su Yen to grasp this power. Right now, he could only understand it. Even so, this was already very impressive. This kind of Su Yen was almost in an invincible position. Moreover, there was a very important factor at this time, and that was the will of the King of Destruction. He was only a clone. Back then, the King of Destruction had given this clone to two of his subordinates in the hope that this clone would be able to withstand the power of the King of Blood River for a period of time so that he could rush over in time. Therefore, the power of the clone was ultimately limited. In the beginning, the power of the clone was the strongest, but as time passed, this power began to gradually weaken. At that moment, the will clone of the King of Destruction once again threw out a punch. Su Yen was once again sent flying. He looked extremely miserable. However, this time, the will clone of the King of Destruction no longer made any moves. You can actually devour my power. Interesting, but this is the end of our battle. I think I've already taken action. It's really rare for a guy like you to be able to reach this step. Unfortunately, you are destined to die. The voice of the King of Destruction's clone began to become faintly discernible. His body began to sway constantly, and an extremely terrifying power trembled at this moment. This power seemed to be starting to become illusory at this moment. This king's clone will not become a stepping stone for you. In fact, when you fought with this king and wanted to understand this king's power so that you could improve yourself, wasn't this king doing the same? However, there is a terrifying existence behind you that makes me afraid. So, let's end it here. At this moment, the terrifying power contained in the King of Destructions will directly erupted at this moment. Self-destruction. This guy actually wanted to self-destruct his own body. Such a terrifying and powerful power continued to skyrocket at this moment, and the terrifying radiance was so dazzling at this moment. King Carlet and Arthurs both cried out in grief. Their king had actually been defeated. Although it was only a clone, it was still the power of the King of Destruction. In their hearts, the King of Destruction was an invincible existence among the kings of Shura. Even if it was only a clone, it should still be invincible. However, no one paid attention to the grief of the two. The King of Destruction's clone was their last resort. At this time, since this clone had failed, there was no reason for them to be spared. Su Yen would not let them continue to live. The King of Destruction's clone obviously knew this, so he made such a decision at this moment. He wanted to use the power of his clone's destruction to break through this barrier. Chapter 980. Female Literature. As long as this barrier was broken, even if only a trace of his aura leaked out, it would be enough. His main body would definitely be able to detect it immediately and sense this place. This was his goal. Unfortunately, although his plan was good, it was difficult to realize it. You actually want to self-destruct in my sword prison? Ha, what a joke. A cold voice rang out. The mockery was so blatant. A stream of power appeared. It was a stream of sword chi. At this moment, this stream of sword chi transformed into a small pagoda and directly suppressed the body of the King of Destructions will clone. That extremely terrifying power crushed over at this moment, and the consciousness of the King of Destructions will clone actually faded bit by bit. Damn it, you actually want to erase this king's consciousness. What a powerful power. At this moment, the King of Destructions will clone was very calm, but in fact, he was extremely unwilling to accept this. They actually wanted to obliterate his will. How sorrowful was that? In this way, the information he had received earlier would not be able to be transmitted to his main body. The death of the two blue-faced Shura, Carlet and Arthurs, was already a huge loss. With this will clone, the King of Destruction's losses this time would be unimaginable. The saddest thing was that at this point, the King of Destruction did not even know who his enemy was. However, there was one thing that he was right about. At this moment, the King of Destruction's main body had already begun to move. At this moment, the sky outside Blood River City suddenly changed. At this moment, the scorching sun of the Shura realm was directly covered. At this moment, a terrifying power descended and directly charged toward Blood River City. It was at this moment that Rusty's face turned pale. However, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately sacrificed his life force and then began to summon the power of Blood River City. At the same time, he roared, "King of Destruction, are you going to violate the agreement between you and my lord and directly attack?" He had already activated all the power of Blood River City. The terrifying power was several times stronger than when he had stopped Su Yen from self-destructing his king's mark. However, at this moment he was no longer as majestic as before. Instead, he was trembling nonstop. This was because he was facing a true king. Moreover, it was a peak existence among kings, the King of Destruction. Long-winded. The King of Destruction let out a cold snort, and a seal silently descended. The seal slowly descended, but the red light released by the power of Blood River City was unable to withstand a single blow, and all of it was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. This was the might of the Blood River King. In front of a true king, even if all of Blood River City's strength was sucked dry, it would not be enough. If this palm strike were to land, it was unknown whether Blood River City would be completely destroyed, but Rusty would definitely die. At this time, many of the Shura in Blood River City had already felt the changes in the city. At this time, their hearts were filled with unease. The wrath of a king was definitely not something that small fries like them could bear. Stay close to Na Xiu. At this time, Aina roared. He knew that Na Xiu would definitely step forward at this time. However, under such majesty, what could a mere Na Xiu do? Other than seeking his own death, there was no other outcome. At this time, he was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to directly kill the King of Destruction and the Blood River King. However, he was still too weak. Right now, he was not even a blue mask Shura. At this time, the bright red light above Blood River City suddenly became thicker. The water of the Blood Red River actually flowed in reverse at this moment. King of Destruction, how dare you provoke me like this? The Blood River King finally appeared at this time. After his power joined, the light of Blood River City suddenly became more than 10 times brighter. The powerful force forcibly blocked the palm in the air. Blood River, it's been a long time since I fought with you. It's a good time to fight. As soon as his voice fell, he directly activated his own power. The confrontation between the two kings began at this time. You've gone too far. The Blood River King was furious. He knew that the King of Destruction would go berserk. However, he did not expect that this guy would actually dare to act so recklessly. He did not put him in his eyes at all. The King of Destruction simply deserved to die. At this time, terrifying power flickered unceasingly. It was as if the void was connected. The confrontation between the two directly condensed into a terrifying storm. So what? Since you have the ability to scheme against me, you'll naturally have to bear my fury. He spoke very straightforwardly. At the same time, he was also extremely domineering. The King of Destruction had always been like this. If he said that he wanted to fight, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Humph, do you think that I'm afraid of you? At this time, the Blood River King was also angered. Since he wanted to fight, then he might as well fight properly. The blood red light continued to change. In the end, it turned into a human figure. He stood directly in front of the King of Destruction. Blood sky burning curse. The blood red river was like a part of his body. At this time, that terrifying power was unceasingly burning. In an instant, it formed an extremely unique domain. Within that domain, a terrifying aura was unceasingly rising. The battle between the two kings caused everyone to tremble in fear. No one dared to move. In an instant, the two kings disappeared from where they were. The enormous amount of energy was still there, but the two of them had disappeared. In fact, it was not that the two of them had disappeared. Rather, at this moment, they had entered an unimaginable state. There were so many Shura in Blood River City, but how many of them were qualified to watch the battle between the two of them? At this time, it seemed as if time had stopped. It was as if every breath was a long period of spring and autumn. Finally, a terrifying force was annihilated without a sound. Then, the two figures appeared again. Blood River, it seems that hiding in the blood red river every day is beneficial. During this period of time, your strength has improved quite a bit. The King of Destruction's figure appeared again. He looked down at the Blood River King condescendingly. At this time, the blood once again condensed into the Blood River King's figure. Destruction, there will be a day when I will kill you, the Blood River King said resentfully. In the end, he had lost in this confrontation. His opponent's strength was powerful and terrifying. The Blood River King believed that he had improved quite a bit during this period of time. However, he had still lost in this confrontation. Of course, this was only a short confrontation. The so-called victory or defeat would only be decided by 1 or 2 moves. In fact, it did not affect the outcome. The King of Destruction's strength was above the Blood River King's to begin with. The Blood River King was also aware of this. The two of them were both Shura kings. They would definitely not casually fight to the death. Unless they found an opportunity to kill their opponent in a single strike, they would definitely not risk their lives. Let's wait until that day comes. Now, tell me, who was it that attacked? The King of Destruction asked coldly. The Blood River King chuckled. He immediately said, I saw that the will of your clone has completely disappeared. This is truly a joyous matter. At this moment, the Blood River King was rejoicing in the Blood River King's misfortune. To the Azura King, the loss of a will avatar was more than enough to cause her heart to ache. Cut the crap and tell me. Otherwise, I will flatten your Blood River City. The King of Destruction's voice rumbled like thunder. Flatten the Blood River City? Try it if you have the ability. The Blood River King did not back down. Both of them were Shura kings. Although he was slightly weaker, this was his home ground. If they really fought, he would not be afraid. As for the Blood River City, if the two kings fought with all their strength, it would definitely be destroyed. But would he really care? No, absolutely not. At his level, how could he care about such a small city? Although he had spent a lot of effort to build the Blood River City, he would not hesitate to abandon it when it was time to do so. At his level, anyone below the king level was just an ant. However, he was also very clear that this was not the time to fight to the death. The King of Destruction would not fight to the death with him today, and the Blood River King did not want to fight to the death with the King of Destruction today. Alright, King of Destruction, I can only tell you that your will clone will not be able to come back. Your two blue-faced Shura kings will not be able to survive either. However, this has nothing to do with me, so I did not do anything. Of course, if you insist on making things difficult for yourself and want to fight to the death, I will fulfill your wish. The Blood River King was very clear that he was the one who had nothing to fear now. Although the King of Destruction was strong, he was not a fool. He knew very well that if he did not grasp the situation well at this time, he might be in danger of dying. After all, someone who could destroy his will clone without letting him know what had happened was definitely an extremely powerful existence. At this moment, judging from the Blood River King's appearance, this guy obviously knew something, but he was unwilling to say it. Blood River, my patience is limited. If I really can't afford to provoke the other party, then I don't mind tearing down your Blood River City so that I can vent the hatred in my heart. The King of Destruction's power surged at this moment, and a powerful aura kept surging. This terrifying power had already shown his determination. The Blood River King's expression changed abruptly. According to his thinking, this guy would not casually make a move before figuring out the truth of the matter. However, the King of Destruction was the King of Destruction. He was never someone who could be easily predicted. Since he had made up his mind to make a move, he would not be polite. However, at this moment, in a distant place, the boundary created by the Godslayer's sword suddenly disappeared. Su Yen appeared out of thin air. The two kings naturally noticed this unforeseen event. At this moment, the King of Destruction did not think too much and immediately rushed in the direction of Su Yen. Chapter 981. Female Literature. At this time, Blood River King no longer hesitated. At this moment, he also increased his speed to the extreme and then rushed in the direction of Su Yen. Blood River City, which was like a storm a moment ago, suddenly became deserted. The Shura in the city felt both fear and relief. Only Aina became angrier and sadder at this time, because after this time, Narue's life became shorter. If he had enough strength now, he would definitely kill both of these kings. Narue could naturally see Aina's thoughts. He just said, Aina, don't hate anyone. You want to become stronger. This is a matter of course, but you have to know that the reason you want to become stronger is definitely not because of me, but because of yourself. Aina gritted his teeth and did not speak. Narue continued, well, I'm not going to die now. Let's talk about this later. For now, let's wait and see. That day is coming. You have to seize the time and make yourself stronger. No matter what world you are in, only by becoming stronger can you do what you want to do. Su Yen once again devoured the power of two blue-faced Shura. At this time, he felt as if his whole body was about to explode. At the last moment, the will doppelganger of the King of Destruction wanted to self-destruct and then break the boundary. Unfortunately, the power of the Godslayer sword was too strong. It was like a god, suppressing the power that was about to explode. Moreover, it directly absorbed this power. Su Yen had an illusion that in the Shura world, the Godslayer sword was a real god. When the king's will doppelganger died, the two blue-faced Shura were naturally not spared. In the end, the blue-faced Shura was naturally devoured by Su Yan. After obtaining the power of the two blue-faced Shura, Su Yan's aura directly soared. In fact, if Su Yan could directly devour that will doppelganger, he would benefit even more. After all, the will clone of a king was merely an inheritance imprint. After he devoured it, he had already obtained many benefits that increased his strength. If he could devour this living will clone and analyze it, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Unfortunately, this was the God-Slayer sword's prey. The God-Slayer sword had no intention of sharing its prey with Su Yan. Although there was some regret in his heart, Su Yan didn't care. He knew what it meant to be content with what he had. In fact, he was already very satisfied with devouring these two blue-faced Shura again. Such two powerful blue-faced Shura had already made Su Yan's strength reach an unprecedented level. He even felt that all he lacked now was an opportunity. As long as he could find this opportunity, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. At this time, his strength had already reached a level that defied the natural order. Below the Venerable Realm, no, even below the Tao Master, he could already compete with anyone, whether it was in the Shura realm or the Wuji realm. But what about his true realm? He had yet to break through to the Venerable Realm. Right now, he was still at the level of 10 dragons. This world seemed to confirm the saying that 9 was the limit. Everything that reached 9 was the limit. However, he had broken this predestined fate. The power of the Tai Supreme in Su Yan's body was like a huge furnace, constantly digesting the powerful power of the Shura. It was at this moment that Su Yan sensed something and immediately looked in front of him. Where his gaze fell, he immediately found an extremely terrifying, majestic force constantly rushing into the sky. Under the impact of this terrifying force, it caused some distortions in the air. How frightening was such a terrifying pressure? What a powerful force! Has the King of Shura arrived? The King of Destruction has really come. This force was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the Blood River King at all. Of course, the attribute of this force seemed to be completely different from the Blood River King's, so it was definitely not the Blood River King. At this time, the one who had come here was naturally the King of Destruction. After all, one of the King of Destruction's will clones had just been destroyed. If it was in the past, Su Yan would definitely panic at this time. This was because he didn't have the power to face a king. Even the chance of escaping was slim. However, it was different now. The God-Slayer sword had already recovered. He already vaguely knew that the God-Slayer sword would not let him die so easily. It still had something to ask of him. As long as it had something to ask of him, it would protect him. Of course, Su Yan knew that entrusting his life to someone else wasn't a good choice. However, he also understood that there were times when he had no other choice. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary actions. On this point, Su Yan was still very clear about it. For him, the most important thing now was to survive. Only by staying alive could he do more things. For example now, the King of Destruction arrived in an instant. Back in the Shura cave, Su Yan had once glanced at him from afar. At that time, the King of Destruction and Yen Shao had faced each other from afar. He and Yen Shao were existences on the same level. However, Su Yan knew very well that if Yen Shao were to fight him to the death, he would probably not be able to defeat him. The King of Destruction had already cultivated his destructive aura to an extremely powerful level. The Tao of Destruction was originally domineering to a limitless extent. Ordinary origins or Tao laws couldn't be compared to him at all. Among the Tao masters that Su Yan knew, perhaps only a powerful figure like Xue Xingchuan could be compared to the King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan had already reverted to the appearance of the green-faced Shura. However, he was different from before. The color of the Shura had become darker, as if it would transform at any time. This wasn't a deliberate disguise. It was a change that occurred when the power of the Shura had reached a certain level. The King of Destruction stopped a few dozen meters away from him and stared straight at Su Yan. He didn't say anything. All of a sudden he had already punched out. It was a powerful and terrifying punch. Su Yan only felt that a hurricane had suddenly appeared in front of him. The hurricane surged forward, and the terrifying power was like a mountain range collapsing at this time. The terror was unimaginable, and the terrifying aura was incomparable. Everything froze at this time. The endless brilliance between heaven and earth began to disappear. This was the fist of destruction. The king of destruction didn't seem to want to waste any words with Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Even the Blood River King would find it difficult to withstand such a punch, let alone Su Yan. The king of destruction is actually going all out. It seems that he really doesn't know how to spell the word death. However, this is good. He can test the strength of that mysterious person. The Blood River King stood in the distance. At this time, he was naturally happy. He was also filled with all kinds of complicated emotions towards such a mysterious person who suddenly appeared here. At least, he was the absolute ruler of this land. Other than the king of destruction, who was nearby and gave him a headache, he didn't have to worry about anyone else. However, things were different now. Such a powerful existence had suddenly appeared, so he had to consider many things. For example, whether this existence had other intentions or whether he wanted to unify all of them. As a powerful king, he had to consider these things. Of course, in addition to the crisis, he also felt that he was lucky. If such a powerful existence was hidden in the body of a small Shura, did that mean that he had already fallen? It was just that an inheritance had been left in this kid's body. If that was really the case, then he would have a chance. He would seize that inheritance. For the Shura king, there was no greater opportunity than this. If this inheritance was really left behind by a Shura great emperor, then he would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. He couldn't help but be tempted. In fact, at the beginning, he had indeed wanted to make a move regardless of the consequences. However, he had always been an extremely cunning person. He knew very well that if the means left behind by this person were powerful enough, then he wouldn't be able to seize the treasure. He might even be in danger of being killed. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he had to make a new choice at this time. In fact, this time, Arthurs and Carlet were able to capture Su Yan's two maids because of him. That place was within the Blood River Tower, a place that he had personally built. Without his permission, even the Blue Shura Great Emperor couldn't act presumptuously in there. Carlet and Arthurs thought that they had used a spy, and no one would know about it. However, they didn't know that it was a chess piece that the Blood River King had deliberately set up. His purpose was to lure the two of them over. Unfortunately, the two of them thought that they had found a flaw and could lure Su Yan out to capture him. However, they didn't know that they had become someone else's chess piece. Of course, the two of them had already entered the Yellow Springs, so there was no point in talking about this anymore. At this time, what he was doing outside of the destruction was what the Blood River King wanted to do but didn't dare to do. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in front of the storm. This was a storm that was strong enough to crush him. In the face of this storm, his strength was still weak. The gap between their realms was too great. Although his combat strength was already heaven-defying, it still couldn't make up for the gap between their realms. At this time, the Godslayer sword's voice sounded softly, "You're really fearless, aren't you? However, you need to know that there's a price to pay for my help." Chapter 982. Girl Literature. Su Yan said, "Taishang Sword Soul, 15 minutes. He meant to let the Godslayer sword figure out the Taishang Sword Soul for 15 minutes. The Godslayer sword said, "No, that's too little. One day. Let me feel the sword soul for one day." The existence of the Taishang Sword Soul was a fatal attraction to the Godslayer sword. It was already an extremely high-level existence, and it was the most lethal weapon that had killed gods. However, he wanted to make himself stronger. It didn't know what kind of power had attacked it back then, but it had reached its current state. It meant that it wasn't perfect and strong enough back then. Just like the evil sword Cold Jade wanted to become stronger, it wanted to become stronger too. Su Yan was silent, as if he was waiting for death. The Godslayer sword cursed in a low voice, "You damn brat, 1 hour. Otherwise, I'll watch you die." Su Yan said, "Okay, 1 hour it is." The Godslayer sword was helpless. It was asking for help now. It had thought of taking the Taishang sword soul away. After all, as an evil sword, it had no conscience. It was a pity that the Taishang sword's soul existed in a special way. It was a powerful and terrifying existence, but it had a special connection with Su Yan's soul. As long as Su Yan's soul was destroyed, the Taishang sword's soul would also dissipate. It was because of this that the Godslayer sword had taken actions several times to protect Su Yan. At this time, the terrifying storm of destruction was approaching. The Godslayer sword's power suddenly surged. Since I'm going to take action, I'll be a good person to the end. Brat, feel my power. At this time, the Godslayer sword's power suddenly focused. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt as if his body was burning. An extremely ferocious will penetrated his entire body. Although it wasn't the first time he had experienced the power of the Godslayer sword, he was still shocked. In the face of such a powerful and terrifying power, he had a feeling of being at a loss. It was worthy of being a power that had once killed gods. Even at this time, this power couldn't be compared to back then, but it was still so terrifying. The power of the King of Destruction was already extremely terrifying, but the moment the Godslayer sword's power blasted out, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes anymore. Because the Godslayer sword's power was stronger than his. The power entered Su Yan's body, and then Su Yan directly punched out. Fist against fist. The King of Destruction's terrifying storm had already condensed to an extremely tyrannical degree. However, at this moment before Su Yan, he actually came to a halt. Because of the appearance of a small radiance, the storm was unable to move forward at all. At this moment, the terrifying radiance was trembling nonstop. The power was too terrifying. The King of Destruction's expression changed. The moment he saw Su Yan, he already knew that Su Yan wasn't a simple person. At least in his long life, there had never been a green-faced Shura who could reach such a level. Even he couldn't do it back then. But if that was all there was to it, it definitely wouldn't be able to survive his will clone, let alone kill it. Therefore, he immediately judged that there was a powerful existence behind Su Yan. The King of Destruction and the Blood River King had completely different personalities. The Blood River King would never make a move before knowing the opponent's background. He liked the feeling of being in control of everything. Only when everything was in his hands would he make a move. However, the King of Destruction was different. No matter what, strength was the most important thing. If this guy was just pretending to be mysterious and relied on an unknown trick to destroy his will clone, then the King of Destruction would directly kill this guy and let him know the consequences of offending him. However, if there was a real super expert here, even if he was strong enough, so what if he submitted to him? The King of Destruction wouldn't be able to resist being able to serve a super expert as long as that existence was strong enough. At this time, Su Yan's aura suddenly changed the moment he made a move. That extremely terrifying power blocked the King of Destruction's sword. That terrifying power was actually only a little bit, and it looked so small. However, the power that erupted from him was so terrifying that it made people tremble uncontrollably. The power erupted and spiraled, and the terrifying God of Destruction's sword had reached an indescribable level. At this time, Su Yan took another step forward. This small step immediately broke the temporary balance. At this time, Su Yan no longer paid attention to the King of Destruction's terrifying power. What he was doing now was to feel that power. The power of the Godslayer sword was incomparably domineering. It was one of the few pinnacle powers in this world. Being able to feel such power was definitely a great opportunity for him. Su Yan didn't want to miss out on such an opportunity. The Godslayer sword naturally discovered Su Yan's actions, but he didn't say anything. He and Su Yan had been together for a long time, so he naturally knew Su Yan's personality like the back of his hand. Moreover, if at this time, Su Yan only cared about pleasure and killed randomly, that would be ridiculous. At this time, his power was so strong that the violent and terrifying aura was constantly rioting. Su Yan was not only learning how to control it, but also learning how to integrate his power better. Su Yan's body itself was a huge berserk. The power of the great devil dragon, the power of the great devil heavenly lord, the power of the Buddha, and now the power of the devil god's heart. Which one of these powers wasn't violent? They were once at the pinnacle of existence. They were the pinnacle figures of a world, or even many worlds. Su Yan being able to gain their favor was a great fortune, but in fact, it was also a great danger. If he couldn't control this power well, then he might be crushed in the next moment and die completely. Su Yan felt that the Godslayer sword was a power of a higher level than theirs. Therefore, he constantly wanted to master the power of the Godslayer sword. As long as he completely mastered the power of the Godslayer sword, then Su Yan might be able to completely tame the powers in his body. As long as he could do this, then he would be able to reach a new peak. Only Su Yan himself knew that the road he had to walk was too long and too far. Becoming a venerable was something he had to do, but he wanted to live and live a better life. Tao Master, Sovereign Master, and even Sacred Master. This was his goal. For most people, this was something that they didn't even dare to think about. However, for him, this was a step that he had to take. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of any opportunity. At this moment, he punched out again. This time, the power of the terrifying storm was weakened. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with an indescribable light as he stared straight ahead. His aura was constantly trembling because the powerful suppression of the Godslayer sword's aura made him feel like he couldn't breathe. This time, his power was fully increased, and that terrifying power had really risen to an endless level. Lord of Destruction frowned. He punched out, wanting to see the existence behind Su Yan. However, at this moment, he was met with such a scene. Of course, he knew that this was because of the existence behind Su Yan, a mere green-faced Shura, who could withstand his power. However, he was unwilling to give up until he saw that powerful existence. He snorted coldly and said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." At this moment, he continued to punch out. Unknowingly, his aura rose again, breaking through his original limit. At this moment, even the Blood River King was shocked. Lord of Destruction was even crazier than him. The strength that the brat called Su Yan had unleashed at this moment was clearly a terrifying strength that could fight against a king like him. Therefore, at this moment, for the sake of stability, he should not continue to close in on him. After all, if it had been Blood River King himself, he would have chosen to swallow the humiliation even if he had lost a clone. However, the more the Lord of Destruction acted like this, the happier he was. At this moment, Lord of Destruction was continuously closing in on Su Yan. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Su Yan in close combat. Shura were originally good at close combat because Shura grew up in such a harsh environment. Their physical bodies were so strong that even demons couldn't compare to them. In the history of the battle between the Wuji world and the Shura, many powerful venerables and even Dao venerables were tortured to death by Shura's extremely strong physical body. As the top Shura king, Lord of Destruction's physical body was even more terrifying. He continuously launched the War of the Two Worlds, feeling the changes in the laws of the two worlds. At the same time, he continuously used the power of space to wash his body, strengthening his physical body. He was so crazy that the Blood River King had even deduced that the strength of this guy's physical body was enough to catch up to an emperor. An emperor's physical body was strong because of the transformation of the laws, but this guy forcefully tempered himself. At this moment, he suddenly became expectant. At this moment, the power Su Yan displayed was indeed powerful. That powerful existence had instilled his power into Su Yan's body, allowing him to have such terrifying power that was enough to fight against the Lord of Destruction. But what about the physical body? One had to know that the physical body was the foundation. He could withstand powerful energy and increase his combat strength in an instant, but if he wanted to change his physical body, it was equivalent to changing his essence. That was an extremely complicated matter, and the amount of energy it would consume was almost unimaginable. Therefore, many powerhouses had to be nurtured from a young age. This was fate. At this moment, Lord Shura's tactic was actually a form of coercion. If that mysterious existence still didn't want to show up at this time, then even if Su Yan had a powerful strength to protect his body, it would still be incomparably dangerous. As long as Lord of Destruction found a slight opening, he would be able to directly bombard Su Yan's body, causing a destructive blow to Su Yan. Chapter 983. Female Literature. Haha, this Shura isn't that stupid after all, is he? Boy, I can use my powerful sword chi to change your body in an instant, turning your body into a sword body of gods. Your body will be filled with powerful God-slayer sword chi. This way, you'll be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Dealing with this guy will be a piece of cake. Moreover, I only need you to open the revered sword soul to me for one day. At this critical juncture, the God-slayer's sword immediately began to raise the price. His goal had always been clear, and that was the revered sword soul. He needed to understand the power of the revered sword soul and then combine it with himself to make himself perfect. In this world, nothing was perfect. However, the pursuit of perfection was the eternal choice of many people. He was like this not for anything else, but because perfection was the strongest. The heavens couldn't be destroyed, and the earth couldn't be buried. This was the true freedom. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care at all. His eyes were shining with excitement. Not only did the physical fight with the Shura king not make him feel any fear, but it also made him excited. This was Su Yan's mentality at this moment. Su Yan was a complete madman, and this was reflected incisively and vividly at this moment. At this moment, the God-slayer's sword obviously also noticed this. At this moment, even it couldn't help but curse, "Damn, he's really a madman." At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared and then charged directly at the King of Destruction. With the support of the God-slayer's sword's powerful power, his aura was indeed exuberant to the extreme. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction's eyes moved. He didn't expect this kid to dare to take the initiative to charge at this time. Very good. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Su Yan dared to do this made him somewhat admire him. At least this Su Yan wasn't a sinister person like the Blood River King. This was good. Come on, let's fight like an Azura. He pounced towards Su Yan like a ferocious tiger hunting for its prey. Damn, he's not Shura, the God-slayer sword couldn't help but complain. But now, it seemed that Su Yan was becoming more and more like Shura. Could it be that this kid is actually a Shura who accidentally turned into a human, and now he's trying to set things right? The powerful god-killing sword had no interest in such a battle at all. He had once killed a powerful god. Such a battle was just a small matter to him. However, after sleeping for so many years, he was indeed very bored. In that case, he would just treat this as a big show. At this time, Su Yan's power went berserk. That terrifying power was raised to the extreme at this time. It was as if a round of moonlight flickered at this time. That powerful and terrifying power kept changing at this time. Under the pressure of the King of Destruction's powerful power, Su Yan's aura began to be mobilized at this time. His 3 hearts kept beating, and a powerful force filled his body. Boom! The first collision. The fists of the two collided head-on. Su Yan clearly felt the terrifying power of the Shura King of Destruction. That power was so powerful that it could destroy everything. Even with his strength, he couldn't withstand it at this moment. Although Su Yan was in the form of a green-faced Azura, the toughness of his body was not restricted. It was still terrifying and extraordinary. However, after this punch, the skin on his fist was instantly peeled off, revealing the eerie white bones inside. At this moment, that terrifying aura kept going berserk. At this moment, everything between the sky and the earth seemed to have become silent. The only thing that existed was that eternal and inextinguishable light. Such power was simply too terrifying. That violent power was constantly changing at this moment. That was a terrifying power. Even King of Blood River felt like he was boiling at this time. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by him. In his opinion, such a way of fighting was simply stupid. Fighting against such a powerful being, he only cared about brute force. This was courting death. Sure enough, only a green-faced Shura with insufficient combat experience could do this. He clearly had an incomparable power lent to him by that lord. In the previous battle, he had already proved that his power was enough to defeat the King of Destruction. However, he chose to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He directly fought the King of Destruction with his physical body. This was stupid. After such a blow, Su Yan was not sent flying. With the power of the god-slaying king wrapped around him, his energy was not inferior to that guy's. It was just that his physical body was still not comparable to the powerful Shura king's. His flesh was shaved off, and even his bones were loosened a little. Su Yan's bones had become different from those of ordinary people. His bones were like glass and white jade, exuding an indescribable beauty. Of course, that was not just for show. It was because his physical body had reached a point where it could condense laws. His strength was simply too terrifying, which was why he was able to reach his current state. Su Yan looked straight ahead. Although the pain was constantly tearing at his nerves, he did not even frown. After this punch, the King of Destruction did not move forward. His gaze fell on Su Yan, and then he said, "No wonder you were valued by that senior. Just your spirit alone is enough to make me value you. You are a qualified Shura. However, I came here today to see that senior. How about you ask that senior to come out?" This time, he wanted to see what kind of person was behind the killing of his will doppelganger. At this time, Su Yan took a deep breath again and said, "Simple. Defeat me." For words. However, they conveyed Su Yan's intention incisively and vividly. "Do you want to see him? Simple. Just defeat me. As long as you defeat me, you will naturally be able to see him." Su Yan was not lying about this. As long as the King of Destruction killed him, the God-Slayer sword would naturally appear. Of course, this was not very likely. Perhaps the God-Slayer sword would have already appeared before he made a move. "Ah, good. You are really admirable. Now, I no longer doubt that you are a kid who entered this place by luck. Even if you are, it doesn't matter. Because I have already acknowledged you. Defeat you? Then here I come." At this time, he strode forward. His speed was extremely fast. His entire body was like a shooting star. In just an instant he was in front of Su Yan. Just like before, he threw a punch. What a terrifying aura and terrifying power. Su Yan raised his fist as well. The last collision had caused his flesh to be shaved off and his bones to be damaged. However, when he attacked this time, the damage to his bones had healed, and even his flesh had started to grow back. This was why he was so freakish. After all, Su Yan's body had been baptized by lightning, so there was practically no need for him to hesitate at all when facing such formidable strength. The strength of such strength was simply indescribable. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was changing incessantly. His aura was leaping incessantly as well. After another collision, the King of Destruction's strength directly entered Su Yan's body. The terrifying destructive force immediately started to corrode Su Yan's body. However, Su Yan didn't care at all at this moment. At this moment, the only thought in his heart was to blast his strength out with all his might. The sound of wind and thunder could actually be heard from this punch. His strength was struggling with all his might, and the outcome of this punch was decided once again. Su Yan was still defeated miserably. After suffering such a punch, Su Yan had become extremely miserable, and his injuries were even more serious than the previous punch. However, at this moment, he didn't show any fear at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. This was because he had already felt that under the pressure of such power, the power in his body was showing signs of fusing. To him, pain was nothing at all. What he was afraid of was that no matter how hard he worked, he wouldn't be able to improve. He was afraid that he would shrink back out of fear. At this moment, his power flickered, and he was actually preparing to attack again. Even the King of Destruction was moved at this moment. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was able to reach where he was today. Since he was young, he had been crazy. Every time he fought, he would fight with his life on the line, even if he was facing an enemy who was stronger than him. He seemed to see his younger self in Su Yan again. At this moment, he suddenly realized that after becoming a king, although he still dared to fight, he still lacked the craziness. At this moment, Su Yan launched his third attack. The King of Destruction didn't hesitate. The best response to such an opponent was to defeat him with all his strength. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly realized that a layer of skin had broken on the tip of his finger. A small layer of skin was simply insignificant, and he didn't even feel it. However, at this moment, he was already shocked. One had to know how terrifying his physical body was. Even if he were to fight directly with the Blood River King, the Blood River King wouldn't be able to quickly cause him any harm at the beginning. However, Su Yen had done it, even if it was just an insignificant layer of skin. Alright, if that's the case, let's do it again. At this moment, he forgot everything. He only told himself that he would fight Su Yen as a king. Shura shatter, all things perish. The King of Destruction was undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence. The Blood River King was already strong enough by relying on the majesty of the Blood River. However, when facing the King of Destruction, he was still timid and didn't dare to go all out. This showed how terrifying the King of Destruction was. Chapter 984. Female Literature. At this moment, he truly regarded Su Yen as an opponent. The pressure on Su Yen immediately increased. At this moment, he was enduring an extremely terrifying pressure. Originally, he was already barely able to withstand such power, but now, it was even heavier. Every punch seemed to bear the weight of Mount Tai. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. The berserk power continued to batter his body, causing him to be baptized by the power of destruction. This Shura's power of destruction is considered powerful. The power of destruction is one of the heaviest and most terrifying powers in the world. It has unimaginable power, and the power is simply terrifying to the extreme. If you continue to bear it, even if your body is different from ordinary people, your life will be in danger. How about it? Don't struggle anymore. The God-Slayer's sword spoke again at this moment. Obviously, he wanted Su Yen to beg him. The existence of the regal sword soul was very mysterious. Even the God-Slayer sword would need an unknown amount of time to completely analyze the regal sword soul. An hour was too short for him. This was a good opportunity to extort Su Yen. Unfortunately, Su Yen almost didn't hear his words at this time. He was now focusing all his attention on the confrontation. The Blood River King's guess was right. The God-Slayer sword's power blocked most of the attacks, but he couldn't block the attacks that came from pure power. Su Yan's body was still constantly injured. However, at this moment, Su Yen seemed to have completely ignored the pain in his body. He didn't use his power to defend his body. Instead, he constantly forced himself to release the power in his body. At this moment, he was using all his willpower to attack. This was an extremely crazy move, but it was also very normal. He knew very well that he was in a disadvantageous position. If he still thought about how to defend at this time, there was no better way than to rely on the power of the God-Slayer sword. Of course, this was not the key point. The key point was that if he did this, he would lose an opportunity to become more powerful. Su Yen didn't care about winning or losing. He only cared about becoming stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he improve and break through all the shackles. At this moment, under the intense crisis, the great power in his body had been directly integrated. The terrifying aura was constantly changing at this moment. These powers were originally independent in Su Yan's body. However, at this moment of life and death, they were stimulated. It didn't matter if these powers had their own will or not, they had to be like this at this moment. This was because Su Yen was their main body. Parasitic body. If Su Yen died, then perhaps all of their plans would be for naught. It was precisely because of this that Su Yen was so reckless. The Buddha's heart shone with a golden brilliance at this moment. The Buddha's heart's sea of consciousness began to tremble. The other two hearts also erupted with power, as if they were competing with each other. The three hearts beat even more intensely. Originally, the strange mask on Su Yan's face would appear. However, in this place, Su Yen was able to suppress the power of the mask. Furthermore, he was currently supported by the power of Azura. After these powers fused, a strange change occurred again. At this time, the streams of power were constantly condensing and fusing, and the extremely powerful and terrifying power was raised to the extreme at this time. Destroy! At this moment, Su Yen also blasted out with a punch. The King of Destruction's myriad shattering fist was terrifying to the extreme. Such a power kept changing at this moment. At this moment, there were signs of a destructive power. King of Destruction was taken aback. He had never imagined that Su Yan's power would undergo such a drastic change. This kind of change in power was simply unparalleled. His power kept flickering at this moment, almost to the point of being infinite. Good boy, you can actually comprehend so much in your sea of consciousness. Even the King of Destruction couldn't help but admire Su Yan. Su Yan was fighting against his sea of consciousness, and he was in an absolute disadvantage. He was hovering between life and death, yet he could still comprehend so much. This was simply heaven-defying. Su Yan's power kept changing at this moment, as if it was trying to break free from the King of Destruction's punch. Your power is not bad, but it's a pity that you are still too weak. The King of Destruction was definitely not the kind of person who would show mercy to Su Yan just because he had unlimited potential. Since he had already made up his mind to fight, he naturally wanted to defeat Su Yan directly. He slightly increased his power. For him, it was just a slight pressure, but for Su Yan, it was extremely heavy. As soon as that burst of power erupted, it was immediately suppressed and forced back. Such a change in power was simply terrifying. At this time, the endless radiance of power displayed an unparalleled power. Everything became so terrifying at this moment. He found that even the sky above his head had been shattered by the King of Destruction's punch. Although the King of Destruction was powerful, he was only a Shura king after all. Naturally, he couldn't shatter the sky. The reason for this was that the power of the King of Destruction's punch had reached the point where it could affect the mind. This kind of punch was the most terrifying. Its power was already high and unparalleled, but it could still affect the mind and make all the willpower sink. Such a change was enough to bury countless experts. Compared to the external pressure, the real terrifying attack came from the mind. Although a person's limbs were intact and very healthy, if his heart died, he would become depressed and even directly walk towards death. At this moment, Su Yan felt the spiritual pressure that was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than the current pressure. However, Su Yan had suffered the torture of life and death. After experiencing countless ups and downs, his mind had become incomparably strong. His willpower would never waver because of these illusions. Kill! He roared furiously. His powerful and violent strength soared to the extreme at this moment. He was clearly at an absolute disadvantage, but at this moment he actually withstood it. Although he hadn't reached the point where he could counterattack, the power of the King of Destruction couldn't suppress him any further. At this moment, his power was constantly trembling. Obviously, it had reached a critical point and seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Putting aside that mysterious and powerful figure, this kid is also a genius. Perhaps even Aina can't compare to him. The competition between Blood River King and King of Destruction had never stopped. Originally, in the competition of talents, Blood River King was also in an absolute disadvantage. However, Aina had appeared in his camp and swept away all the green-faced Shura who was below King of Destruction. This gave him a lot of face. As long as such a person didn't die, he might become another king in the future. Aina was already a genius, but at this moment, it seemed that Su Yan wasn't inferior to Aina. In fact, he might even be superior. Although he didn't participate in the battle, he had fought with King of Destruction before. He knew how terrifying this guy's 10,000 elephants shattering fist was. His body seems to be completely collapsing. At this moment, cracks had already appeared on Su Yan's green-faced Shura's body. Those cracks were spreading, and blood was flowing out from them. Your body is already collapsing. Once your body collapses, you'll die. Don't struggle anymore. Let me help you kill this guy with a single punch. What do you think? To the God-Slayer sword, this was a good opportunity for him. The more difficult it was for Su Yan, the greater his bargaining chip would be. When one was on the verge of life and death, one's willpower would often be at its weakest. However, to his anger, Su Yan didn't have any intention of saying anything. Even at this moment, you're still able to bitterly hold on. You're pretty powerful. Unfortunately, if this is all you've got, you'll still die. At this moment, the King of Destruction's fist grew a bit heavier. Su Yan's world had turned completely dark. At this moment, his sense of helplessness had been severed. At this moment, Su Yen was only fighting with his willpower. If this were to continue, he would die. However, Su Yen knew that he absolutely couldn't give up. The reason for that was because giving up meant failure. Su Yen knew that he had reached an extremely crucial point. How could I possibly give up? All of your power, mobilize all of it. Motherfucker, if you don't want to die with your daddy, then unleash all of your power. He was shouting and screaming in his heart. It was as if he was a monster, as if he was a ferocious beast. Right at this moment, a sound was heard. It was the sound of his flesh exploding. He was continuously calling for power, increasing his power to the limit. Unfortunately, this sort of increase was already at its limit. Thus, his body began to collapse. You failed. Brat, why are you still hesitating at a time like this? The God-Slayer's sword wanted to grasp this final opportunity. After all, Su Yan's body was already collapsing. At this moment, he was already standing on the verge of death. However, Su Yan still didn't respond. It was as if this body was no longer his. Damn it, you bastard. Consider your daddy to be afraid of you. At this moment, he finally decided that even if Su Yan didn't request anything from him, he would still channel his power into Su Yan's body to help him strengthen and even transform. Chapter 985. Female Literature. After all, if Su Yan's physical body really died, there would be very serious consequences. However, just as he was about to mobilize his power, Su Yan directly shouted in his mind, "Get out of my way." At this moment, Su Yan rejected the powerful power of the God-Slayer sword. Almost at the same time, his arm was shattered, and his body was cracked. He was already in a miserable state. What's going on? At this point, that person still hasn't made a move. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? That the existence of that power is fake? Or perhaps the inheritance is real, but the power left behind might not be that strong? At this time, the Blood River King's thoughts moved again. After all, according to his understanding, the powerful great Emperor Shura should have made a move to help Su Yan at this time. However, he still didn't do anything. Had he decided to abandon Su Yan, or was he simply unable to do so despite having the will? If it was the latter, then he would have to make a move. After all, this was something related to great Emperor Shura. He wouldn't let it go no matter what. Senior, since you are unwilling to come out and meet me, I will destroy him completely. The King of Destruction opened his mouth at this time. Then his powerful power finally covered everything. The light of destruction had completely enveloped Su Yan. The power of the light of annihilation was terrifying. Everything that came into contact with this ray of light was turned into dust in an instant. From this, one could see just how powerful the power was. Annihilation, stop right there. At this time, the Blood River King suddenly made a move. Naturally, he didn't want to save Su Yan. The real reason he made a move was because he believed that he had obtained the inheritance of great Emperor Shura. A red light directly rose into the sky like a terrifying blood sword. Such a powerful power was simply indescribable at this time. The terror of that power was almost unimaginable. The role that the Blood River Monarch wanted to play was obviously not honorable. Not only did he want to obtain the inheritance, but he also wanted to severely injure the Destruction Monarch. Even if he couldn't kill the King of Destruction, he still had to injure the King of Destruction. Only then could he truly obtain the inheritance. Otherwise, the King of Destruction would always be a threat. Of course, it would be best if he could kill the King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan's strength had risen to an extremely terrifying level. His strength was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's power was constantly wavering, and as time passed, his aura became weaker and weaker, like a candle that was about to be extinguished. At this moment, it was already a battle between two kings. The power of these two kings was too strong for him. Moreover, he was already a leaf in the wind. Naturally, no one paid any attention to him. King of Destruction said directly, "Blood River, I knew you wouldn't stay put. Are you trying to take advantage of this situation? You're thinking too much. Since you've already made your move, I'll kill you as well." At this time, the Destruction Monarch's gaze shifted. At this time, the Destruction Monarch was absolutely terrifying. His eyes were shining with the purest and most terrifying light of destruction. When the blood-red light rushed towards him, he didn't pause at all and directly punched out. At this time, his strength erupted to an invincible level. At this time, the two kings finally clashed again. Destruction Monarch, you want to kill someone in front of me? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Since your will wants to fight with me, I'll fulfill your wish. In an instant, the blood-red light shone brightly, and the sound of swooshing filled the entire sky. Under such power, everything became silent. What a joke. Hypocrite. But it doesn't matter. It's just a battle. Do you think you can take advantage of this situation? At this moment, the Destruction Monarch blasted out the manifestation of Shura's fist technique again. The terrifying power of destruction directly collided with the power of the Blood River. The Destruction Monarch had always been incomparably domineering. If he wanted to fight, he wouldn't have any fear. However, after becoming a king, his indomitable aura seemed to have weakened a little. However, when he was fighting with Su Yan just now, the fearless madness of Su Yan awakened him. Only now did he suddenly realize that after becoming a king, because he knew more and possessed more, he had unknowingly become a little fearful and fearful. Although in the eyes of others, he was still that fearless and decisive Azura king, only he knew that he had changed. He had become timid and fearful. He had become fearful. He had become fearful. This was definitely not the style of the Destruction Monarch. Therefore, at this time, he didn't care about anything. Since this guy wanted to fight, he would fulfill his wish. Now, he wanted to find the indomitable and powerful him from back then. Therefore, when he attacked, he didn't hesitate at all. When this punch blasted out, it was almost as if it would destroy and sweep away everything. At this time, the Blood River King was shocked. The Destruction Monarch had actually taken a desperate stance at this time. Although he knew that the King of Destruction had always been like this, he had never been as reckless as he was now. He was willing to follow the King of Destruction through life and death. Was the Destruction Monarch crazy? He didn't know that the Destruction Monarch had suddenly understood his true intentions, which was why he was so desperate. At first, the Blood River King didn't understand. However, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Damn it! Could it be that this guy has also discovered the inheritance of Great Emperor Shura? Is that why he's so desperate to compete with me? Now, it seemed that this was the most likely thing. When he thought of this, his heart immediately beat faster. That was the inheritance of a great emperor. It was an extremely important thing. He absolutely couldn't let it fall into the hands of this guy. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be suppressed to the point of suffocation. After all, this guy was already very powerful. If he also obtained such a terrifying inheritance, the Blood River King wouldn't even have a chance to survive. When he thought of this, he already knew that this was the time for him to go all out. At this time, his strength directly increased at this time. His powerful aura constantly flowed at this time. That terrifying power seemed to be very violent at this time. The power of the Blood River, protect me. Although he was already far away from the Blood River City, as long as he was still within a certain range, his power would be able to resonate with the Blood River. This was the most powerful and terrifying part of him. At this time, the surging Blood River seemed to have heard his call. It directly rolled up endless waves and flew towards him. In an instant, his strength increased. Humph, Blood River, this is more like it. At this time, the Destruction Monarch didn't show any fear. Instead, he tried his best to increase his strength to the extreme. His aura changed, and his strength became even more powerful to an incomparably terrifying extent. The battle between the two kings directly began. The Destruction Monarch strode forward in large strides, showing endless majesty. At the beginning, the Blood River King wanted to test the waters, but at this time, a life and death battle was about to begin. At this time, between the powerful auras of the two, suddenly, an aura began to rise. Compared to the auras of the two kings, this sudden appearance of power was naturally not worth mentioning. But to be able to increase one's aura under such a terrifying aura was already an extremely amazing thing. What, he's not dead yet? This was almost the same thought of the two kings. They naturally felt that this was Su Yan's aura. Previously, Su Yan was clearly surrounded by a powerful destructive force, and that hidden expert didn't seem to have made a move to protect him. Under such circumstances, Su Yan should be dead for sure. His body should have directly broken and shattered. But at this time, Su Yan, who should have disappeared, his aura rose again, and his strength was displayed at this time. At this time, Su Yan strode forward and said directly, "I'm just lucky that I'm not dead yet." At this time, his voice was full of vigor, and a strong sense of confidence permeated from his words. At this time, the two kings realized that Su Yan had undergone a huge change. His skin had turned blue. Blue-faced Shura. In other words, under the terrifying destructive force, not only did Su Yan not die, but he directly broke through and reached the level of the blue-faced Shura. Moreover, he seemed to be a little different from the other Shura. There was a tattoo on his skin, but this tattoo was too faint, so it couldn't be seen clearly. At this time, Su Yan directly looked up to the sky and roared. This was because he clearly knew that he had finally made a breakthrough. He was no longer the 10 dragons, but a venerable. He had finally reached the level of a venerable that he had always dreamed of, and the manifestation in the Shura realm was the blue-faced venerable. At this time, the King of Destruction abandoned the Blood River King and directly suppressed Su Yan. "Good boy, you can actually break through like this. I want to see who is protecting you." However, at this time, an extremely terrifying force erupted. The moment that force appeared, even a terrifying existence like the King of Destruction was suppressed to the ground in an instant. Of course, the Blood River King in the distance was the same. Noisy and annoying. The Godslayer sword was in a bad mood. This was originally an opportunity to force Su Yan, but he didn't expect Su Yan to break through under such circumstances. This made him feel extremely depressed. Therefore, he didn't hold back against the King of Destruction at this moment. After such a blow, the two kings looked at each other. Chapter 986. Girls' Literature. In terms of the power of this attack, neither of the two Azura kings could withstand it. From this, it could be seen that if that Azura king wanted to kill them, they would already be dead. In fact, the Godslayer sword did have the intention to kill the two Shura kings. However, in the end, it still held back its strength. For him, killing two Shura kings at the level of Tao Master would take a lot of effort. If he really did kill them, it would be a big loss. Not only would he not get any benefits, but he would also waste his strength. Therefore, he only slapped the two big shots away. That was all. "Su Yan, you promised me an hour. You can't go back on your word," he said directly. An hour was better than nothing. The last time he came into contact with the Godslayer sword, he had already touched on some secrets. He believed that as long as he was given more time, he would be able to learn more. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." Su Yan immediately communicated with the very supreme sword soul. At this time, the Godslayer sword immediately probed the very supreme sword soul with a sword intent. This action was like a thirsty man seeing his beloved woman, but the style of this picture was always so discordant. Su Yan no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he turned his attention back to the two kings. To be honest, if the Godslayer sword could directly kill the two kings and then let it devour the two living kings, his strength would be greatly improved again. However, Su Yan knew that this was not realistic. Not to mention whether the Godslayer sword was willing to help him at this time, and whether it could kill the two Shura kings. Even if it killed them, it would be difficult for Su Yan to devour their origins at this time. The two of them were so powerful that even if they died, the origins they left behind would be extremely terrifying. At this time, Su Yan really did not have the ability to devour their origins. Moreover, this was probably something that would affect the whole situation. However, aside from this, the benefits that Su Yan had obtained today were already huge enough. When they were fighting earlier, the powerful destructive power directly poured into his body, forcing him to use all his strength. At that moment, he was really in a dilemma between life and death. Even the Godslayer sword felt that he would definitely die under such a terrifying force. However, Su Yan forcefully pulled through. Moreover, in that moment of life and death, he successfully comprehended the true essence of life and death. Afterwards, he reached a state of destruction and re-establishment. In just a short while, his strength rapidly increased. He had been stuck at the Ten Dragons realm for a long time. The Ten Dragons realm was extremely powerful, and it was enough to compete with Dao Masters. Ordinary One Origin Dao Masters were no match for him, and he could even defeat more powerful existences. However, it was precisely because this realm was so powerful that Su Yan had to bear a huge price to pay to break through it. While it gave Su Yan great power, it was like a strong cage that sealed Su Yan's power. Starting from the Shura grottos to entering the Shura realm, Su Yan had devoured 8 blue-faced Shura. The power of 8 blue-faced Shura was enormous and terrifying. Even if Su Yan could only devour and absorb 1/10 of this power, it was still an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, because of the strength and uniqueness of Su Yan's highest power, he could devour at least 70% of the power of a blue-faced Shura. However, even so, he still could not break through the shackles. It was obvious how difficult it was to break through this realm. Of course, this also brought Su Yan enough benefits. Under the support of such power, Su Yan's power was constantly compressed and became extremely stagnant. The same power would be like a sandstone to an ordinary expert, but Su Yan's power had reached the level of a small mountain. In other words, the density was completely different from the density in his previous world. However, the density could not be increased indefinitely, and it would eventually reach a limit. When this limit came, even if Su Yan devoured 100 or more blue-faced Shura, his strength would not increase any further. Therefore, Su Yan was so eager to improve his realm. After all, in cultivation, no matter how strong one's battle strength was, one's realm could not be ignored. No matter how strong one's battle strength was, without the support of one's realm, it would only be a moon in the well. Su Yan saw this opportunity when he was fighting outside the Shattered Realm. At the moment of life and death, all the power in his body was awakened. The powerful Shattered Realm constantly stimulated him, forcing him to become even stronger. In particular, the last Shattered All Creations attack was simply to kill Su Yan completely. That was King Shura's way of forcing out the hidden expert behind Su Yan. He thought that the mysterious expert could easily destroy his will clone, so his strength must be very terrifying. When he wanted to kill Su Yan directly, the mysterious expert would definitely show up. However, even in the end, he did not see that mysterious shadow. Instead, Su Yan broke the shackles under the realm of death and reached a new level. Now, Su Yan had stepped into the venerable realm. In this world, he had devoured so much power of Shura, including the inheritance of the king's mark. At this time, he had naturally become an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. At this moment, all the auras in the world had become different. For Su Yan, this was an extremely strange feeling. He saw everything in this world more clearly, and he understood it more clearly. He could feel his strength, and he could feel the changes in the power in his body. At this moment, he felt like he was about to faint. At this moment, the aftereffects were immediately apparent. After all, it was not easy to walk between life and death. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would definitely not allow himself to faint at this time. This was because fainting would be handing his life over to these two powerful and terrifying kings. However, at this moment he was fearless. This was because he believed that the powerful attack that the Godslayer sword had used to vent his anger was enough to let these two powerful kings know that he had a powerful backer. It had to be said that the Godslayer sword's attack was simply a stroke of genius. With a plop, Su Yan fell to the ground and directly fainted. His sea of consciousness began to fall silent. At this time, the Godslayer sword's powerful and terrifying pressure had already passed. However, neither the King of Blood River nor the King of Destruction had gotten up at this time. Even the King of Shura was frightened at this time. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, that power just now had far exceeded their imagination. The power of that attack was enough to easily kill them. However, for some reason, this power was restrained at the last moment. They were still wondering if that powerful and terrifying existence had some special decree, but they did not know that the only reason they were able to survive was because the Godslayer sword felt that it would be too much of a loss to kill them, so it did not kill them. This world was so cruel. Even for powerful kings like these two, their lives were so fragile. In the face of an even more powerful existence, what did the dignity of a king count for? Even the proud king of destruction had no choice but to show respect for the strong at this time. Destruction, it's all your fault. I almost died because of you. After a long time, when he was sure that the powerful existence that had suddenly attacked him was no longer moving, the king of Blood River got up. Now he was still afraid. The attack of love just now was really too terrifying. The sudden burst of terrifying power made him feel so small. That feeling was like an ordinary Shura facing a huge mountain falling from the sky. If the mountain had not mysteriously disappeared, he would have died at this time. This feeling was really not good, and it made him feel very uneasy. It turned out that he, who was so proud of himself, was so fragile. Ever since he became a king, he had not felt like this for a long time. At this time, the king of destruction looked at him coldly, and then said disdainfully, Blood River, if you weren't greedy and wanted to snatch the inheritance that you thought was yours, you wouldn't have met with this disaster. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? So, don't talk nonsense here. If you are unwilling to accept this, then let's fight to the death here. The king of destruction was also extremely angry at this time. This time he really suffered a big loss. Not only did he lose two powerful blue-faced Shura subordinates, but he also lost his will clone. Not only that, but he also almost died here. When he thought of the powerful force just now and how powerless he was in front of it, that feeling made him angry. In fact, he was very similar to Su Yan. He hated the feeling of powerlessness when facing the strong. He wanted to become stronger because he knew very well that only by becoming stronger could he have his own dignity. At this time, the two kings suddenly stopped talking. Their eyes fell on the unconscious Su Yan. At this time, the Blood River King suddenly said, Anyway, you are not allowed to attack Su Yan now. He is an important guest of my Blood River city. After the two kings felt such power, they naturally knew that the attack just now came from Su Yan. In other words, there was an extremely powerful existence in his body. Chapter 987. Female Literature. The Blood River King had already realized this when he entered Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness the last time. However, he had only taken a quick glance at that time, so he wasn't clear about all this. However, at this moment, he couldn't be any clearer. He had clearly felt that power and had almost paid the price of death for it. Why that powerful existence was in Su Yan's body was no longer important. What was important was that it really existed. Now, even if he was given a few more guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke Su Yan. If that extremely terrifying power hadn't been withdrawn and had landed directly in his body, he would have died. He had spent a lot of time and suffered a lot to be able to successfully reach this step, so he cherished everything he had now. It was because it wasn't easy to obtain that he knew how to cherish it all the more. Of course, if he were to say something undignified, it would be that he was afraid of death. This time, he was really afraid of death. However, he also saw an opportunity. If that existence in Su Yan's body could give him guidance, then he might have a chance to break through. Therefore, he now had to worship Su Yan like a bodhisattva. Of course, he knew that the King of Destruction wouldn't attack Su Yan at this time. Unless he was so stupid that he didn't care about his life and had to provoke that powerful and terrifying existence, he wouldn't dare to do so. However, he was afraid that the King of Destruction had the same idea as him. After all, being able to have a good relationship with such a powerful expert might be extremely beneficial to him. The King of Destruction sneered and said, "You're a natural slave. You'll never surpass me." The King of Destruction stood up again and bowed respectfully in the direction of Su Yan. "Thank you for not killing me, Senior." After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Not killing him. When he said those words, even his soul was trembling. Someone as powerful as him actually had to say those words today. This was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. Perhaps when he broke through to become a ruler, he would be able to protect his life under this powerful force. To become stronger, everything was fake. Only strength was the most real existence. Blood River King sneered coldly as he watched King Destruction disappear into the distance. The two of them had always been on different paths, so he didn't care about what the King of Destruction thought. What he needed to do now was to bring Su Yan back to Blood River City. At this time, Su Yan's value was too great. Putting aside the mysterious and powerful existence behind him, Su Yan himself was already very valuable. With such a powerful character protecting him, Su Yan would definitely become a king, no, even an emperor. Furthermore, he had also witnessed Su Yan's ruthlessness. This fellow had the same temperament as King of Destruction. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more so to himself. If such a character continued to grow, he wouldn't be surprised even if he became a Shura great emperor. In his opinion, Su Yan was a powerful genius destined to grow up. In the future, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying figure. Since that was the case, it was very good to be on good terms with him now. He walked in front of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had completely fallen into a coma. However, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts about Su Yan because he didn't know if the person in Su Yan's body was looking at him at this time. He said respectfully, "Senior, since little friend Su Yan has fallen into a coma, Junior Blood River will bring him back to Blood River City. After all, this is the wilderness, so there will always be danger. If there is any disrespect, please forgive me." The wilderness was always dangerous, not to mention that this was the Shura world with a harsh environment. In this land, Blood River King and King of Destruction were naturally the most powerful Shura, but they were not the top existences. There were extremely powerful demon beasts here, and there was definitely more than one that could threaten the two of them. Seeing that Su Yan didn't have any reaction, he was a little disappointed. In fact, he hoped to directly communicate with that mysterious existence. As long as there was communication, then he might have other opportunities. However, since that expert didn't speak at this time, he naturally couldn't force it. Fortunately, Su Yan was still in front of him. When Su Yan woke up, he would ask him about that expert, so he directly carried Su Yan. When he carried Su Yan's body, he frowned slightly, because Su Yan actually made him feel a little heavy. He was the dignified Shura king, and his strength was definitely in the upper echelon among the Shura kings. However, Su Yan's body actually made him feel a little heavy. Although this feeling wasn't strong, it was enough to show how powerful and terrifying Su Yan's body was. Moreover, he also noticed the lines on the surface of Su Yan's body. He was also very unfamiliar with these lines, and he didn't even have the slightest clue about them. However, all of this made him even more curious about Su Yan. He shook his head, shook everything away, and directly soared into the sky. The most important thing now was to settle Su Yan down and wait for Su Yan to wake up. After the two kings left, the empty land became quiet again. Because of the battle, this place had long been changed beyond recognition. However, such a scene was actually very common in the Shura world. Battles in the Shura world had always been very terrifying, and such a thing was actually not rare. However, not long after they left, the empty land suddenly surged, and then a black shadow appeared. The black shadow was very huge and hazy, and it was impossible to see its real appearance. However, there was a consciousness at the bottom of the black shadow. What a powerful force! It seems that a good prey has appeared. The consciousness of the black shadow kept floating like a whirlwind, spreading to the surroundings. Everywhere that was covered by the black shadow was once again annihilated. If the two Shura kings were here, they would definitely be shocked after seeing such a scene. That was because the power was too strong, and it had surpassed them. In this generation, they were well aware of the powerful demonic beasts, but they had never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence. The Blood River King directly returned to Blood River City. Su Yan was wrapped in a bloody light and came in front of Gina Xiu. When he saw Gina Xiu's appearance, he frowned because he could see that Gina Xiu's vitality had been lost even more. Gina Xiu did not have much time left to live, and at this time, he could not even live for 10 years. 10 years, for a powerful blue-faced Shura, was a very short time. Moreover, the time here was different from the time in the infinite world. However, at this time, even if he wanted to, he was already powerless. He had already helped Gina Xiu to extend his life once. Now, unless he was willing to spend more power, There was no way he could increase Jina Xiu's strength. However, that was not worth it. In the end, in the eyes of a Shura king, there was no such thing as friendship for a blue-faced Shura. The reason why he was so vexed by Qin Na Xiu's life was because Qin Na Xiu was a very good subordinate. With his existence, his Blood River City would be able to be maintained in an orderly manner. As such, he would be able to peacefully cultivate. But now, he had just suffered a powerful blow from the Godslayer sword. Although the Godslayer sword had retracted its fatal power at the last moment, he was still injured. The stronger one was, the harder it was to be injured. However, once injured, one would have to pay a great price to recover. Jina Xiu, take good care of Su Yan. Treat him in the best way possible. Do you understand? The Blood River King directly said to Jina Xiu. Jina Xiu immediately replied, "Rest assured, great king. I will do my best to take good care of Su Yan." Jina Xiu was a shrewd person. Of course, he saw the state of the Blood River King at this time. It was obvious that he was injured. He was shocked. Could it be that the Blood River King and the King of Destruction really fought to the death? He was actually injured. This really surprised him. He knew that at this point, the Shura King would generally not fight to the death. However, he also knew what he was allowed to know and what he was not allowed to inquire about. At this time, since the Blood River King did not say anything, he naturally would not ask any more. At the same time, he also found that Su Yan's skin color had changed. At this time, he was already a blue-faced Shura. How fast was this? When Su Yan first entered the city, he seemed to have just become a blue-faced Shura. At that time, there were still many ignorant existences who wanted to make a move on Su Yan. In the end, Su Yan directly used the Shura fire to intimidate them. He even did not hesitate to kill the Bear Face's son. Well, I'm going to return to the Blood River to cultivate in seclusion. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me. Also, you can rest assured that the King of Destruction won't come looking for trouble for a while. As for your life, the next time the Shura cave opens, I will think of a way to get the pills from that world to extend your life. The world that the Blood River King was talking about was naturally the Wuji world. The Shura world was too cruel and the environment was very harsh. Therefore, the Shura who lived here were almost all generally strong. However, it was also because of this that it was difficult for them to have other skills besides fighting, such as alchemy. Alchemy was very popular in the Wuji world where Su Yan lived. Almost every sect had their own unique pills. Among the top 10 most powerful sects in the 9 regions, there was a sect called the Profound Pill Sect. It was established with a superb alchemy technique. Chapter 988. Female Literature. Not only could powerful pills heal injuries, but they could also break through realms and extend one's life. The reason why the Shura liked to enter the Wuji world so much was because they were attracted by it. If they could plunder powerful weapons and precious pills, it would be a good thing for them. Of course, if they could completely invade that world and connect the two, it would be for the best. This was an instinctive struggle for survival. Thank you for your concern, great king. However, I am very satisfied that Na Xiu was able to live until now. Na Xiu said directly. The Blood River King did not waste any more words and left Blood River City. Na Xiu was not only outstanding but he also knew when to advance and retreat. This was what he admired about him. At this time, he directly headed towards the Blood River. The surging Blood River contained extremely terrifying power and was the foundation of his cultivation. Therefore, the Blood River King's real residence was actually in the Blood River. With the help of the Blood River's water, he could heal his injuries faster. This Blood River contained a huge amount of power, but it was also very dangerous. However, it was also very dangerous. Only a small branch of the river flowed through the Blood River City, and it could not be considered as magnificent. If he could feel the power at the upper reaches of the Blood River, his strength would definitely be able to increase further. However, that would need to be done bit by bit. Speaking of which, his strength was still too weak. The King of Destruction would feel angry because of his lack of strength. Naturally, he also felt it, but it was not as strong as the Blood River King's. Not long after, he finally sank into the Blood River. As soon as he entered the Blood River, the water of the blood river established a little connection with him, and the power directly gathered towards his body. In the end, I'm still too weak. The place where he could stay now was not the depths of the blood river, but a more shallow place. If he could go deeper, he would be able to receive a stronger baptism. However, the deeper he went, the stronger the power of the blood river would be. Even if he was already a powerful king, he still could not withstand it. In fact, in this world, the Blood River King was definitely not the only one who used the blood river as a foundation to cultivate. In the depths of the Shura world, there are people who have mastered the Shura blood river technique. In the legends, there was even a Shura the Great who used the blood river as his foundation. However, it was extremely difficult for an abbot to use the river of blood to enter the Tao. It was unknown how many people had sacrificed their lives for this. Su Yen once again began to hibernate in that rusty manner. This time, his slumber was very deep, to the point that he had lost all awareness of his surroundings. At this time, if someone attacked him, then he would definitely die. At this time, the person who came to take care of Su Yen was Ellen. As for Linda, she was already dead. The one who killed her was not Carlet or Arthur's, but Ellen. She killed Linda with her own hands. In fact, the reason was very simple. Linda was not a reliable person. Her existence was a loophole. They could survive this time, but what about the next time? She couldn't guarantee it. Ellen had already seen that Su Yen, the demon from beyond, was actually a soft-hearted person. Although he never showed mercy when killing Shura, he was still very good to his own people. After all, Linda had been with him for a while, so Su Yen might not do anything. Perhaps it was more likely that she would be left to her own devices. Therefore, Ellen simply killed Linda directly. This was indeed very shameful, but this was the Shura world. At this time, she dismissed the other servants in the manor, and then left herself to take care of Su Yen. In Aganda town, she was a retainer, and also a plaything. Although she had some status in front of others, it was only in the eyes of the most ordinary townsfolk. In Aganda town, she was just a servant. But now, although she was only Su Yan's slave, her status was very different. At this time, even the town lord treated her with courtesy. She knew clearly that this was all because of Su Yen, so she cherished it all the more. Everyone had their own ambitions. Ellen was no exception. She wanted to become more powerful, and she wanted to have a higher status. In the past, she could only think about these things. She wanted to put in more effort and then become Karl Aganda's consort. Maybe that was the limit. But now, she saw a new hope. Through this short period of time together, she already knew that this master of hers was not a stingy person. As long as he became stronger, he might not be stingy with her improvement. Just like last time, he helped her improve her aptitude. Over the past few days, her cultivation had become faster. In just a few days, her cultivation had improved a lot. At this time, she felt that she even saw the hope of becoming a green-faced Shura. Green-faced Shura. At that time, even Karl Aganda was so enthusiastic about this realm, and his people were not qualified to yearn for this realm. But now, not only could she look forward to it, she even felt that she could reach this realm soon. After seeing hope, ambition would also be awakened. No matter which world it was, perhaps all creatures were like this. This was their instinct. At this time, Su Yen had become a green-faced Shura, and Ellen was even more enthusiastic. The Shura was a creature that worshipped the strong. In fact, whether Su Yen was an invader or not had much to do with her. During the time she was in contact with Su Yen, the will of the Shura realm could not affect her, which made her mind more transparent. In fact, when they first saw Su Yen, their first reaction was to kill Su Yen because of the influence of the will of the Shura realm. They lived in the Shura realm, and the will of the heavens naturally had a certain influence on them. Perhaps no one realized that the weaker a person was, the more they would be influenced by the will of the heavens. But when she stayed with Su Yen, it was as if there was a shielded area around Su Yen. Without this imperceptible influence, her own mind would be released. She looked at Su Yen with worship, yearning, and a trace of awe, as well as a trace of desire to possess. Her hand gently stroked Su Yan's face. It was also a woman's nature to worship the strong opposite sex. At this moment, she suddenly retracted her hand. Even though she had managed to escape in time, she could still feel pain coming from her palm. Unknowingly, Su Yan's skin had become scalding hot. That power made her apprehensive. At this moment, Su Yan's body changed again, and a soft light appeared. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this scene. Because at this time, the soft light outside Su Yan's body began to slowly change. In the end, the gentle light actually turned into threads of light. Su Yan's body gently floated, and the silk threads began to wrap around the surface of Su Yan's body little by little. Ellen was at a loss at this time. Her strength was indeed not strong, and she had not even reached the level of a green-faced Shura. She yearned for the strong, so whenever she had the chance, she would study the transformation process of those strong. But in all the records she had read, there was no description related to this. At this time, she calmed herself down. She knew that Su Yan was not a person of this world, so many things could not be calculated with common sense. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little relieved that she had made the right decision to chase away those unnecessary people. The city lord seemed to value Su Yan very much. At this time, he would definitely not disturb Su Yan. But at this time, she still had to guard Su Yan and not let other people come in. At this time, Su Yan was in the process of transformation. After he broke through the 10 Dragons' realm, Shura's strength increased first, and then he became a green-faced Shura. But Shura's strength was definitely not his origin, and it was only a kind of strength on the surface. The real strength began to transform and increase at this time. The silk threads became thicker and thicker, and in the end, it formed a huge cocoon, and Su Yan was in this cocoon. The emergence of the cocoon sealed all the energy inside, protecting Su Yan, and at the same time, no energy leaked out. Seeing that Su Yan did not make any more noise at this time, Ellen's heart was relieved. Then she guarded the door to prevent other accidents from happening. At this time, Aina returned. There were many wounds on his body, and on his abdomen, there was even a piece of flesh missing. It could be seen that he had gone through an extremely fierce battle. Although he was only a green-faced Shura, he was recognized by everyone as a genius. His fighting strength was so strong that even a green-faced Shura would be afraid of him. But at this time, he was so miserable. It could be seen how fierce the battle he had experienced was. Looking at him like this, Nana directly asked, "You went to the abyss of demon beasts?" The abyss of demon beasts was a huge abyss nearby. There were many powerful demon beasts living there, and in the depths of it, there were powerful demon beasts that could compete with or even kill a Shura king. In order to earn Shura money, ordinary Shura would go into the abyss of demon beasts to hunt demon beasts to complete the task. Of course, more than 99% of people did not dare to go deep, and only hunted those demon beasts in the outermost periphery. However, even so, the death rate there was still very high. Chapter 989. Female Literature. Yes, if I want to become stronger, I can only fight more fiercely, Aina said directly. After the King of Destruction left, he was very angry, but he couldn't do anything. Strength. The root of all this was still the gap in strength. If his strength was terrifying enough, why would he care about these things? So at this time, he simply ignored everything else and directly entered the abyss of demon beasts to hunt. Aina had always been a radical, so he killed all the way into the abyss of demon beasts. As a result, he encountered a powerful demon tiger, which was a terrible demon beast that could kill a blue-faced Shura. After a series of life and death battles, he finally escaped. Tan Rue sighed and suddenly said, "Aina, you are very outstanding, but you have to remember, don't lose your heart. However, wandering between life and death can indeed improve your strength. By the way, Su Yan has become a blue-faced Shura." Tan Rue told the news to Aina. Aina would know the news sooner or later. There was not much difference between earlier and later. Hearing Tan Rue's words, Aina was very surprised. So fast. Yes, Su Yan's speed of improvement was too fast. It should be known that he was also a genius, but he had been in the blue-faced Shura for a long time. Of course, it was not that he couldn't improve, but because he suppressed his own realm so that he could become stronger when he became a blue-faced Shura. To a certain extent, cultivation was very similar to building a house. That is, the more solid the foundation, the greater the achievements that could be achieved. If you did everything in a hurry, then you would be stuck in a rut, unable to move forward half a step. In his opinion, since Su Yan was a genius like him, then he would most likely suppress his cultivation like him until he reached a very perfect level, then he would break through to the blue-faced Shura. But at this time, Su Yan had become a blue-faced Shura. At this time, Nana Ray said, "You should understand that Su Yan is not the same as you. Otherwise, the king would not value him so much." Aina said, "Indeed, I can see it too. But since he has become a blue mask Shura, I have to hurry up." At this time, Jenna Ray said, "There's no need for that. You don't need to compare yourself with him. You just need to make yourself stronger." "All right, you don't have to say anything more. I naturally have my own plans. The Shura caves are about to open again. I heard that this time, the Shura caves will be bigger than the previous ones. The Shura cave that the King of Destruction presided over is nothing compared to this. Am I right?" Rusty heaved a sigh. He didn't want to tell Aina this news, but Aina still found out. When the Shura grotto opened, the passage between the two worlds would be opened as well. According to Aina's personality, he would definitely want to enter and fight. Everyone felt that the strength of the cultivators in that world could not be compared to that of Shura, so they all wanted to enter and take advantage of it. However, Nana Rue had personally experienced it. He knew that there were also super powerhouses in the Wuji world. Even among those of the same realm, there were extremely terrifying powerhouses. Entering that world was not a good thing. This time, the Shura grotto was presided over by the king, so its scale was naturally huge. Moreover, the lowest threshold to enter this place was the blue-faced Shura. If one had not become a blue-faced Shura, no matter how heaven-defying one's combat strength was, one would not be allowed to enter. This was because it was no different from courting death. The suppression of the laws was enough to kill one directly. Aina, wait for the next time. You haven't accumulated enough. Advancing now won't benefit you much in the future, Rusty said directly. At this time Aina said, Nana, since I was young, I have regarded you as my father, so I won't let you die like this. I know you don't have much time left, so I can't wait any longer. These few days, I will enter the abyss of monsters and find a way to improve myself. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The two powers in Su Yan's body began to entangle, and then began to evolve into a third power. After breaking through to the 10 dragons, his power began to transform again, and gradually began to form a third power. That power was Su Yan's new starting point. Under the condensation of the Grand Supreme Power, everything gradually merged, causing Su Yan's strength to increase rapidly without him knowing. At this time, the God-Slayer sword had already retreated from the Grand Supreme Sword Soul's senses. Although it was only half an hour, he still had some gains, but it wasn't too great. At this time, his will felt Su Yan's transformation, and he couldn't help but say, this kid is really lucky to be able to merge these powers. Hee, I'm looking forward to seeing how far this kid can go. Fate is really a fun thing. The word fate was too mysterious and unfathomable. Su Yan's body carried too many things. The Buddha's inheritance, the power of the great devil dragon's heart, the power of the demon god's heart, and the great devil sky lord's finger bone. No matter which one it was extremely terrifying. The demon god's heart itself was a terrifying thing. Moreover, the one who inserted the demon god's heart into Su Yan's body was the master of the divine devil island. These people chose to link their fates with Su Yan's. It was like playing chess, and they began to arrange in advance. However, at this time, although the chess pieces had been arranged, no one could tell who would be the final winner in the end. In the huge cocoon, the blue color of Su Yan's flesh gradually disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. That little bit of power began to increase, and in the end, it finally became an extremely condensed power. His corporeal body was actually like jade, and the bones and blood in his body were even more so. This was a thorough transformation, and Su Yan's strength at this time became even more powerful. Another 10 days passed, and the entire Blood River City was extraordinarily calm. Blood River City was the most lively place in this area. It was under the protection of the Blood River King, so many Shura people came here to recuperate and also to trade. But in these few days, Blood River City was very calm. The flow of people was still very high, but not many people dared to make a racket in the city. Maybe it was because the king's battle a few days ago gave them too much pressure. These ordinary Shura people, they were the lowest people in the Shura world, struggling on the boundary between life and death. Ellen was still guarding outside the door. In the past few days, Gina Ray came to visit every day, but was blocked by her. She didn't want Gina Ray to see Su Yan's appearance at this time. At this time, Gina Ray came again. This was the 4th time he came here. "Miss Ellen, Brother Su Yan hasn't woken up yet?" Gina Ray looked quite anxious. Ellen said, "City Lord, my master has indeed not woken up. I have no choice." She had answered this question many times, and even at this time, she was a little guilty. However, the fact that a city lord was so polite to her made her feel very satisfied. If that's the case, then forget it. Gina Rue sighed, and then finally decided not to continue to wait. But just as he turned around, Su Yan's voice suddenly came. "City Lord, why are you looking for me? Is there anything urgent?" This voice appeared a bit abruptly, but it made Gina Rue happy. He no longer said any other polite nonsense, and went straight to the point. "Mr. Su Yan, I want to ask you to save Aina." It turned out that after that day, Aina once again went to the demon beast abyss. Only in the past, Aina would always pass on his own safety every once in a while, but this time, 4 or 5 days had passed, but there was no news from Aina. Gina Rue knew Aina's personality, so he was afraid that he would take a risk in order to achieve his goal as soon as possible. But since it was a risky move, naturally the risk was great. At this time, the only thing he could feel was that Aina was not dead, but now whether he was good or bad, and what kind of trouble he was in, he couldn't feel. So at this time, the best way was to enter the demon beast abyss. But with his current situation, how could he enter there? Now, he had established a mysterious connection with the Blood River City. In the Blood River City, he could display a powerful strength, but if he left the Blood River City, not only would his strength be greatly weakened, even his vitality would be affected. In such a situation, he could only ask the other Shura to help. After all, the place where Aina could go, those Shura simply couldn't reach. But when those blue Shura heard that it was the depths of the demon beast abyss, they almost immediately refused. Although Aina was the city lord, but after all, he couldn't force those blue Shura to die. The strength of those blue Shura was indeed not strong enough. In the entire Blood River City, there were only a few blue Shura who could go deep into the demon beast abyss, and that bear mask would certainly not help him. Aina's death, for him, was a great advantage. The other few were also wise to protect themselves, so Gina Rue could only rely on Su Yan. But Su Yan really did not wake up these days. Fortunately, these days he could still feel Aina's vitality, but today, Aina's vitality seemed to be weak, so he could not wait. Today, if Su Yan did not appear, then he would have to go deep into the demon beast abyss to find out what happened. Chapter 990. Female Literature, The Abyss of Demon Beasts? Su Yan suddenly remembered the blood fire lizard that he had encountered at the very beginning. This was the only powerful demon beast that he had seen in this world. At that time, he had already discovered that the demon beasts in these two worlds were different. The demon beasts in this world seemed to be more violent. Their strength was also more powerful. However, the level of the blood fire lizard was too low. At that time, he could easily kill it, not to mention the current him. Of course, these days in the Blood River City, he had indeed heard a lot of Shura talking about the abyss of demon beasts. After all, in the Blood River City, 50% of the people relied on the demon beasts to make a living. The abyss of demon beasts gathered a large number of demon beasts, and those Shura hunters made a living by hunting demon beasts. However, this hunting was not one-sided. Many demon beasts also used the Shura as food. It was a competition for survival. Of course, the demon beasts in the abyss of demon beasts would sometimes come out to hunt. The Blood River City had been attacked several times by the tide of demon beasts. If the defense of the Blood River City was not strong, it would have been trampled by those damn demon beasts. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful those demon beasts were. Aina wanted to enter the abyss of demon beasts to improve himself, and then enter the blue mask Shura. Before that, Rusty was already worried that he would encounter danger. But according to Aina's temperament, since he had already made up his mind, then he would definitely do it, so Rusty did not stop him. Now, such a situation had occurred. Aina must have once again entered the abyss of demon beasts. After Su Yen knew everything, he said, "City Lord, rest assured, this matter will be left to me. I will do my best to bring Aina back." Regarding Aina, Su Yen had an indescribable feeling. He always felt that this guy would be his enemy in the future. In fact, the best way was to take advantage of the fact that he had not yet grown up and directly kill him. However, Su Yen couldn't be so cold-blooded. In the end, he couldn't do it. After all, Aina was pretty good to him. He would leave the future matters for the future. If he killed his friends because of some premonition, then he, Su Yen, would not be Su Yen. Perhaps the two of them would become enemies in the future, but at least for now, they were still friends. "City Lord, have someone take me to the abyss of demonic beasts. I will go look for Aina." Seeing that Su Yen had finally agreed, Rue immediately let out a long sigh of relief. If Su Yen did not come out or did not agree, then he would have to recklessly enter the demon beast abyss himself. After all, Su Yen was an esteemed guest that the Blood River King had personally instructed him to treat well. Since the Blood River King had said so, it meant that in the Blood River King's eyes, Su Yen's importance had already surpassed his own. Therefore, if Su Yen did not agree, he would definitely not dare to have any reluctance. In fact, his request for Su Yen to enter the Demon Beast Abyss was actually somewhat against the will of the Blood River King. However, this was just a borderline ball. After all, Su Yen himself had agreed to it. At this time, Su Yen had already become a blue Shura. Although Rue did not know what kind of level he had reached, but he was already so powerful when he was still a blue Shura. Even when facing a powerhouse like the Bear Mask, he was still able to withstand it. At this time, he must be even more terrifying. At least compared to when he left the Blood River City, he was much stronger. Entering the abyss of demonic beasts was the best choice. "Well, I will immediately send someone to take you there." He immediately turned around and left. Su Yen turned his head to look at Ellen, and then said, "Ellen, my strength has been improved. Now I will teach you something. During my absence, you should comprehend it well and step into the blue Shura as soon as possible." At this time, Ellen suddenly knelt down and then said, "Master, I have killed Linda." Su Yen was startled, then he sighed and then said, "It's been hard on you. I don't blame you for this matter." He had also realized that Linda was just afraid of His Majesty. She was really not a reliable person. But after all, she had already relied on him, so Su Yen kept her. Now that Ellen had been killed, so it was just as it was. After all, she was a Shura and not a human like him. The way of thinking of the two sides was different. At this time, Su Yen directly pointed at her. Then, a ray of light entered Ellen's mind. Since he could imitate a Shura, he was naturally clear about Shura's body. What he taught Ellen was the cultivation method that he had recently concluded. It was the result of combining the strengths of the two worlds. In this way, Ellen's strength could be improved. Ellen was indescribably happy. This was the shortcut to success. After Su Yen was done with this, he left. The abyss of demonic beasts. Putting aside the matter of Aina, in fact, Su Yen himself also wanted to go to the abyss of demonic beasts to take a look. Now that he had broken the shackles, he had become a venerable. But he himself was clear that his venerable was not the same as ordinary venerables. He was not complete. Ordinary venerables, after breaking through, would face the test of heaven and earth, the baptism of lightning, and awaken their own law origin. The venerable's realm was divided according to the origin, which meant the origin. But at this time, he was in the Shura realm, so the Wuji realm's origin was naturally unable to support his body. Therefore, the limit of his strength could be increased again, but in a short time, he could not obtain his own origin. However, Su Yen was not without any other way. At this time, he was also working hard with his own methods. One of them was to treat the king's mark as the origin, and then use it to cultivate. However, this was still not enough. He needed more source energy and energy. Naturally, he could not openly kill more blue-faced Shura. It was too overbearing and would arouse public anger. But those powerful demonic beasts would be a good choice. It was said that there were powerful demonic beasts here that could threaten the Shura king. Now that he had become a blue-faced Shura, or half a venerable, his strength was stronger than before, so he wanted to try and see what level he could reach now. Although he could not defeat the powerful demonic beasts at the level of the Shura king, he could challenge and kill demonic beasts at the level of the martial Shura realm to strengthen himself. The one who brought Su Yen here was a blue-faced Shura. This Shura was actually a genius, and his strength was not bad. It was a pity that in front of Aina, any genius would pale in comparison. That was why this person was not well known. It was obvious that he came here often, so he was very familiar with the surrounding environment. However, he was familiar with the periphery, and could not enter. Lord Su Yen, I can only bring you here because I am not familiar with the inside at all. If I follow you, I will very likely become a burden to you. The blue-faced Shura said respectfully and helplessly. Su Yen said, well, it is good enough that you can bring me here. I will go on my own from now on. You can leave first, but remember to be careful. At this time, Su Yen began to take a look at this place. Compared to the outside world, this place was indeed more dangerous because the miasma here was thicker. The blue-faced Shura was already at his limit. If he went further, the miasma here would hurt him. In fact, the miasma here had already begun to affect the blue-faced Shura. If the blue-faced Shura was not strong enough, he would not be able to withstand it at this time. And from this, one could see that Aina was not ordinary. At least, he was still a blue-faced Shura at the moment, but he directly went in. Although he might be in danger at this time, at least he was not dead yet. The blue-faced Shura had already retreated. Su Yen then walked inside without consulting anyone. This place seemed to be a boundary. When Su Yen stepped into this place, he could clearly feel that there was something watching him in the dark. However, even Su Yan's divine sense was actually unable to determine exactly what was spying on them in the dark. He could only determine the location of that thing. Su Yen could tell that it was not that thing was so powerful that it exceeded the range of his spiritual consciousness. That thing was able to do so because of its talent. This was an extremely terrifying talent. Even in front of him, it was able to hide. It was naturally very bad to be watched by such a thing, so Su Yen did not intend to let it go. At this moment he directly attacked, and a sword chi immediately burst out. The sword chi passed through at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, it had already arrived in front of that thing hidden in the dark. However, at this moment, that thing turned into a black light and shot out at an angle. It actually dodged Su Yan's first sword light. Where do you think you are going? Stay here. Su Yan's big hand slapped out, and a powerful Shura power immediately appeared. The black light that was moving rapidly suddenly stopped at this time. At this time, it was still struggling, but unfortunately, Su Yan's power was too strong. Under this power, it could not escape at all. It's actually a small bat. Strange. Su Yen frowned, and then he dragged the thing in front of him. This small bat was very small, and it was no different from the ordinary bats in his world. However, this small thing contained a lot of energy. What was even more terrifying was that this little thing's teeth were glowing with a green light. It was obviously highly poisonous. If one was bitten, it would not feel good. Su Yen didn't even need to try to estimate how strong the poison was. If the green-faced Azura that had led him here was bitten, there was no way he could survive. Chapter 991. Female Literature. Even the blue-faced Shura would not have been able to withstand this attack. At this moment, Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and his eyes were focused on one point. He saw something different in the small bat's stomach. It was because of this thing that this little guy had such terrifying lethality. Su Yan's eyes moved, and in the end, his power burst out, and a flame appeared directly at this moment. It was the purest Shura flame. Under the burning of the Shura flame, the small bat first trembled, then his entire body immediately stopped, and his life faded away. Then his body rolled, and in the end, he turned into dust. However, two things in his body did not disappear because of this, and one of them was his two poisonous fangs. The two fangs were so small that they were not even the size of a fingernail, but under the burning of the Shura flame, he was still safe and sound, which showed how terrifying this flame was. The other thing was the core of his stomach, which was a small crystal. When everything was incinerated, the small crystal looked like a black gem. The power contained in it was naturally not comparable to the real blue-faced Shura, but it was definitely not to be underestimated. However, it was not that easy to devour this power. There was an aura constantly rotating in it, and this aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was highly toxic. The poison in the bat's two fangs came from here. The fact that the poison could still remain under the burning of the hellfire showed that it was not simple. Su Yen carefully removed the poison and put it away. Such a strong poison might be able to save his life at a critical moment. After all, no one knew what would happen in the future. At this time, he began to sense Aina's location. Since Rusty had let Su Yen enter this place, he naturally would not let him look around like a headless fly. Instead, he gave him a crystal, which could be used to sense Aina's aura. The only drawback was that there was a distance limit. Su Yen took out the crystal and began to sense his location. At this moment, the crystal began to vibrate gently. However, the vibration was so weak that it was almost impossible for Su Yen to use it to determine the direction. Fortunately, there was a reaction, which meant that he was still alive. Su Yen walked forward. This place was filled with dense weeds and thorns. A place like this was filled with danger. That little bat from before was already so terrifying. In such a place, it was very likely that there were even more terrifying existences. Although Su Yan's strength had improved, and the improvement might not be small, he would not be so foolish as to get carried away. In this world, he was still an insignificant existence. Since this place was said to be able to hunt down the Shura King, it would not be strange if he died here. He could not rely on the Godslayer's sword all the time. Weeds and thorns were dangerous because they could come to life at any time and give Su Yen a fatal blow. Therefore, Su Yan's body was shrouded in a layer of Shura fire. Su Yan's method of controlling the fire was very delicate. Under his control, the fire was like a windbreaker that wrapped around him. He walked little by little, looking for a new route in this thorny place. Of course, he was also paying attention to the changes of the crystal in his hand. At this moment, a sense of danger suddenly appeared. Su Yen didn't even think as he directly soared into the sky, because his perception told him that this sense of danger came from underground. The moment Su Yen soared into the sky, the ground beneath his feet immediately exploded. That was a huge earth dragon. His entire body was glossy and emitted a disgusting radiance. And on his head, there was an extremely ugly mouthpart. Around the mouthpart, there were densely packed blade-like teeth. If one were to be touched by this terrifying blade, then even Su Yan's body would be scarred. This earth dragon had been lying in ambush underground all this time, and there were almost no signs of life. If Su Yen had not sensed it at the moment it moved, Su Yen probably would not have noticed it at all. Speaking of danger, this was really a dangerous place. If he was careless, he would be in danger of losing his life in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed, and he directly activated the power of Shura. Then he directly punched out. The power of Shura was the purest power of destruction, which he had learned from the King of Destruction. When he fought with the King of Destruction, the powerful power of destruction directly rushed into Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's body to suffer extremely terrible torture. However, this was not without benefits. The power of the Exalted in Su Yan's body devoured the power of destruction and analyzed it, helping Su Yan to understand a new kind of power. Of course, he could not master this power in an instant, but he could simulate it. At this moment, when he used this power, it was actually extremely pure. It was just that because of the power, he could not be as domineering as the King of Destruction, who could destroy everything. But this kind of power was more than suitable to kill the Earth Dragon in front of him. The power suddenly came, and the Earth Dragon still wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was not fast enough. Su Yan's fist immediately smashed the Earth Dragon's body. Half of the Earth Dragon's body was smashed, but it was far from over. After half of its body was destroyed, the Earth Dragon still wanted to escape into the ground. This kind of disgusting creature had extremely strong vitality. Even in its current state, it could still continue to live peacefully. However, it was a pity that Su Yan would definitely not let him live since he had already reached this stage. The biggest characteristic of the power of destruction was its endless destruction. Unless there was a stronger power to suppress it, this power would run through the body and destroy everything. As soon as half of its body entered the ground, the power of destruction had already erupted. The terrifying aura moved and immediately blew up the Earth Dragon completely. After killing this guy who launched a sneak attack, Su Yan did not feel proud at all because he knew that now was far from the time. At this moment, he immediately began to go deeper. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. The death of the Earth Dragon was too loud and would definitely attract attention. In this place, the powerful monsters were all hunters. What was more terrifying was that you did not know how the hunters here would appear. Therefore, taking away this place was almost equivalent to courting death. The reason why Aina could go deep into this place was not because he could push all the way, but because he could rely on a unique method to avoid the attacks of the powerful monsters here. It was a unique and ancient method passed down by Aina's ancestors from generation to generation. For Su Yan to be able to walk around here, his biggest reliance was his powerful divine sense. At this time, Su Yan was going deeper and deeper. His eyes became deeper and deeper. The brilliance seemed to be able to see through everything in the sky. He had already evaded the detection of at least 23 predators. The density of the creatures here was indeed shocking. Although most of these predators were not in Su Yan's eyes. But Su Yan still did not choose to come in contact with them because he did not want to force those powerful existences out. Just as Su Yan was looking around, Aina appeared next to a cold pool. This cold pool was called the Dragon Pool. According to legend, a very rare dragon once appeared here. The reason why this place became a cold pool was also because of this dragon. The reason why Aina desperately tried to enter this place was because of this cold pool. Around this cold pool, there was an extremely rich Shura aura, more intense than anywhere else. Here, he could absorb more pure and powerful power to condense the body of the blue-faced Shura. Aina was arrogant. He did not want to become an ordinary blue-faced Shura. Instead, he wanted to become a super powerful existence. After all, the blue-faced Shura was just a starting point for him. His body was emitting a black light. It was by relying on this black light that he could enter this place. This was the assimilation light passed down by his family. In other words, under the protection of this light, he could assimilate with the surrounding environment in a short time. Even those monsters with sensitive senses would not be able to easily distinguish him. In this way, he could easily pass through the monster's territory. As for his luck, the last time he came in, he met a powerful demon tiger that could kill the blue-faced Shura. That demon tiger seemed to have an innate skill like the Eye of Truth, which could directly see his location. Because of this, Aina had no choice but to retreat last time. He originally thought that after he returned, that damn tiger should have returned to its territory. Who would have thought that this time, he would be attacked by that demon tiger again? Fortunately, he was incomparably smart and had already made preparations in advance. After suffering a loss last time, he specially paid a huge price to buy a treasure. That treasure could emit a powerful aura, which then turned into the pressure of a Shura king. Under this powerful pressure, the demon tiger immediately retreated, and Aina took advantage of this opportunity to enter the depths. However, later on, his assimilation light seemed to be affected, so he was attacked several times. At this time, Aina was gasping for breath. At this time, his mind relaxed a little because he knew that he was a little safer here. There was the aura left behind by the legendary dragon, so no other monsters dared to enter this place. This was recorded by an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. Chapter 992. Female Literature. Although he was seriously injured at this time, he was still very happy at this time. At least he finally made it here. Feeling the aura that was constantly emerging in this place, he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. The pain he suffered didn't matter anymore. At least he was still alive. As for the rest, he would think about it later. At this time, he directly closed his eyes. Rays of light began to revolve around his body. Such power was a little shocking. His power was flickering. This was his body absorbing the cold Shura's aura. He suppressed his realm to the limit. At this time, he didn't know how many difficulties he had experienced. His absorption of the Shura's aura had reached a terrifying level. If he wanted to become a blue mask Shura, he didn't need to spend much strength at all. However, the difficult thing was to become the strongest blue mask Shura. He wanted to stabilize the Shura king, so he had to be the strongest. At this time, his power was condensing little by little. His aura was constantly changing. At this moment, his power turned into endless brilliance. Feeling such a powerful Shura's aura, he felt a kind of satisfaction in his heart. It's begun. It's time to transform. At this time, his heart was burning. Becoming a blue mask Shura meant that his power would enter a new level. At that time, he would become even more powerful. The demon tiger from before dared to chase him. When he became a blue mask Shura, he would directly pull out the tendons of the demon tiger and skin it. Only then would he be able to eliminate the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Aina's aura was constantly rising. He was so focused that he didn't notice that at this time, the cold pond suddenly began to ripple. These ripples weren't obvious. They were like faint ripples of water. Such ripples were even filled with an indescribable beauty. However, under this beauty, there was a great danger. Su Yan once again avoided the patrols of several hunting beasts. At this time, he suddenly frowned, because at this time, the crystal in his hand had a reaction. This crystal could sense Aina's aura. Such a reaction meant that Aina was nearby. At the very least, he had appeared here before. Su Yan immediately followed the direction of the crystal. In fact, he had spent a lot of energy to go in a big circle around this area. Only when he reached this place did the crystal have such a reaction. At this time, the crystal's reaction became even more intense. Unfortunately, Su Yan's divine thought could not detect anyone in the surroundings. Even demonic beasts were rare. Su Yan didn't understand what he meant, but he still continued forward. Suddenly, he stopped because he found a pool of blood. At this time, he was sure that Aina had indeed appeared in this place, and that the vibration of the crystal had originated from this place. Judging from the degree of the blood, Aina had suffered serious injuries in this place. As long as there was blood, he could roughly lock onto Aina's location. Compared to finding a needle in a haystack, this was much better. However, at this time, Su Yan's heart felt a sense of danger again. Su Yan was very familiar with this feeling. He had been targeted by a powerful hunter. Su Yan's divine thought was very sharp at this time. He could clearly sense the strength of this danger. At this time, the sound of wind whistling suddenly came from the weeds and brambles. This sound of wind was chilling. In this sound of wind, there was also the sound of light footsteps. Su Yan didn't escape this time. Instead, he stared ahead. At this point, he had naturally discovered this hunter. It was a huge demon tiger. It was a huge demon tiger with blue fur. On the top of the demon tiger's head, the Tiger King tattoo was so conspicuous and terrifying. Such power made Su Yan feel a little apprehensive. There was no doubt that this kind of power was terrifying. This was a blue-faced Shura-level demon beast. After walking in the depths of the demon beast abyss for so long, this was the first time that Su Yan had seen a demon beast of this level. Of course, this was the corresponding demon beast after the translation of the Shura language. In fact, it was more accurate to say that they were all Shura beasts. In their bodies, there was an extremely strong and violent Shura aura. The power was simply frightening. That terrifying power was filled with an extremely violent aura. Their powerful strength was simply unimaginable. At this moment, they were incomparably terrifying. That terrifying deterrent power was deeply rooted in people's hearts. They were more powerful than half of the blue-faced Shura beasts. This was what Su Yan felt from their bodies. This was a terrifying monster. At this time, The power of their bodies was constantly trembling. This is the terrifying demon tiger that Aina encountered before that Nana Shio mentioned. Since Su Yen came here to save Aina, Nana Shio would naturally explain everything to Su Yen. The strength of this demon tiger was indeed terrifying. If it was the previous Su Yen, under the situation that he did not use his original strength, he would only be able to escape. However, at this time, there was no need for that because the current him was strong to a new level. Although time is tight now, your appearance has pointed out a path for me. It's a good opportunity to test my current strength. According to Su Yan's judgment, such a demon beast must have a certain level of intelligence. When Aina entered this place this time, he would definitely encounter it again. However, Aina must have been prepared, which was why he was able to escape. Now, if Su Yen wanted to know the specific whereabouts of Aina, he could go through this demon tiger. After all, relying on the crystal's perception was not very reliable. The information he got was not accurate. Ayo! The demon tiger roared at this time and directly attacked Su Yen. It seemed like it only jumped lightly, but in the next moment, it was already in front of Su Yen. Such speed was really terrifying. The speed of Carlet and Arthur's back then was not as fast as this. At this time, Su Yen did not take half a step back. Instead, he took a step forward and directly blasted out a force. The moment that force appeared, it directly suppressed the front. The powerful aura had already overturned the opponent in an instant. At this moment, Su Yen once again took a step forward. Within his eyes, a ferocious radiance flashed. "Get down." After he finished speaking, he exerted more force with his palm. The Shura demon tiger's forehead was pressed down by Su Yan's palm. Just as it was about to retaliate, it did not expect an extremely terrifying force to directly appear. Its huge body was actually forcibly pressed down. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, its entire body sank directly into the ground. At this time, Su Yen had no intention of letting it go. He took another step forward and sat directly on the Shura demon tiger's body. At this time, he was exactly the same as when Wu Song was fighting the tiger. However, Wu Song was an ordinary warrior and only dealt with an ordinary tiger. At this time, however, he was sitting on a Shura demon tiger. The Shura demon tiger's strength was extremely terrifying, but at this time, it was suppressed by Su Yen and could no longer move. It was so angry that it directly threw itself, trying to break free. Unfortunately, Su Yen would not give it a chance. Under the suppression of such a powerful force, its body could not move. After being resurrected from the dead last time, Su Yan's body had been condensed again. The double impact of the destructive force and his original strength had strengthened his body to an extremely powerful level. At this moment, he was comparable to a god. When the Shura demon tiger saw that its powerful strength was unable to break free from Su Yan's suppression, it immediately roared in a low voice. At this time, an extremely powerful gale suddenly appeared. At this time, the terrifying hurricane constantly changed at this time. An incomparably terrifying aura reached its peak at this time, and its body began to expand at this time. Originally, other than his fur, his appearance was not much different from an ordinary wild tiger. However, at this moment, his body had expanded by more than 10 times. Su Yen was just right to suppress it, but at this time, his entire body could not press down on the top of its head at all. The terrifying huge Shura demon tiger just shook its head, and Su Yen immediately felt a huge force trying to throw him away. "Humph, beast, how dare you be so presumptuous?" At this moment, Su Yen was already angry. The more the Shura demon tiger wanted to throw him away, the more he refused to let go. At this time, Su Yen suddenly turned his palm into a claw, and then directly pierced the huge Shura demon tiger's skin and flesh. In an instant, his palm had already pierced through the Shura demon tiger's fur defense. Su Yan's palm could only be said to be small compared to the Shura demon tiger's body. However, at this time, the Shura demon tiger could not bear it and let out a loud scream. Obviously, this attack caused great pain to it. In fact, this was inevitable because when Su Yen pierced the demon tiger's skin, the destructive force also directly entered its body. The impact of such power naturally caused the demon tiger to be in extreme pain. At this time, the Shura demon tiger's eyes suddenly burst with light, and a ray of blue light appeared. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar sounded between heaven and earth, and a terrifying majesty was displayed at this time. The strong wind and the strong grass were directly turned into fine powder, and even the huge trees that had existed for who knows how long directly fell at this time. Chapter 993. Female Literature. The moment this power appeared, it was simply unbearable, and the heavens and earth were annihilated. Such a violent power could only be described with the word terrifying. Even Su Yan was blown away by this sudden powerful force. The moment he was blown away, he used both of his hands to block in front of his chest. In the end, he managed to block more than half of this terrifying power. What's going on? How could this demon tiger become so powerful? Su Yan was shocked because at this moment, this demon tiger's aura actually increased by more than 3 times in an instant. Such a terrifying aura was almost comparable to martial Shura's. At this moment, he paused in midair and looked towards the gigantic demonic tiger. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger was shrouded in a light shadow. That light shadow was also a huge Shura demon tiger. Although it was a bit hazy, the aura it emitted was terrifying and powerful. It was like a natural king, coldly watching everything in this world. Su Yan was shocked. He didn't expect to meet such a terrifying existence at this time. But in the next moment he already understood. Ancestor Spirit. This is the Shura demon tiger's ancestor spirit. He summoned it, which is why his power increased so much. At this moment, Su Yan was very alarmed. No wonder the big Shura of Blood River City were so afraid of this place. The Shura demon beasts here were a bit too powerful. Aina was lucky to be able to escape from this Shura demon tiger's claws. Good, this demon tiger's spirit, I want it. The Shura demon tiger's ancestor's spirit should be a terrifying king-level existence. That's why it was able to protect its descendants after its death. Facing such a terrifying existence, all the demon beasts in the surroundings fled. Such a terrifying giant demon tiger was an existence they couldn't face. In front of it, they were only prey. At this moment, only Su Yan and the huge Shura demon tiger were left facing each other. However, Su Yan didn't have any intention of retreating. His aura also increased at this moment, and then the scorching sun sword appeared. He was very clear that facing such a terrifying existence, just relying on the Shura's strength wouldn't be enough. Moreover, there was no need for him to hide in this place. The scorching sun sword appeared, and a new power slowly moved around it. This power made the huge Shura demon tiger uneasy. A man and a tiger, just like that. Right at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared and was transmitted to Su Yan. Shura, you dare to invade my territory? You're courting death. Su Yan was slightly stunned at first. This demon tiger was actually able to make such a sound. However, he quickly dismissed the shock in his heart. It wasn't strange for such a powerful demon tiger to be able to send out a thought. At this moment, Su Yan waved his sword, and a ray of sword chi suddenly turned into a ray of light that flew towards the demon tiger. Su Yan's sword light was extremely fast. In just an instant, it had already arrived in front of the Shura demon tiger. The terrifying aura that erupted from that berserk power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was increasing crazily, and the demon tiger also suddenly clawed down. The berserk tiger aura and the demon claw seal appeared, and that powerful force immediately exploded. The terrifying aura directly rose at this moment, and in the midst of the berserk power fluctuations, Su Yan directly stepped forward. At this moment, he turned into the most otherworldly existence. His speed was so fast. Cold light of the sword. Su Yan's cold light of the sword was already in the midst of the huge fluctuations. At this moment, the power of the cold light of the sword was extremely terrifying. The tiger obviously didn't expect that the Shura would dare to directly pass through such a terrifying collision of energy. The sword immediately slashed into his huge body. Such power fell on its body. Even if its defensive power was several times stronger at this time, it was still incomparably painful from this sword strike. That terrifying pain continued to provoke it. Su Yen would not give it a chance to breathe. This Shura demon tiger had become so huge, and although it had given him an advantage in terms of strength, its speed had also slowed down. Perhaps in the face of an ordinary opponent, such a change would almost be fierce, but its opponent was Su Yen. Su Yen activated the regal sword flight. At the same time, his dragon chi flashed, and dragon wings appeared. At this moment, his dragon wings changed again. He originally had 3 pairs of dragon wings. However, at this moment, they became a pair again. However, the power contained in these dragon wings could be said to be incomparably terrifying. The dragon wings flapped, and they could easily cut the air directly. Such speed was simply unimaginable. After several consecutive times, that demon tiger's powerful defense was finally broken, and blood immediately fell. The Shura demon tiger roared, and at this moment, its body changed again. Evidently, at this moment, it had realized that its huge body would not be able to bring it any advantage in this small Shura. Instead, it would become its weakness. At this time, it could not continue to maintain it. At this time, it had already summoned its ancestor's spirit soul. Under its ancestor's spirit soul, its strength would become incomparably powerful. After his body had shrunk, his speed had indeed increased in an instant. Then, the two of them immediately engaged in an extremely intense collision. At this moment, the intense battle between the two sides escalated. At this moment, Su Yen only felt indescribably carefree. He began to calm his mind, and at this moment, his aura began to slowly stabilize. After becoming a blue mask Shura, this was the first time he truly felt the terrifying power in his body. Unknowingly, his strength had become even more powerful, and his speed had become even more terrifying. The more Su Yen fought, the braver he became, but the Shura demon tiger was more and more surprised. It had already killed many Shura, and among them, there were even blue mask Shura. It was just that it had recently discovered that it was so unlucky. Not long ago, it encountered a blue mask Shura. In its opinion, a mere blue mask Shura should not be able to escape from its hands. However, this guy had escaped from its hands twice in a row. Letting its prey escape, and twice in a row, was simply an insult to it. At this moment, it encountered a blue mask Shura that could actually force it to this point. At this moment, the Tiger King's spirit soul's power gradually increased, and the terrifying aura began to surge. The Tiger King's majesty at this moment became even more powerful. Su Yen naturally felt the pressure coming from the demon tiger, but at this moment, Su Yen was still fighting bravely and had no intention of stopping at all. Su Yan's fighting style was displayed once again. After another 15 minutes, several marks appeared on Su Yan's body, all of which were the masterpiece of the demon tiger. However, at this time, the demon tiger's body was in an even more miserable state. Countless wounds had already appeared on its body. Not to mention itself, even the Tiger King's spirit soul had dimmed a little at this time. That was a gift from its ancestors. Not only could it protect it, but it could also allow it to continue to grow until it became the Tiger King again. However, at this time, the Tiger King's spirit soul seemed to have been injured. There was a terrifying power in this human sword chi. Every time it came into contact with the Tiger King's sword chi, that terrifying power would invade and begin to eat away at its body. To the Tiger King, this was simply the cruelest blow. Shura, you and I have no enmity between us. I can let you leave my territory. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger transmitted its thoughts again. At this moment, it was already feeling afraid. Su Yan's reckless fighting style, as well as his extremely domineering aura, made it fearful. Although it seemed that they were evenly matched at this time, it was clear in its heart that if this continued, it was afraid that it would lose its life. Since it couldn't win, it naturally couldn't continue to fight to the death. Therefore, at this time, it wanted to make peace. However, it wanted to make peace, but Su Yen didn't want to. You're courting death. At this moment, when the Shura demon tiger transmitted its thoughts, an extremely slight flaw appeared. Su Yen had experienced countless battles, so how could he not grasp this flaw? Rumble of thunder. At this moment, Su Yen directly sent out an extremely powerful bolt of lightning. The moment this bolt of lightning appeared, the bolt of lightning immediately surged forward, and this rolling bolt of lightning rumbled continuously at this moment. The terrifying aura had already reached a state of limitless. Lightning was the most domineering power. Su Yen cultivated the lightning technique, but very rarely used it. Firstly, this lightning technique wasn't his original cultivation. Therefore, although it was very powerful, it wasn't as smooth as using sword chi. Secondly, it was because the lightning technique was simply too terrifying. When the lightning technique was used, although it could cause enormous damage to the enemy, it would also have a slight recoil effect on the user. Therefore, Su Yen didn't like to use this lightning technique. However, the lightning technique was extremely domineering, and its power was unquestionable. The Tiger King's spirit that the Shura demon tiger had summoned was indeed powerful. According to Su Yan's speculation, when this Tiger King was alive, it was definitely more powerful than the owner of the king's inheritance mark that he had just obtained. In fact, it was more than just a little bit stronger. Unfortunately, it was only a king-level existence in the end. It couldn't withstand time. Even if it used this method to merge its power with the bloodline of its descendants, it was still beginning to weaken. Chapter 994. Girls' Literature. Su Yen had fought with the Shura demon tiger earlier because he wanted to feel his own strength. Secondly, he wanted to analyze the characteristics of the Tiger King's strength. Although the Shura demon tiger had already developed intelligence and could even communicate with Su Yen through its thoughts, it was still too weak. However, it had only followed its instincts to hunt and kill its prey until now. Although it had been fighting nonstop, how could it compare to Su Yen? At this point, Su Yen had already figured out its strength. Naturally, this guy had no chance of winning. At this moment, Su Yen had unleashed his strongest lightning power. No matter where it was, the power of the soul belonged to the power of the yin. On the other hand, lightning was the power of the yang. When the two met, it was a natural counter to each other. The demon tiger thought that Su Yen was at the end of his rope, so it asked Su Yen to retreat. It wanted to kill Su Yen with a sneak attack when Su Yen wasn't paying attention. When the lightning power appeared, the power of the Tiger King's spirit immediately began to stir. Whether it was the Shura world or the Wuji world, the division of yin and yang was the Tao of heaven and earth. This was the greatest principle of this world. When the lightning power appeared, the Shura demon tiger immediately let out a roar of fear. It felt that its Tiger King's seal, which had always been invincible, began to tremble at this moment. At this moment, it knew that it was about to lose. Once it lost, it would have to pay a huge price, death. No matter what, it didn't want to die. Therefore, at this moment, the Shura demon tiger immediately turned around and tried to escape. Although if he were to escape at this time, he would have to endure a blow from Su Yen, which would cause him to be heavily injured, but at this time he couldn't care so much. It had to be said that his current appearance really did have a bit of the appearance of a brave warrior cutting off his wrist. Unfortunately, it had already come to this. How could Su Yen allow him to continue escaping? It's too late to leave now. A wave of energy appeared at this moment, and a violent and terrifying roar rang out. It was the roar of a dragon. After the thunder, it was the sound of a dragon's roar. Su Yan's power had long been combined together, reaching a level of mastery. At this moment, he released his dragon chi. The dragon aura and the lightning fused and immediately turned into a lightning dragon that coiled around the Shura demon tiger. At this time, Su Yen had completely taken out all of his trump cards. The Tiger King's spirit soul seemed to have sensed the threat of death and suddenly released an extremely terrifying aura. It was a power that far exceeded his current level. Obviously, after he sensed danger, he wanted to release all of his energy in one go. This would form the most powerful attack. Of course, it was powerful, but after this attack, everything would dissipate. He would no longer be able to bring good fortune to his descendants. However, since Su Yen had already come into contact with the Shura's king's mark, he was naturally aware of this. He had been on guard from the very beginning. Soul-suppressing seal, four corners seal, appear. At this time, two consecutive roars were heard, and the two seals that existed in his sea of consciousness immediately appeared. This was the most precious treasure of the Stupa sect. The soul-suppressing seal suppressed the soul and was extremely powerful. After the Four Corners seal absorbed the power of the black tortoise, it became even more powerful. At that time, the white-boned black tortoise tried to cause trouble and was directly killed by Su Yen, who then turned it into the power of the origin. Although the Four Corners seal lost its spirituality, it made Su Yen more proficient in using it. The two seals exploded at the same time. The soul-suppressing seal directly suppressed the Shura Tiger King's spirit soul, making it unable to fully unleash its power. The Four Corners seal formed a special boundary, isolating it from the surroundings. Thunder Dragon, devour. At this moment, Su Yen no longer held back. He went straight for the Shura Tiger King's spirit soul. As for the Shura Demon Tiger, after the Four Corners seal appeared, it was immediately suppressed and could not even struggle. At this point you still want to resist stubbornly? Don't think too much. Obediently become a tonic for my soul seal. Dragon and tiger unite, dragon soars, tiger roars. At this time, Su Yan's powerful sea of consciousness burst out. The green lotus swayed, and the bright moon suppressed it. The powerful force immediately suppressed it completely. When the power of the sea of consciousness was activated, the Tiger King's spirit soul was finally unable to struggle. The thunder dragon slowly coiled around it, and for a moment, the dragon tiger's roars were endless. Time passed slowly. In just a moment, the seal was directly suppressed. The two powers finally completely merged into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. The Shura demon tiger crawled on the ground and trembled. Its ancestor's spirit soul was actually devoured by the Shura in front of it. This made it extremely frightened. The demon beast abyss was incomparably terrifying. There were killings here at any time. This was not only for the Shura, but also for the demon beasts here. He could run rampant in this place because of his high-grade bloodline and powerful strength. More importantly, it was because of his ancestor's spirit soul. In the past, there were even more powerful demon beasts that wanted to devour him. He relied on this spirit soul to escape and even counterattack. But today, his spirit soul was directly devoured by Su Yan. He should have been full of hatred for Su Yan, but when Su Yan's gaze fell on him, all the hatred disappeared. At this time, the only thing left was fear. Yes, at this time, he was already afraid. To him, Su Yan was simply a demon-like existence. Tell me, where did Aina go? At this time, Su Yan's eyes widened. Aina's appearance immediately appeared in the Shura demon tiger's mind. At this time, the Shura demon tiger did not dare to be presumptuous. He kept moving his claws and then said what he knew. It's very likely that he went to the dragon's cold pond. Great master, don't kill me. I am willing to be your servant. At this time, he immediately began to beg for mercy. Su Yan had even taken care of his ancestor's spirit soul. It was naturally not difficult for him to deal with him. In fact, his begging did have an effect. Su Yan originally wanted to kill him directly. After hearing his begging, his heart suddenly softened. Then he said, "Okay, then you will be my mount." This was the Tiger King's spirit soul that he had refined begging for mercy. Moreover, he was now a blue Shura. Even if he devoured this Shura demon tiger, it would not be of much benefit to Su Yan. It was better to keep him alive. He was not familiar with this place. Although he had a strong divine sense with this big guy leading the way, he could save a lot of effort. Su Yan directly sent a puppet seal into the demon tiger's mind. After the demon tiger confirmed that Su Yan would not kill him, he finally calmed down. Master, the dragon's cold pond is actually very dangerous. Even stronger demon beasts are not willing to provoke it. Are we really going? The Shura demon tiger's strength was not weak. At least when he had the Tiger King's spirit soul, he was incomparably strong. Ordinary blue Shura could only become food in front of him. However, at this time, the Tiger King felt fear. This was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. Su Yan frowned slightly. To be honest, he and Aina were only acquaintances. In fact, he wanted to kill him in the depths of his heart. Naturally, he would not risk his life for Aina. However, Su Yen had not reached the point where he would not dare to go after hearing about danger. Su Yen had a spirit of adventure in his bones. He would not avoid the so-called danger. Instead, he wanted to know more about it. At this time, he immediately made a decision and said, "No, I must go to this place. Just bring me there." Su Yen immediately made a decision. The Shura demon tiger, who had already become a slave, naturally had no right to speak. He could only droop his head and squat in front of Su Yen. Originally, he was an extremely arrogant overlord. Those stupid blue-faced Shura who wanted to hunt him had already become his food. But today, he had to carry a blue-faced Shura. He felt that he had lost too much face. However, at this time, his life and death were already in the hands of others. At this time, he did not care so much. Su Yen said, "No need, just lead the way." When the Shura demon tiger heard this, he immediately turned from sadness to joy. For him, carrying a Shura on his back was a shameful thing. But now that the Shura took the initiative to give up, it could not be better. At this time, he directly went forward. His speed was very fast. Because of the previous battle, there were no creatures in this place that dared to stay, so they walked very fast. However, the Shura demon tiger gradually slowed down. Obviously, he felt a lot of pressure. This place was already out of his territory, and there were already other powerful monsters in this place. The Shura demon tiger had already lost his Tiger King spirit soul, but at this time, he was followed by the powerful Su Yen, so he was not afraid. However, he also knew what Su Yen wanted to do at this time, so he would not take the initiative to provoke those powerful monsters. In fact, in his opinion, it would be best if those monsters found Su Yen and directly jumped out. Whether Su Yen killed them or they killed Su Yen, it was all what he wanted to see. However, just as this thought appeared, Su Yen sneered, "It seems that you have a lot of thoughts." This sentence was calm, but it scared him. Chapter 995. Female Literature. At this moment, he finally understood how powerful the seed that Su Yen planted in his mind was. His thoughts could actually be so clearly perceived by Su Yen. This was simply not letting a tiger live. However, at this moment, he also knew that silence was the best answer. Thus, he directly walked forward. Gradually, the surrounding cold air deepened. Su Yen could clearly feel the chill, as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. And the surroundings gradually changed. The surrounding plants were completely different from the previous place. At this moment, Su Yen directly strode forward. And the demon tiger was actually already anxious in its heart. The dragon's cold pond is in front. Are we really going to continue forward? Shura demon tiger asked again. At this moment, Su Yen said, "The dragon's cold pond. In that case, there's a dragon in the cold pond?" Shura demon tiger said, "I don't know. In this generation, almost no monster dares to enter. In my memory, there's an innate fear of this place. As for whether there's a dragon now, I don't know." Shura demon tiger was helpless. Monsters like them had many things that came from their innate inheritance. This was the strength of demonic beasts, and it was also one of their instincts. Su Yen sighed. He knew that since it was such an inheritance, it would definitely not be aimless. However, at this time, since he had already made up his mind, he would not care so much about so many things. Su Yen directly walked forward and completely entered. In fact, just now, he had already discovered that the spiritual energy here was completely different from other places. The spiritual energy in this place was terrifyingly rich, and the power in it had an indescribable depth. At this time, he finally understood why Aina came here. He wanted to become a more powerful Shura. Then, when he broke through this realm, he would naturally become different by absorbing the high level of Shura here. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to awaken some innate abilities. When Shura's cultivation level gradually increased, there was a certain chance of awakening his innate abilities. It was just like Wang Baichuan's cold state when he was in the dragon realm. Once the state was awakened, it would play a huge role in battle, and could even decide life and death. This is an interesting place. At this time, Su Yen was interested in this place. He did not care about this place and directly walked forward. As soon as he entered, Su Yan's powerful devouring ability was immediately displayed. Countless auras directly gathered towards Su Yan's body. It felt like a giant whale swallowing water. The Shura demon tiger immediately felt the change in Su Yan. At this time, even the Shura demon tiger was secretly shocked. After entering this place, he also did his best to devour the aura here. Although he was afraid of this place, he was very clear that this was indeed a good place to cultivate. If this place could become his territory, then his strength would increase even faster. However, if even his ancestor was so fearful of this place, then he wouldn't dare to approach it. He believed that it was not only him, but many monsters with powerful inheritances were also like this. However, at this time, since he had already stepped into this area, he did not care so much. First, he would devour the aura here. The Shura demon tiger actually had a unique advantage. Compared to ordinary Shura, these monsters' ability to devour Shura's aura was stronger. Therefore, generally speaking, Shura monsters of the same level were often much stronger than Shura monsters of the same level. But now, the Shura demon tiger's devouring speed was more than one level lower than Su Yan's. Such a powerful force caused him to feel extreme fear in his heart. His master was simply a monster. If he knew this, he would not have jumped out at that time. He was afraid that he would have gone crazy from hunger. Aina continued to condense his aura. He did not know if it was an illusion, but at this time, he felt that his speed of absorbing aura was getting faster and faster. The cold and powerful Shura's aura was constantly gathering towards his body. In the end, the Shura's aura seemed to be flying towards his body. Aina had never heard of such a strange situation. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but for him at this time, this was a good thing. The faster and more of these auras came, the more powerful he would become when he advanced. In order to become stronger, taking risks was a must. Thinking of this, he immediately threw all his worries away and began to focus his attention, then began to condense his power. At this time, his body's color had begun to gradually change. The power in it was constantly rotating, and there was a power that was constantly changing. At this time, a faint light appeared in his lower abdomen. The light turned into a strange shape, and the light it emitted surrounded Aina's body. If Su Yan was here, he would find that it was actually an inheritance mark. The power of this mark was more powerful than the mark Su Yan obtained before. Of course, compared to the imprint that Su Yan had obtained, this imprint was even more profound. Every time it released its power, it seemed to be only a little bit or two. Inheritance marks. Only powerhouses above the Azura King level were able to condense their own laws of strength. Aina also had an imprint of inheritance, and it was a high-level imprint. Aina's talent was outstanding, but it was definitely not a coincidence that he could be so heaven-defying. This mark was passed down by his ancestor. However, it was really difficult to awaken this mark. Aina's father did not even awaken this inheritance mark. Aina had never told anyone about this, not even to Inui. The inheritance mark was the most fundamental secret of Ashura. No matter who it was, he would not tell anyone. After the inheritance mark was awakened, Inui gradually had an impression of his ancestor. His ancestor was not the Shura king, but the more powerful Shura emperor. It was also because of this that it was even more difficult for him to awaken his power. Therefore, when he found out that Su Yan had the king's inheritance mark, he did not pay much attention to it. He came to this place because, on the one hand, he wanted to devour the rich and powerful Shura aura here. On the other hand, he wanted to awaken this inheritance mark as much as possible. At this moment, it was simply the right time, place, and people for him. The boundless Azura aura circled around his body, causing his aura to rise continuously. To him, this was an extremely wonderful feeling. At this time, his energy was gathering faster and faster, and his aura was skyrocketing at this time. Su Yan, who was outside the cold pool, suddenly felt the change in the icy Shura's aura. He did not need to think too much to immediately deduce that this was because of Aina. Has the impact started? At this time, Su Yan did not stay any longer and went straight inside. At this time, the Shura demon tiger could only bitterly follow Su Yan into the pool. The surroundings of the cold pond were so strange and cold, making it feel very uncomfortable. Su Yen ran while feeling the changes in the aura. Su Yen knew Aina's ability very well. After all, he had fought with Aina before. At that time, even if Aina had a final hidden move, Su Yen already knew his approximate strength. Even if his strength had increased rapidly during this period of time, the speed at which he devoured aura should not be so fast. However, at this time, the aura here was changing at such a speed. Something's wrong. There seems to be a mysterious existence gathering the aura. He wants to help Aina. There was no free lunch in this world. This was the principle that Su Yen pursued from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this change was definitely not a good thing. However, at this time, Su Yen was getting more and more curious. At the same time, he liked this place even more. His ability to devour the aura here had reached an extreme level. It was as if he was fighting with that mysterious existence and sharing the aura. The operation of the very supreme power was faster by a bit. At this time, the God-Slayer's sword transmitted its will. There seems to be something interesting here. Su Yen boy, don't worry. I will protect you. Let's go take a look. After arriving in the Shura world, the God-Slayer's sword seemed to have become unusually active. Moreover, Su Yen could feel that the God-Slayer's sword's power seemed to be gradually increasing here. This increase was faster than in the infinite world. The God-Slayer's sword and the Shura world must have some kind of connection. Su Yen was very sure of this, but he didn't ask. When the time came, he would find out. After going a little deeper, the icy cold aura in this place had reached a terrifying level. The Shura demon tiger began to tremble. It had to be known that even without the Tiger King's spirit soul, its strength was enough to easily kill an ordinary blue-faced Shura. Its defensive power was also incomparably strong. The defensive power of its fur was incomparably terrifying. Naturally, it was not afraid of cold or heat. However, at this time, it was actually trembling. From this, it was obvious that the cold aura here had reached an extremely high level. Oh my God, the tiger is freezing to death. I'm going to become an ice tiger. It kept crying in its heart. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly emitted an aura. After that aura entered the tiger's body, it immediately swam through the tiger's body. The bone-chilling aura that he had felt before was now disappearing bit by bit. Chapter 996. Female Literature. Oh my God, what is this aura? It feels like my strength is going to increase. This was the first time that the Shura demon tiger felt that following Su Yen was not a bad idea. The aura that Su Yen injected into his body not only dissipated the cold aura, but it also showed signs of a breakthrough in his strength. For monsters, other than relying on the power of inheritance, the biggest way to cultivate was to hunt and kill. The higher the level and the stronger the prey that they consumed, the stronger their own strength would become. Other than that, there was no better way. However, at this time, Su Yan's aura actually increased his strength. This was unprecedented. Without the threat of the cold, his body immediately shook. Or, you damn dragon, Grandpa Tiger is coming. Grandpa Tiger wants to eat a frozen dragon. The Shura demon tiger immediately went inside happily. Su Yen. This Shura demon tiger seemed to be a little chunibu. However, this was not the time to care about this. Su Yan's divine telekinesis had already sensed Aina's existence. At the same time, he had also discovered the imprint on Aina's body. It's the Emperor's inheritance imprint, TSK. The God-Slayer sword's voice sounded. This surprised Su Yen. Although Su Yan's strength had increased greatly at this time, he still did not have the confidence to defeat a Shura king. However, at this time, the Emperor's inheritance imprint appeared on Aina's body. At this time, he even had the intention to kill and steal the treasure. However, until now, he and Aina were still friends. Su Yen would not treat his friend like this. At this time, the Emperor's imprint shone brightly. Countless Shura's aura directly condensed and then directly poured into Aina's body. Aina's skin began to change, and his aura skyrocketed. The ground he was on was directly destroyed layer by layer. At this time, Aina finally began to break through. The terrifying energy gathering surprised Su Yan. This level of strength was almost comparable to a powerhouse like Xiangface. One had to know that Aina had just begun to break through. Xiangface was already a veteran powerhouse. After becoming a blue-faced Shura, he could become so powerful because he had already devoured 8 blue-faced Shura and gathered all the power of these Shura into his body. However, at this time, Aina was truly relying on his talent power. Just based on the cultivation of the Shura, Su Yan was inferior to Aina. At this moment, Aina suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yan. At this time, Shura's to Shura's Shura to Shura was Shura's Shura. At this time, Su Yan's eyes also became cold. Aina had developed killing intent towards him. Although he didn't know why, it was real. However, a moment later, Aina's killing intent disappeared without a trace. Moreover, from his expression, it seemed that he didn't know that he had developed killing intent. This Shura's will seems to want to kill the two of us, hee. This was naturally the will of the God-Slayer sword. Hearing his words, Su Yan immediately understood that Aina should have entered a state of emptiness. At that time, the will of heaven descended and directly entered Aina's body. Although Su Yan had isolated himself from the will of heaven under the power of the exalted. However, that was only a temporary isolation. In fact, the will of heaven had already remembered Su Yan. Moreover, this memory was very deep. The moment the heavens will seize the opportunity, the power of the heavens would descend immediately and kill Su Yan. However, when Aina's consciousness returned, this inexplicable will of heaven immediately dissipated. Su Yan had thought this through, but Aina clearly didn't know this. He saw Su Yan and immediately felt warmth in his heart. He immediately guessed that Su Yan was here to find him. This place was so dangerous, but Su Yan still came here. This was a friendship. Aina remembered this in his heart. Moreover, Su Yan had already seen his own legacy mark. Legacy marks were extremely powerful and precious. Even the king of Shura would be tempted by one. If it was any other blue-faced Shura, perhaps they would have already taken it by now. However, Su Yan didn't. Focus and attack well. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded. Now was the crucial moment to attack the blue-faced Shura. The most taboo thing to do now was to be distracted. If he continued like this, he might even be seriously injured. Aina was naturally aware of this. He once again focused his mind. At this moment, the powerful force formed a light curtain that completely surrounded him. When the light curtain reached its peak, all the power was directly absorbed by him. At this moment, Aina's aura rose again. At this moment, his skin had completely turned into a deep blue color. His aura also stabilized. The king's mark emitted a gentle light and drilled into Aina's body. At this moment, Aina had finally become the blue-faced Shura of his dreams. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. Su Yan didn't doubt that at this moment, Aina could directly defeat the bare face. Moreover, under the situation where he didn't use any other power, he could fight with him. It seemed that he and he were really born to be enemies. However, facing such an enemy, Su Yan didn't fear. He only looked forward to it. Not daring to face the enemy was cowardice and cowardice. How could a cowardly person become a true powerhouse? Of course, this also depended on the specific situation. If Aina and himself were enemies, then at this time, Su Yan would definitely directly kill him. But at least for now, Aina was his friend. Su Yan was happy for him that he could become a blue-faced Shura. Fate was really too unpredictable. He didn't need to directly kill a friend for some unknown feeling. At this time, Su Yan's expression suddenly changed. Because at this time, he finally realized that something was wrong. This strange feeling had existed before, but just now, Aina's sudden killing intent had diverted Su Yan's attention. At this time, that feeling of danger made him pay attention again. It was the person behind the scenes who controlled the change in the ice-cold Shura's aura. At this time, the ripples of the cold pond became incomparably mysterious. It was clearly a gentle sound of water, but at this time, it became so ear-piercing. Aina, get out of the way! Su Yan immediately shouted. However, at practically the instant his voice left his mouth, a burst of power suddenly appeared from the cold pond. The moment that power appeared, the cold pond water rushed straight to the sky. Then, the water rushed directly towards Aina. At this time, Aina had just become a blue-faced Shura. He was restraining his mind so that he could carefully experience his new strength and state. But he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. However, he was also a powerful person who had experienced countless battles. At this time, his fighting instincts saved him. The moment Su Yan's voice sounded, he had already moved horizontally to the left. This time, he had used up all of his strength, and his speed was much faster than any of the previous times. Almost in an instant, he had already returned to his original place. Because his speed was too fast, and he obviously couldn't control his current state very well, he even directly hit the mountain rock. His speed was so fast that the power of the collision was naturally terrifying. Such an attack should have been able to shatter a normal boulder into pieces. But at this time, Aina's body was in pain, but he didn't have any problem dodging. But at this time, Aina didn't care about this. At this time, he was really scared and broke out in cold sweat. At the place where he was originally standing, there was now an ice pillar. If he didn't escape in time at that time, he might have been the one on the ice pillar. That power appeared so suddenly and so terrifyingly. Even after becoming the Blue Mask Shura, he still felt an incomparable feeling. A woo-woo. At this time, the Shura demon tiger immediately roared. It was a kind of angry roar. The strange thing was that at this time, the Shura demon tiger was clearly very scared, but after this aura appeared, it became incomparably angry. At this moment, a large amount of fog immediately emerged from the cold pool. The fog spread, and in an instant, it had already enveloped the entire surroundings. At this time, Su Yan frowned. The moment the fog appeared, his divine thought was actually blocked, and his perception ability was reduced by at least 1/3. This was not a good sign. Don't be noisy. Su Yan directly transmitted his will to the Shura demon tiger. Then he forcibly suppressed the Shura demon tiger's anger. At this time, he had already devoured the Tiger King's spirit soul, and at this time, he could somewhat guess the situation. Back then, the fall of this powerful Tiger King was most likely related to the mysterious existence of this cold pool. Come out, why hide? Anyway, we can't get out now, right? Su Yan directly transmitted his will. When the icy mist rose, the entrance to this place was already shrouded in it. The ice fog spread everywhere and directly filled the entire valley. At this time, this place had already turned into an ice prison. Chapter 997. Female Literature. Now, Su Yan, Aina, and the Shura demon tiger had become turtles in a jar. All of this was done by the master of this mysterious cold pool. It seemed that this dragon really existed. Smart. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. And what was even more creepy was that the location of this voice was actually behind Su Yan. The moment the voice sounded, a claw had already appeared directly, grabbing towards Su Yan's body. It appeared so strangely and silently, and at the same time, it immediately launched an attack the moment it appeared. Such a method was simply terrifying. Su Yan. At this time, Aina saw the huge claw directly pass through Su Yan's body, and he immediately became extremely angry. At least, Su Yan came here to look for him, and after seeing his inheritance imprint, he did not move at all. This had already won his approval. Originally, he was so polite to Su Yan. It was only because Su Yan could fight with him, and at the same time, it was also because of Rusty. Aina was very proud, and he was also a lonely person. And Su Yan had gained his approval. In other words, at this moment, he had already regarded Su Yan as a friend. A lonely person, after having a friend, would naturally cherish it very much. At this time, his friend died in front of him. How could he not be angry? However, the next moment he breathed a sigh of relief. Because after the claw passed through Su Yan's body directly dissipated. It was as if a mirror had been broken. That was not Su Yan's real body. This guy, his strength has actually become this frightening. When he had fought against Su Yan earlier, Su Yen did not possess such an ability. At that time, if Su Yen was able to use such a strange method, then in the Blood River Tower he might have already lost. From this, it could be seen that after Su Yen became a Blue Mask Shura, not only did his strength increase, but his methods also increased. But at this time, it seemed that this was a good thing. "Oh, you actually dodged my attack? You Shura are quite interesting." The voice sounded again, but this time, its body did not move. Through the fog, Su Yen and Aina finally saw this guy clearly. This was a standing creature. Its entire body was pitch black, and there were 2 horns on its head. There was also a long tail on its back, and the tip of the tail was a long needle. It was suffused with a cold light, and one could tell with a single glance that it was an extremely terrifying thing. The moment this strange thing appeared, it brought great pressure to Su Yen and Aina. One had to know that at this time, they were already Blue Mask Shura, and both of them were at the top of the Blue Mask Shura. If the 2 of them joined forces, they could even challenge the Martial Shura. But in front of this huge guy, the 2 of them did not feel the slightest sense of security. This was really a terrifying thing. "You were the one who was condensing the cold air before. Let's focus on Aina. What are you? Are you that dragon?" Su Yen asked directly. "Yes, if I want to make food more delicious, then I can only fatten it up. Although it will make me a little tired, it can't be helped." That strange thing opened and closed its parrot-like mouth, and actually spoke the Shura language. For a monster like the Shura demon tiger, although it could communicate with Su Yen, it did so by transmitting its will. But this guy could directly speak the Shura language. It was obviously a higher-level existence. With a light flick of its tail, it directly smashed a rock into powder. Su Yen and Aina's pupils shrank. Aina had just experienced the horror of these rocks. He did not break the rocks when he slammed into them, but this guy, with just a light flick of its tail, did it to this extent. What kind of terrifying power was this? Whether it was Su Yen or Aina, both of them were shocked. But whether it was Su Yen or Aina, they did not have any fear. At any time, a scared Shura was destined to fail. This was the same for everyone. The stronger the person, the more fearless they were. At this time, the monster's gaze suddenly fell on the Shura demon tiger. "Oh, so it's the descendant of that stupid tiger. That's great." At this time, it suddenly laughed. Its smile was so evil. From this sentence, it seemed that the Tiger King from back then was related to this guy. At this time, the Shura Tiger King was completely furious. Even if Su Yan's will was suppressing it, it could no longer control itself at this time. It almost wanted to rush up and bite at this guy in an instant. However, Su Yen was clear that if this guy went up at this time, he would definitely die without a doubt. This strange and mysterious existence was very likely to be a dragon. It was really powerful. Not to mention the demon tiger at this time, even if he could gather all the power of the Tiger King spirit, he would not be a match for this guy. "I'm going to kill it." At this time, the weakness of a monster was revealed. Even if it was so powerful, the Shura demon tiger still could not control its emotions. When its killing intent rose, it immediately wanted to fight with its opponent, even if it had to die together with it. But at this time, Su Yen would not let it do so. He suddenly said, "In that case, you are that dragon. I really didn't expect that a dragon would look like this." Strictly speaking, this was indeed the first time he saw a dragon. No matter where in the mythology, as long as the word dragon was related, it would be a synonym for power. The human race's cultivation had a saying that they wanted to become as powerful as a dragon. Once upon a time, dragons were the main characters of the world. At that time, Su Yen went to Dragon Island. At that time, even the powerful God-Slayer sword suffered a great loss on Dragon Island. Although the God-Slayer sword later killed a Dragon King, it was also injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying those dragons were. Moreover, that was only the Dragon King. If it was the legendary dragon god, then it would be even more terrifying. Not to mention other things, the great demonic dragon was already one of the most powerful existences in the world, but according to legend, its fall was caused by the dragon god. This caused the powerful great demonic dragon to fall directly and fall into a dead silence. At this time, Su Yan was sure that although this dragon looked very strange, it must have the bloodline of a true dragon. Because the dragon blood in Su Yan's body reacted. The great demonic dragon had a natural hostility towards the dragons. This was an instinct, so much so that even if Su Yan's dragon blood was slowly cultivated, it still brought out this hatred. However, Su Yan was not a beast, and his willpower was very strong, so he was not affected by this will. At this time, Su Yan coldly stared at the dragon. Although his words were mocking, he did not dare to be careless at this time. The dragon had already proven its strength, and Su Yan did not forget the sneak attack just now. If he had not been careful at the beginning and directly launched a skill similar to Kyoka Suigetsu as a precaution, he did not think that he would have been able to avoid such a terrible blow. This guy was not only powerful, but his speed was also terrifying, and in this fog, he seemed to be able to move freely. When he was talking, he unconsciously linked his power with Shura, Demon Tiger, and Hyena. Only in this way could he spread his divine will to the greatest extent possible. Originally, to restrain such a strange and elusive movement, divine sense was the best way, but this fog suppressed divine sense. This greatly reduced the range of divine sense. At this time, Su Yan could only do this. Humph, are you trying to stall for time? You sure are interesting, you give me a very special feeling. I originally thought that this guy with the inheritance of the emperor would be the most delicious food, but now it seems that your appearance has given me a new surprise. At this time, his eyes fell on Su Yan's face without any scruples, as if he wanted to directly devour Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan ignored his words. He was secretly controlling his power, and at the same time, communicating with the Godslayer sword. Senior Godslayer, what kind of creature is this? Is it really a dragon? Although he had never seen a dragon before, he had after all dealt with the dragon clan, and he always felt that this guy in front of him was neither fish nor fowl. If this was a dragon, then it was a bit too unreliable. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, "Dragon? If you must say that, it's possible because he was indeed a dragon, but now he's not." Su Yan's brows furrowed. He did not really understand what this sentence meant. At this time, the Godslayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. "Kid, as a senior, I'll give you a good explanation. Have you noticed his tail?" Su Yan naturally noticed that tail that was emitting a cold light. How could he not notice it? This strange and terrifying fellow, the part that gave Su Yan the most pressure was its tail. This tail seems to be very powerful, and its lethality is terrifying. Su Yan said, "Ah, is that so? Isn't your divine sense very strong? Then take a closer look." Su Yan did as he was told, and his divine sense directly focused on the tail. Suddenly, Su Yan's expression changed. Chapter 998. Female Literature. He discovered that at the tip of the tail, there was actually a small, invisible hole, and around the hole were densely packed tiny bumps. This thing gave Su Yan a very strange and dangerous feeling. At this moment, the Godslayer sword continued to transmit its thoughts. "Let me tell you, that's this guy's real mouth. Why do I say that he can also be considered a dragon? It's because the blood of a dragon is flowing in his body, and he has the innate magic of a dragon, but he's not a dragon himself. He's a devouring worm." A devouring worm. Su Yan had never heard of this term, but he could tell that the Godslayer sword was not friendly to this creature. That's right, that's a devouring worm. It appeared at the end of ancient times and was hated by many powerful creatures. In the end, almost all of them joined forces to extinguish the devouring worm. I really didn't expect that such a creature would still exist, and that you would encounter it. Hee hee, you're really a child of destiny. Su Yan continued, "Senior, please enlighten me. Just how terrifying is this devouring bug? How could it make so many powerful clans in ancient times join forces to deal with it and destroy it?" In the world he came from, human history was a history of development. At least, that was the case according to human research. From the earliest primitive civilization to the last few advanced technological civilizations. However, this was definitely not the case in this world. In this world, until now, civilization had regressed a lot. The word ancient often meant that they were powerful. The powerful races of ancient times were extremely powerful, and some of them were even more terrifying. If those existences were to be resurrected, Su Yen did not even dare to believe that humans would still be alive at this time. In that extremely terrifying era, all the powerful races hated the devouring worm, and in the end, they joined forces to eliminate it. How terrifying would that be? Devouring worms, as the name suggests, are terrifying creatures that rely on devouring to strengthen themselves. They devour not only to obtain energy, but also to obtain all of their abilities. This includes their bloodline talents. Therefore, very few people know what a devouring worm looks like. When they devour a true dragon, they become a true dragon. When they devour humans, they become humans. When they devour both creatures at the same time, they will evolve. It can be said that such creatures are even more terrifying than demons. Their existence is born to be enemies with this world and this world. Hearing this, even Su Yen, who had always been bold, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This devouring worm was actually so terrifying. If it devoured a dragon, they would become a true dragon. If it devoured a black tortoise, they would become a black tortoise. If their numbers were large enough, wouldn't they be able to devour the entire world? With such a heaven-defying and terrifying existence, it was no wonder that the powerful races of the ancient times would band together. Hee, the one in front of you is a devouring worm. Originally, there should have been a dragon here. Unfortunately, he has now become the devouring worm's food. Moreover, this devouring worm must have planned to devour a dragon. Many powerful monsters have died in its mouth, which is why it has evolved into such a ghastly appearance. The Tiger King that you just devoured must have been its prey, which is why it is so angry at it. At this moment, Su Yen was really alarmed. Such a monster's existence was a sin. It was the most terrifying thing in the world. Su Yen took a deep breath and his gaze fell on the creature. The devouring worm had not made a move until now. At this moment, Su Yen realized that the surrounding cold air had become stronger. At this moment, he understood that the devouring worm was waiting for an opportunity. The stronger the cold air became, the more suitable it would be for its battle. If it continued to reach its peak, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Su Yen and Aina. Aina, get ready to attack. This monster is very scary and very dangerous. We must be careful, especially its tail. It's best not to give it a chance. Su Yen was naturally very cautious after learning about the danger of this thing from the Godslayer sword. However, Aina did not know how scary this thing was, which was why Su Yen warned him. Otherwise, if Aina acted rashly without knowing, it was very likely that this thing would seize the opportunity. If that happened, it would be terrible. Okay, I understand. Aina nodded. He could see that Su Yen must have known something. However, to be able to make Su Yen treat it so seriously, the thing in front of them must be extremely terrifying. Use the Shura fire. As soon as Su Yen finished speaking, he had already made his move. A flame rose. The blazing flame appeared silently next to the devouring worm. Shura fire had always been known for being overbearing. In the Shura world, those who could use Shura fire to its extreme were all top-notch powerhouses. Among them, the most famous one was the Flame Emperor, whose origin was Shura fire. Back then, the Shura Great Emperor was almost invincible, and there were few who could match him. However, it was said that the Shura Great Emperor left this world later on, and his whereabouts were unknown. Of course, to be able to leave this world freely, only such a powerful great emperor would have such means. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to increase. The Shura fire was refined and directly shrouded the devouring worm. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Damn it, be careful behind you. He immediately noticed that the thing his power shrouded was actually a fake. This damned thing actually used a similar method as he did before. This damned thing really deserved to die. His power suddenly moved, and then the flames directly shrouded Aina and the Shura demon tiger. The Shura fire also turned into a shield at this moment. Boom! Almost at this moment, a terrifying wave of air exploded. At this moment, an azure cold air appeared. Sure enough, the devouring worm took advantage of this moment to launch a sneak attack. If it wasn't for Su Yan's quick reaction, they would have already been hit by the attack. Damn it, die, blade of reincarnation. At this moment, Aina directly made his move. This was a powerful power that he awakened after becoming a blue-faced Shura. However, after such a short period of time, it was naturally impossible for him to control this power well. Even so, when this power was used, it was still terrifying. When he thought that this guy actually treated him as food, his heart was incomparably furious. At this moment, he naturally would not show any mercy. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger also used all its strength and directly spat out a terrifying light. The powerful force tumbled at this time, directly colliding with the cold wave. When the three forces collided, an extremely terrifying rebound force came, and Su Yan, Aina, and the Shura demon tiger were directly sent flying. This terrifying devouring worm was fighting 1 against 3 without any effort at all. At this moment, the devouring worm was coldly looking at the three. Not bad. To be able to have such power and reaction, it is a pleasant surprise. However, the more it is like this, the more I am happy because this means that this time the food will be more delicious. At this moment, it let out an extremely strange laugh. To be treated as food by a guy, this was naturally something that would make people angry. At this moment, Aina turned around again, and his Shura fire directly erupted. Although his attainments in Shura fire were not as good as Su Yan's, in reality, his flame power was also very powerful. The two Shura fire burned at the same time, immediately dissipating the surrounding fog. The Shura Tiger King once again spat out a destructive light beam, and directly flew towards the devouring worm. The devouring worm let out a disdainful sound, and with a turn of its tail, the devouring worm's breath was directly destroyed. The three of you are no match for me. If a Shura king were to come here, then he would have the qualifications to threaten me. However, the three of you are still far from that, so you should obediently become my food. As soon as its voice fell, it fiercely stomped on the ground, and icicles immediately flew forward. That terrifying and frightening power was so suffocating. The two icicles seemed to have a life of their own, and turned into monsters that wanted to devour the lives of the three. Shura Berserk Blade. At this moment, Aina once again urged his power. His power turned into an extremely terrifying blade light, and then it fiercely slashed towards the attack. At this moment, Su Yan also made his move. He once again grabbed, and a spear appeared. It was the spear that he had taken from the Aganda family. This spear was very terrifying, and it had an extremely terrifying destructive power. At this moment, he directly injected his power into it. The infusion of the power of destruction caused the spear to tremble directly. Spear of destruction, go. At this moment, the Shura Tiger King also erupted his power. If it were any other existence, the Tiger King would have already wanted to escape at this time. However, this devouring worm was the only one he would not choose to escape. This was because at this time, the hatred buried in his bloodline was. In his inheritance, his ancestors were extremely afraid of this devouring worm, so the Shura demon tiger instinctively did not want to get close to this place. However, after seeing this guy, the boundless hatred instantly erupted at this moment, and it could no longer be suppressed. Therefore, he still attacked with all his might. Chapter 999. Female Literature. The power of the three once again clashed with the power of the engulfing ice. The moment the power clashed, a terrifying shockwave appeared once again. Such a shockwave was truly terrifying. The bodies of Su Yan and the others trembled at the same time. Feudal. But since I'm bored anyway, I'll play with you. I'll let you know what it means to be dominated by despair. Only prey filled with despair will become more delicious when eaten. His voice was so disgusting. It was as if just this voice alone was filled with a huge power of attack. This voice could even attack one's soul. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger had already begun to tremble. The hatred that originated from his bloodline supported him to not retreat, but fear had slowly crept into his heart. Not to mention him, even the powerful Shura, who had experienced countless battles, was gradually shrouded in fear at this moment. Bullshit! At this moment, Su Yen directly shouted angrily. When he shouted angrily, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness trembled at this moment. A mysterious wave was directly emitted at this moment. This wave was integrated into his voice. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger and hyena swayed at the same time. The feeling of fear actually dissipated a lot at this moment. At this moment, Su Yen directly said, "Bullshit. You don't have the ability to deal with us in one go, right?" Su Yen urged his power while saying, "If I'm not wrong, you don't want to play with us at all. You just don't have the ability to kill us quickly. Hee hee, you ugly bug, it seems like you're seriously injured." After Su Yan's words, the Shura demon tiger and hyena's minds shook again. The fear they had for the Shura demon tiger disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger's expression was extremely ugly. Because Su Yen was right. Damn thing, how can you tell? Just as Su Yen had said, he was indeed heavily injured. If it wasn't for this, he would have already captured Su Yen and the other two and directly devoured them. And now, he had no choice but to use psychological warriors to make Su Yen and the others feel fear. In such a powerful battle, one's mental state would, to a large extent, determine the outcome of the battle. It was like a battle between two armies. One side's momentum was like a rainbow, while the other side had no morale to speak of. Thus, the result of the battle was obvious. This was similar to subduing an enemy without fighting. He continued to convey his fear with words. There was a subtle spiritual fluctuation in his words that could penetrate people's hearts. Therefore, even a warrior like hyena, who had experienced countless battles, would fall for it. This is a hint that the devouring worm is stronger than you. Then this fact would be directly magnified, and the fear and despair in one's heart would increase. In such a powerful battle, this trick was actually very effective. However, it was a pity that Su Yan's consciousness was too terrifying. Moreover, he had a treasure like the soul-suppressing seal, so he naturally had a strong resistance against such tricks. The green lotus and bright moon in his sea of consciousness were even more mysterious. They could even reverse the direction of this power. Therefore, the moment he opened his mouth, Su Yen had already seen through his purpose. However, he did not immediately organize it. Instead, he waited until the devouring worm's trick began to affect Shura, demon tiger, and hyena before directly exposing this trick. Of course, this was also Su Yan's intention. He was suppressing first and then raising it. After that, hyena and Shura, demon tiger's fear of the devouring worm would be greatly reduced. Unknowingly, their morale would increase. Even the anger caused by being deceived would make them work harder to fight against their enemies. So that's how it is. You despicable bastard, how dare you deceive this Tiger Lord? This Tiger Lord is going to skin you alive. At this moment, Shura, demon tiger, suddenly roared. He directly burst out and charged towards the devouring worm. Shura, demon tiger's strength was displayed. In an instant, he directly transformed into his giant tiger form. Then he slapped down with his claws. Disregarding everything else, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. A huge shadow descended and directly enveloped the devouring worm. At this moment, Su Yen also moved. In an instant, he directly turned into a stream of light. In fact, he obviously knew that Shura, demon tiger, could not resist this terrifying devouring worm. Even if he transformed into his giant tiger form and increased his strength greatly, it would still be the same. However, this was not a one-on-one battle between Shura, demon tiger, and this guy. Shura, demon tiger's attack was used to restrain this guy. At this moment, Su Yan's spear of annihilation was launched again. Hyena was not to be outdone. Shura, wild blade danced. When he used this attack again, it was obvious that Hyena's strength had increased again. At this time, his strength was so terrifying. This attack was almost 5 times stronger than before. He was constantly adapting to his strength. At this time, his strength and terror were displayed. He would become more and more courageous as he fought. Of course, it was not only him. Su Yan was the same. Aina had devoured an extremely dense icy Shura's aura and became a powerful blue-faced Shura. However, Su Yan had devoured 7 or 8 powerful blue-faced Shura. With so much energy, how terrifying would it be? If he directly released all of it, then even martial Shura would be killed. Of course, Su Yan could not do it at this time. However, he could release this energy as much as possible at once. At the same time, he could fuse this energy with the Godslayer sword's will. Now, Su Yan had firmly remembered the sword will that the Godslayer sword had given him back then. The so-called Godslayer was to destroy the sky and decimate the earth. When this power was fused with a huge force, the power was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan did not stop there. He combined this terrifying sword with the Godslayer sword passed down by the great Devil Heaven Lord. Godslayer and Godslayer. When combined, it became Godslayer. Such power, under the same energy source, had already passed through any sword. This was Su Yan's strength and genius. When such a sword fell, the terrifying power seemed to have burned everything into nothingness. Kill! Su Yan roared. This move was similar to the hidden sword style. After the first attack, another attack followed closely behind. At this time, the devouring bug was facing the spear of destruction and the terrifying Shura's wild blade. As for the Shura demon tiger's attack, he had decided to ignore it. Nirvana is just asking for death. Dragon Nirvana Ray. Being threatened by such power, he could not afford to underestimate it at this time. In fact, the current situation had already exceeded his calculations. At this time, he thought that Aina was alone. Therefore, when Aina was preparing to become a blue-faced Shura, not only did he not stop Aina, but he also tried to find a way to help Aina. There was no need to say which was better, devouring a green-faced Shura or a blue-faced Shura. Moreover, he had absolute confidence that even if Aina became a blue-faced Shura, he would not be able to escape from him. However, Su Yan's appearance disrupted his calculations. However, even if he was severely injured, he was confident that his strength and methods were enough to control everything. Therefore, he might as well treat Su Yan and the Shura demon tiger as food. He could see that the energy contained in Su Yan's body was not to be underestimated. If he could devour Su Yan, it would be very beneficial for him to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the Shura demon tiger's bloodline was extraordinary. It was a high-level monster. In the past, he had killed and devoured so many powerful king-level monsters. Only the Tiger King had escaped from him. This showed that the Tiger King was not ordinary. But now, he realized that he couldn't eat anymore. Among the three, the one he hated and feared the most was Su Yan. If it were not for Su Yan, he would not be in so much trouble. This guy seemed to know something about him, and many of the rhythm of the battle were disrupted by him. Unknowingly, Su Yan became the core of the three and brought him a lot of trouble. Regarding the attack at this time, his judgment was very accurate. Although the huge tiger claw fell, in terms of real lethality, it was naturally not comparable to the spear of destruction and Shura's wild blade. At this time, he would rather take the Shura demon tiger's attack and block the power of these two people. However, this was not the most troublesome thing. Su Yan's hidden sword style that followed closely behind was the most troublesome thing for him. Therefore, this time, he directly used the dragon's ray of destruction. This was the innate power of the dragon he had devoured. It was similar to the breath of a real dragon. The destructive power of this move was extremely terrifying, but the disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy. If he was not injured, this would not be a problem. However, the key now was that he was injured. Such an attack would be more troublesome for him. However, at this time, he could not care less. If he was hit by Su Yan's hidden sword style, he would not have a good ending. The dragon's ray of destruction was indeed terrifying. This terrifying light directly covered this power, and the terrifying power destroyed the spear of destruction and Shura's wild blade bit by bit. At the same time, it once again slashed towards Su Yan's ray of destruction. When these two powers came close to each other, terrifying fluctuations immediately appeared. The incomparably terrifying power spread out, and even the extremely hard rocks began to shatter at this time, and even evaporate.